I'm sad.
I just tagged you in a post back to him for his 25th. He's celebrating 2,500 followers. So I tagged you and said you're his biggest fan.
QB needs to know how much I talk about him. I mean, it's like
I should be followed by QB. I mentioned him, the first person on the space. I was talking all about him that day and got nothing. But I never get anything, and I don't even know how. How do you find out these people following you?
Oh, good Lord.
That's not a serious question, is it, Will?
No, it isn't. But you were always asking, why would he follow Chris? He would follow Chris because Chris is an absolute dude. If I was QB, I'd follow Chris. Probably first.
Lavi, go ahead.
So I wanted to say, you know how us Ukrainians say we laugh so we don't give up, or we laugh so we don't cry. So every time I come into these spaces or host it, you guys give us some really amazing laughter. So keep it going. Also, on the boxed wine, yes, wine ages like fine wine. So it can go from boxed wine to like elite other boxed wine. So yeah, it doesn't expire. I think that was from the other space. But I always love the laughter and the warmth that you guys have in here. And Ukrainians need it. We need it. All of you need it. So keep it going. Keep it going. And thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Heran Slava.
Heran Slava. You know.
Slava. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't know if you can sing or not. It just you're welcome to join in. I shouldn't have been rude and cut you off like that.
It's okay, Dave.
It just seemed like you were in a kind of a different key.
Oh, see, that's the thing. No, I see. Then no, it no, I was not, but it was not synchronized well, and it just is not good to try to sing any other way, but is exactly how you're singing, because there's this delay. So please check out the what's that thing? The title, NAFO Night Shift Talks EB and B. So please come and talk about Ebb. We have a new subject. Yeah.
And I want to also comment on Slavi's comment that it is it's pretty well documented that humor is vital for being able to process and keep your sanity during traumatic events and while you're surviving trauma and post trauma. And so, yeah, we had just been talking about a very serious topic of genocide and all of those things, and so as we moved on to something a little lighter. We do that on the night shift. We try to balance because humor, even though it's a very, very serious thing, that's exactly why we need humor, is so that we're able to continue to cope and continue to be functional. If we are so overwhelmed by the atrocities that are going on in Ukraine, we become catatonic, and then we're no good for anybody. We can't help. So that's we hope to continue. That's what keeps this space going. This is why this is the only 24/7 space that has been able to keep up support for Ukraine since the war started, the invasion. All the other spaces, they're around for a few hours because that's all they can do. We're here 24/7 because we have a good mix of serious booms and humor and calls to action. My little call to action right now is retweet this space since we just survived a crash. Let everybody know that we're back. Go ahead, Slavi.
Yes, absolutely. Retweet the space, guys. Everyone in here should retweet the space. There's no reason why you shouldn't be retweeting the space. But I wanted to say, Zelensky, he was a comedian and then a movie star in Ukraine. But he was a damn good comedian. And I just wanted to kind of pose a kind of fun question to the speakers and maybe to anybody who wants to answer in the chat. After the war is won, very victorious, right? Would you like to see Zelensky go back to being a comedian, maybe in Hollywood, perhaps? How would you like to see him in the future? That's kind of like my question.
Ooh, that is a very interesting question. What should Zelensky do post invasion? What should Zelensky do? Oh man, this is very interesting. You know what? Okay, Will, you go ahead. I have thoughts now.
Yeah, you have thoughts, and I'll just go with the boring potential realism one because that's where my head goes. I see Zelensky going on the speaking circuit, but definitely including his level of humor that he has, much like Obama did during the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and absolutely cut Trump to shreds. That's the thing about being a smart ass is you have to be smart in the first place. And Zelensky is a very smart comic. I've seen a lot of his stuff. Even the absurd stuff is quite smart. And I hope he gives lots of speeches because he's good at it. And I hope he uses significantly biting humor in it because I think that would really serve his purpose in getting his point across. In whichever role he fills, he'll probably have some international role. But as a speaker, I hope we hear lots more of him because he's a funny guy.
So my thoughts are that I think he's become too much of a hero to go back to comedy. That's just my thoughts that people have, whether he and I think he deserves it, but he's been put up on this pedestal now, and I think that it might. I think it'll be hard for him to go back to comedy. I'm sure he will use comedy in whatever he does, and I'm sure that whatever he does will be continuing to fight for Ukraine, and I'm sure he'll use comedy in that. But I don't think that he'll go back to doing comedy like he did before this.
Can I just answer this really quick? I think all roads will be open to Zelensky, and whatever he'll want to do, he will do it. But I'll have to agree. I think he definitely not gonna go the comedic stand-up route because he's gonna be an international war hero for sure. Yeah, I was just wondering, maybe he'll come to Hollywood and maybe he's gonna be the next, even if not better than Tony Robbins. Who knows?
Well, we have more hands here, but what is Zelensky going to do after? Zelensky's going to sit on a very, very secluded beach with a 6-pack of beer and just watch the ocean. That's there you go. That is what Zelensky is going to do first. That is what he's going to do first. Kiki, how are you?
Hi, Heather. Hi, Prince Heather. I listen a lot. I don't speak a lot, but this question from Slavi was really interesting. And Zelensky's one of my heroes. I've just been thinking that he just needs to take a year or two just to relax and get to know, not relax, get to know his, be with his family. I mean, his kids have grown up. Has a young son. He hasn't seen his dad that much. I mean, they see every once in a while, they meet, but it's not the same thing as growing up with your dad or parents. So, and his wife, and he just needs a year off just to go somewhere and get to see his parents. And he's a very loving person. He just needs to be with his family and kind of not make up, like gain that love and that humanity that, he's seen such sorrow. He knows everything that happens, all the horrible things, the horrific things that have happened and happen in Ukraine and to Ukrainians, that he's got a lot of sorrow, I'm sure, on his shoulders and his heart that will last a lifetime. He and his wife, and he just needs to heal. He needs to heal like everybody else. Everyone needs to heal. I hope that for him. But I agree with Will that I think that he could go into something more international, like speaking, write a book or speaking, or do something that his piano days are kind of over. I don't think he could go back to that kind of comedy, which he did when he was really young. I mean, he did that when he was in Russia, actually, and that was actually a spoof or some kind of about Russians, and the one that where he appeared with the high heels and doing that. I don't know what that was called, but anyway, in the leather pants and high heel, that was actually a spoof, or not even a spoof. It was talking down about Russians, actually. But anyway, people didn't know much about that. He's my hero, so I read about pretty much everything that's available in English. So anyway, I just wish for him to heal, for his family to heal, and for him. I don't think he would take it so much on his shoulders, like he wished he could have done more. And I think he's very level-headed, that he knows he did the best, and it will be hard to let go. Not that he's this kind of power-hungry person who can't leave, but I'm just thinking, like, even in positions or jobs that I've done, when I know I've accomplished a lot, you kind of hope that the next person can take on at the same level and do well for the country. But anyway, the question was, what would he do? And I hope he heals. I hope he has time for himself and his family to heal and to be, he deserves life and love. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
It is a really good question. Should have saved it for tomorrow night when we're co-hosting together, Slavi. I'm just kidding.
We can ask it again.
Yes, I know. Christopher, I believe you were next. Go ahead.
I think it is an interesting question. I think whatever he does, he realizes what his place is in history, and that is something that is a very rare thing to have as a politician. And I think also that he, from what I see of him, he's very humble, assertive, funny, sarcastic, and all those other things, but humble. So I think whatever he would wind up doing would be something that would not put him at the center of things necessarily. And I think he would not want, because I genuinely don't think he wants to be at the center of what he's doing. He just has a job to do, and that's the job. And he's doing the job remarkably well. And so I think his humanity and his humility will lead him to do something that will always support Ukraine. But I think there's a larger stage for him in a way, but not necessarily as the star player. That's kind of my thoughts. Back to you.
Righty.
I would say, president of the EU or NATO, one of those things. But I think also unfortunately, we have to have their realism that he's probably going to have a target on him for from a lot of Russians.
Yeah, that was the other thing that did cross my mind too, Dave. That it was that's a if you ever saw Eddie Murphy do his what's his face running for the presidency on stage, yeah, so that's exactly what I think. But should at some point, I think that he, besides the fact that he's got one on him for so long now, I think in some ways people who are in that position are resigned to, this is I may not live forever. Back to you.
Yeah, that's unfortunately that's kind of what happens. I've been Heather, I've been trying to bring people up to speaker, and I'm not sure if doesn't seem to be working for me.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. I think I think TKD was next.
Thanks, Dave. I think your point about safety and security is very apt and probably true for President Zelensky's entire family. I don't know that I could say things more beautifully than what Kiki said, because she is absolutely right that this is a man that deserves some rest and some time with his family. His family deserves that rest and time together. I think too, because suffering changes people, it changes all of us, whether we're directly exposed to it firsthand or whether we experience vicarious or secondary trauma in coming alongside to try and support or help or bear witness to those who are going through suffering. So before I could answer a question about, wow, well, what would I hope to see President Zelensky do as a public figure? I think there's a threshold question of what happens during that time of rest and that time of sabbatical. Because as a friend of mine said once in a study on the book of Job, suffering, it exposes our bones and our priorities. And it can take time when we're facing really significant evil to think through that and to come to understand what we've learned about others and what we have learned about ourselves, what we have learned about the world, what we have learned about faith. So I would say that I hope that he and his family have that time together. I'm also aware that they have access to a lot of information that the rest of us don't have. Prince, you often talk about the work that Mrs. Zelenska is doing for the future of Ukraine and for recovery for people who have been injured, for people with disabilities, for mental health. And Dave, you talk about that as well. There are probably a lot of things that we don't know about that would be shaping what he and Mrs. Zelenska and their children would do in the future. They may see ways to balance rest and service in a way that we might not be able to from our perspective far away. But Kiki so well put really the first thing that was on my mind, which is that I would hope there would be time for rest and togetherness with family and trusted friends, because being in leadership, if any of the listeners here have been in leadership, it can be extremely isolating. And so I hope that just as you read in the Old Testament about the land getting a year of Jubilee, right? And that chance to rest and the importance of rest. And after all that time working in such difficult context, I would hope that they would have time for rest and relationship and togetherness.
Yeah, I do think he will have a well-deserved rest. As Heather said, hanging out on a beach somewhere away from everybody but his family and a few close people. Go ahead, Loves Democracy, and then RoboCop.
Thank you. So the question of when it's all over, to me, I mean, of course, it's not all over until Ukraine is rebuilt. But I think, in terms of like once the war is over, I kind of, I, I guess in my head, I don't expect him to stay president or stay president very much longer after that. I guess it kind of depends on terms and things like that, but eh, presidential terms, I mean. But anyway, I also don't expect him to disappear either. Um, I could envision him, working, either as an administrator, um, even doing some of what he's doing right now, as traveling the world to get assistance, um, in efforts to rebuilding, um, like the physical rebuilding programs that are helping, um, mental health, things like that. I just, as much as I agree that he would, I mean, he probably needs it right now and can't have it. He would need the time to kind of decompress and uh, try to let go of some of what he's going through. Um, I've had a lot of people not like me. I can't imagine what it would be like to know someone wanted me dead, especially someone who's powerful enough to make that happen. I can't imagine that. So he definitely needs time. I just don't imagine him taking it. Um, I mean, I can even see him like literally building, helping rebuild, being out there with work crews. So, um, he's a very impressive man. And it's, for me, it has more to do with his, as I don't remember if it was Nafo Dave or Chris that said it, but, the humility that he has is that he doesn't place himself above anyone. He doesn't think he's any more deserving or any better than any other Ukrainian. And that is what makes him a hero to me. The war and what he, has been able to lead your country to do. That's how I got to know that about him. But really, what is impressive to me about him and why he's a hero to me is that level of humility. Um, yeah.
Thank you. I think that was well put. Robo.
Yeah, I see him going, excuse me, going on the circuit and speaking about peace and trying to bring peace to other parts of the world that are at war or somehow else. in turmoil, and eventually winning a Nobel Peace Prize. And back to you.
Yep, I think a Nobel is very much on the table. Kiki?
Yes, I agree with Love's Democracy that that's what I really admire about Zelensky as well, is his humbleness, that he's just working for Ukraine. He happened to be president, so he took on the task, and he's giving everything. Yeah, his humbleness, and that he doesn't place himself think of himself better than anybody, although he does love, according to his wife and others, he does love the limelight. I mean, he's going to be doing something where he's not going to go hiding, for sure. He loves to be doing something, projects. He's a very energetic person who's always involved in something. It's kind of like the energy bunny. um, um, anyway, so he'll make the best decision for himself regarding his family, and so on. But I had a question. The reason I put up my hand was I had a question for Slavi. I'm not sure if you're in Ukraine or not. I just was wondering about how Ukrainians still see Zelensky. I know that they were awed at the beginning, and they were happy that he stayed. They were surprised he stayed, because most of the people have in the past have run away and taken care of themselves first. And when he's always making those motivational speeches, and people were Ukrainians were in tears that he kept motivating them. But as with anything, everybody kind of gets tired, and they're hurting and so on. And I've also heard that now many or some Ukrainians, I mean, no one's 100% on the same side, that they're not as impressed with him, or they're blaming him, or what sense do you have, Slavi? I'm not sure if you're in Ukraine. Thank you.
Slavi, did you hear that? Otherwise, I can answer for Slavi to some degree. Slavi is not in Ukraine. Slavi is Ukrainian, but Slavi is not in Ukraine. But I think evidently she stepped away from the mic. But she is, yeah, she is in the United States, and has been for a while. And I'll let her tell her story. She and I
Sorry,
are.
I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
she's
I
here.
was just
She's here. She's here.
I was just talking to my dad and his female friend. I'm
Okay.
here though. I didn't hear the question though. I'm sorry.
Kiki, go ahead and
I
say it
just
again.
asked. I thought you were in because you're says model in Ukraine or made in, anyway, doesn't matter, or anybody else who's Ukrainian who has been in Ukraine. I just was wondering about how Ukrainians are seeing Zelensky now 2 years later. I know that they were I mean, he was a movie star. He was a star before he became president. Then he's president, and they were very awed with him. But um, throughout, it's 2 years, and people are suffering a lot. Are they blaming Zelensky? Are they not as impressed with him? Is he going to win the next election? It would be horrible if he didn't, because he's the best thing going for Ukraine. But sometimes people just get disillusioned for many reasons. Just wondering.
Go ahead, Slavi.
Yeah, I think I can answer it as far as, I mean, if there's any Ukrainians in Ukraine, please come up here. Definitely would love to hear your opinion on this. But as far as from what I hear from my Ukrainian family, which I literally just got off the phone with, they love Zelensky. They like what they're doing. Obviously, with Ukrainians, there's a lot of political opinions. I mean, on the inside, there's some things he could have done differently. But as far as public Ukrainian opinion goes, he gets the most approval. Now, for the next election that will happen after the war is over, it all depends on whoever is the opposition and the people. I mean, as we know, Ukraine is a democratic country, so they will choose whoever is the best to run the country and have the people's voice. And there's no one better than other than Ukrainians to do that. But as far as the approval rating of Zelensky, I think it's at like 67%. They also, I mean, the Ukrainian armed forces, they trust a lot more than Zelensky and with Zelensky as well. But, Zelensky is playing the political game and he's going to get a lot of different opinions from Ukrainians. But we've never, as a country, been so united in one. I mean, somebody that represents us as much as Zelensky ever in history. So that much I can say for sure. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. And if there's anybody Ukrainian in here, please come up. Who's in Ukraine? I'd love to hear from you.
I just wanted to follow up. I had understood at first that there was not going to be elections because it's during the war. But then I read, and it depends where I read and so on. Then I read that he was going to have he was supposed to have elections like during the war. We don't know next year. I never thought that he was going to go on to be a president after the war. I'm pretty clear on that he doesn't want to stay. I just thought I probably misunderstood that during the war he has to have elections, which would be chaotic.
No, no.
Oh, I think Slavi, I think you muted yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I speak or?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you guys know just as much about. I mean, a lot of people are gone to the front or are refugees all over Europe or North America. So it just does not make sense to have elections, and a lot of Ukrainians in Ukraine support it. Like it just does not make sense. So whoever is usually pushing for elections are usually against Ukraine during the war, at least. So just to prove that Ukraine is not a democratic country, which is a bunch of horseshit because we're like the most democratic as it gets. Like we're people that even from the Cossack times, we've fought for freedom always. Like it's in our blood. So it's just really silly to even think that Zelensky or some kind of Kiev regime is like in power. No, they just speak for the people. I mean, Zelensky's party is even called the servant of the people. I mean, his show is called Servant of the People. It's just so silly to think that, like, just straight up propaganda.
That's good to hear. Yeah, I've never had the impression or what I've read from him that he wants the power that he would want to stay on. So I just thought that there was something that we was kind of forced to have. But yeah, so going back to the question about what he would do afterwards, I think he still will be in the limelight somehow just because that's his personality and he enjoys it. But I mean, what he decides is going to be interesting.
Yeah, very much so. But yeah, I think he's earned the right to do whatever he wants to now. Robo. Are you talking to a muted mic?
Oh, sorry. I said to any Vatniks who going to use that and say, look, he's a dictator because he's not having any elections. We put elections on hold too during World War II. So yeah, it's a pretty common thing. I think it would be a free for all. It would be really chaotic to have elections right now.
Well, yeah. It's also against the law, their law, that can't have elections while you have martial law going. And then how do you guarantee that all Ukrainians have a chance to vote, especially the Ukrainians that are under Russian occupation? Those Ukrainians count just as much as every other Ukrainian. And so I'm sure Russia is just going to say, hey, you know, we believe in free and fair elections, so we're going to let you guys have an election here. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I didn't see whose hand. I think it's Love's and then Slavi.
I was just, I feel like you keep saying what's on my mind, but the other thing about the areas that are occupied, I'm thinking more of like the Donbass. I mean, Russia is calling those areas, independent of Ukraine, which if there was going to be an election, that would probably be good because they're full of Russian citizens. But, I could see Russia suddenly saying, well, you're fighting for them and you're saying that they're Ukrainian, so you have to let them vote. And I mean, you certainly wouldn't want Russians voting, right? So it would be that it is good that that's not what's going to happen.
Yep. Slavi?
Yeah, I mean, to this point, like we don't know exactly what's happening in those occupied territories. I mean, we have an idea. There's a lot of camps for Ukrainians, and then they have settled Russians in there. It wouldn't be a fair election. And then we have people like Aristovich, the traitor, that kind of poisoning from the inside of Ukraine. So, and we definitely cannot trust that, especially right now. And we know, and the world knows how poisonous Russia is, and they are launching numerous campaigns to poison Ukrainians now because they now figured out if anybody can overthrow the Ukrainian government, it is the Ukrainian people. Again, because we're a democratic country. So they're trying to poison Ukraine from the inside and the Ukrainian people, but that's not going to happen. Obviously, Ukrainians are very smart. They're not going to fall for it. But there are people in place to do just that. And we are very much aware of that. And not just the Ukrainian people, but such as fine people as yourself. So it just doesn't make sense to have elections, and we all know it. So usually it's Russian talking points about the whole election thing.
Yeah, and I did actually hear that the Rada put out a statement saying, taking it actually sort of out of Zelensky's hands and saying that, elections will not happen during martial law because well, that's the way the law is. You can't have elections during martial law. So it's not really even up to Zelensky whether there are elections. It's not his job to figure that out. And so yeah, it's yeah, that's plain and simply what I'm gonna say about that because yeah, it's not a thing. It's not even possible. So, I had heard rumors that there would be, and then the rumors that there wouldn't be, and then rumors that it's gone back and forth. And a while back I saw this note or this message from the Rada saying that they that they just won't be any. And so that was just the way it was. And so anyway, Kiki, go ahead.
Has anyone heard? I haven't heard any information about since we're talking about Ukraine and the government. Budanov's wife a while ago was poisoned. It wasn't fatal, as many were. Has anybody heard about how she's doing? Was wondering. It was in a, I suppose, in a meal or dinner, and many intelligence officers were poisoned, and his wife was also, with something that they've eaten. And I just wondered about her, because Budanov, anyone will do better when your spouse is doing well. They're not worried about her.
Well, number one, you think Budanov would really care? I think the people who did that should be very, very afraid. Slavi, please, you probably follow this closer than I have.
Yeah, I mean, they're not reporting much on his wife. I'm sure you can understand why, if there's security reasons now. But it has been reported, and I believe you guys reported it here as well at Maria Reports, that she is doing well. She's recovering, but you probably won't hear much about her at all, for her safety. And yeah, be very afraid because Budanov is coming for you, if you were involved in this, for sure. I mean, I'd be scared of the guy. He's the scariest guy on the planet right now. Yeah, that's all what I have to say. But she's doing okay. She's on the road to recovery.
Yeah, and that was about what I know, is that she's recovering, and that's all I know. Hang on. Sorry, had to cough up a lung. The Sorry, I can't do that. Evidently, Siri can't do that, and I don't know why. I think it was me saying the words. I'm gonna spell it Sorry. Anyway, I need to disable that woman.
I think the
But
question is, what did you ask her to do in the first place? Oh my.
yeah, I'm not quite sure. She speaks up at the oddest times. Anyway, um, uh, so the thing is that um, what I keep on thinking about, is, I think it was the last time that John Spencer was in I think that it was last time that John Spencer. Oh, that was what I said. Thank you, Nancy. I said, sorry, got a cough. Sorry, had to cough up a lung. And she heard Siri, not sorry. And I have just disabled that woman. So anyway, um, the thing is that um, he met with Budanov. He got to interview Budanov the last time he was there. So John Spencer interviewing Budanov, and John came back and said it was one of the most interesting interviews, because John would ask him a question, and Budanov would look at him and just, not smile, not anything, just, yes, that happened. And that would be it. But no, nothing more, just, yes, that happened. And so yeah, there's a yeah, you get where I'm going with that, right? It just it's I just would he has got to be the scariest person, not just in Ukraine, but he has got to be he's got to be the scariest person on the earth right now. Do not mess with Budanov. And yeah, and I'm just the points I'm reading in some areas here too about Olena Zelenska. Quite honestly, happy wife, happy life. He loves that woman. I mean, one of the things that you can see so clearly between the two of them anytime they are together is the clear and undying, endearing love for each other and unconditional love. I mean, I'm sure this isn't what she signed up for, but boy, has she stepped into the role, especially since the full scale invasion started. And so um, she has been absolutely amazing. So, you know what? I think it will be whatever you want, dear. Yes, dear. Okay, we can do that, dear. And I think that she also has the opportunity to be quite a success in whatever she wants to do. and she has a great foundation now, and she is doing some great leadership kind of things, and I think that that will continue, and I hope that will continue. And I'm going to beg for forgiveness because I'm sorry, Ukrainians get priority. Slavi, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. Olena Zelenska, she is running a mental health organization, so that's going to be huge, of course, even during the war and even after the war for a lot of Ukrainians, PTSD. So she is in it for the long haul, I feel like. There's something else I wanted to add on to that, but I'll just let's go to the other hands because but yeah, I just wanted to yeah, she's doing great things.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh,
Oh,
good
good morning,
morning.
Chris.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, of course,
Good morning.
good morning, Nafo Davo. I need to chat to you sometime, please. But I won't bring that subject up right now. Budanov is the Osavul. Now, Slavi, am I pronouncing that correctly, do you think? Osavul. And do you know this term, Osavul?
I don't know the term, but I was gonna say Budanov was probably the right pronunciation, not Budan. How you're saying it.
Okay, Budanov. Okay, so
There you go.
if you would maybe have a think about Osavul, right? So you know that we had Osavul up on the space. I don't know. I think you were there, Slavi. So I think you heard Andre from Osavul, who are have been the honoured digital ambassadors for Ukraine, and are authors of the Maidan 3 report, which is Russia's attempt to create a pro-Russian revolution in Ukraine. Anyway, I was talking to Andre the other day when he was introducing himself on the space. He gave a little bit of a history of Osavul, and he mentioned in that, but I didn't quite catch it, so I had to go back to him. He mentioned in that Osavul was the name of the head of intelligence of the Cossack military between the 14th and the 18th centuries. So that is not the name of a person, it's the name of a role, right? So the Osavul, Slavi, is the Budanov of the time, apparently. So I didn't know whether you'd heard that term before. Have you?
I personally have not, but I'm learning a lot, and I'm gonna go straight to my father to ask him about this. But I mean, Cossacks were badasses, so I have I bet that sounds absolutely correct as what's happening today to the modern Cossacks, if I should say.
Well, would you please? I'd be very interested in any historical stories around that. So obviously, I wanted to just make sure that I got the basics right when
Right.
I was by
But Chris,
speaking.
keep in mind the history was erased from us for a very, very long time. So a lot, even though a lot of it is being released right now, um, because yeah, Ukraine is more free to do this, but there's a lot more to be uncovered. So I'm actually glad you brought this up.
Oh well, thank you. Yeah. So I brought it up but partly because you slapped down very quickly this propaganda, which by the way, Osavul outlined as well. Certainly, in the interview that we did, they basically said this whole thing about, you know, a split between Zelensky and Zaluzhny, and this whole thing about, you know, there needs to be elections. It's all, as you instantly said, Slavi, Russian propaganda, right? And so anyway, we're I just wanted to just mention that because it was I was sort of like I was here and I was like, oh, I need to just sleep a bit more. But then I just got a bit excited. I had to come up and say that, and just say also that we'll be bringing Osaval on regularly to highlight and to laugh at. Will we, Slavi? We will laugh at Russian propaganda.
We will not only laugh at this, but the only historical books that will be written from now on will be in on Ukrainian terms, how they did these unspeakable things that nobody thought the Ukrainian armed forces would ever do. So there's not going to be even a mention of any heroic movement from the Russian side. Absolutely not. That's not going to happen in the history books from now on. And remember, Budanov's name is going to be repeated many, many times, and Zaluzhny and Zelensky and many, many of the Ukrainian generals.
Budanov is the Osaval, if that's how you pronounce it.
Morning. Sorry.
Hello, how are you?
I need coffee. You've got a hand anyway, so I'll make coffee.
Yeah, go do your coffee. Kiki, how are you?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to, just a small comment, just because we're talking about my favorite topics about these the heroes Zelensky and Budanov and I guess I can't say his name. I have to see it. The General Zaluzhny. I had read that was before the I guess the incident about his wife being poisoned, that he was Budanov was going back to, or was in the process of doing his PhD. He was going back to university. I mean, Ukrainians are so creative and intelligent and compassionate, and during a war, he's going. He's also not going back. He's also doing his PhD. He's in his 40s, and the general also, he was somebody who had taken some, I don't remember really well, but he had taken some education that was kind of more Western, and one of the reasons, other than besides that Canadian and British and other soldiers from other countries had trained Ukrainian soldiers, but he had done some education and written, I think, his thesis when he was in university about teamwork and not the kind of the top down. So he kind of stood out in his field even way before that. He wasn't the kind of the Russian trained or left over from the Russian training of the top down and don't ask questions, that he had already encouraged not camaraderie, but teamwork and questioning and giving other people responsibility. And so I'm just always amazed at the creativity of Ukrainians. I'm really excited to hope to go back someday to visit and any way to help kind of rebuild. Anyway, that's all. That was my question. That was my comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Dr. Budanov is, I'm sure he's smart enough to get a few PhDs. Why limit yourself to just one? We've gone through the hands here. Do you have? I have something I wanted to add on to that. Let's see if I can find it now. I've got so many tabs open, but to go along with our Airbnb topic. One of the things that was that traumatized the Russian soldiers in the Donbass is that that they brace yourselves. They came across gender neutral bathrooms, and they were just completely traumatized by this. And they said that that's that's one of the reasons why Ukraine has to be liberated from these gender neutral bathrooms. While they were stealing the toilets out of said bathrooms, I'm sure. Have you heard this?
Probably, yes. Probably. I mean, gender neutral bathrooms are extremely scary. I do have to say, not really. I don't care. I actually had a sign made up for my own bathroom. And I think that there are aliens on it and all kinds of other kinds of things. And yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Just yeah. It's an interesting little piece of art that I actually haven't put on the bathroom door yet, but I will get there.
I think I have the same one, Prince Heather. It's something, it has somebody with a skirt and somebody with one leg, somebody, and then it just says, doesn't matter who you are, just wash your hands when you're done in the bathroom.
Basically, yes. Yeah. Doesn't matter who you are. Yeah. Just make sure you wash your hands.
And don't steal the toilet. And meanwhile, I've seen some pretty massive poo fountains from St. Petersburg. I wonder, maybe they need some gender neutral bathrooms there.
Perhaps. They need a lot of things there right now. They need pickaxes to get into their living room. Have you seen that one, Dave?
I have not.
Yes, there was a man who was trying to chip his dining room table out with a pickaxe after his house had flooded and frozen. And I think he was probably going to go for the couch next. And then there's there are all kinds of problems with it. So, yeah. So they're having geysers. They're having geysers that are happening because the infrastructure is so good that the steam in the pipes that goes to heat the houses just spontaneously explodes out of the pipes. So yeah, it just that kind of thing's happening. The poo fountains. Mockers sent me a poo disaster the other day, and it was I don't get grossed out easily, but this one very specifically grossed me out. It wasn't the poo fountain, it wasn't the poo on the ground, it wasn't the brown water all over the ground, it was the toilet. And I still want to gag when I think of it. It was just absolutely disgusting. Now, what was even worse was the guy was wearing Crocs while walking through the poo water. Now,
Tasty.
yum, tasty, yeah, right? Now I'm gonna go a little personal here, and I have really bad foot problems, and my Crocs were bought years ago. So the Croc money was paid for years ago. But I wear Crocs all the time because I have really bad feet. This time of year, I wear socks with my Crocs. Thought I made a rhyme. Anyway, so the earlier today, as people know, we've had a little bit of snow, we've had a little bit of ice, and because of our weather, the way it works, we get a wind from the east that smacks the crap out of us. Last night we had, I think, a 58-mile-an-hour gust, and that's like 90 kilometers per hour, I think. Anyway, so when it is smacking ice and snow at the front of your house, one of the problems that happens is you sort of get locked into your house by ice and snow. So I'm doing it a favor for the neighbor across the street because across the street they have no power. I got power, but they have two little budgies, and he's like, I don't think they can survive another night. Will you take the budgies in? And I'm like, yes, of course I'll take the budgies in. I'm concerned about them going out in the 20-degree weather, but sure, I'll take the budgies in. So anyway, I was opening the front door so that they would be able to bring the budgies in their cage. And I'm just going to tell you right now that walking in deeper snow with Crocs on will make your feet very, very cold when the snow gets into the holes of your Crocs and attaches itself to your socks. So the snow gets into the holes in the Crocs and attaches itself to your socks. I feel like I've been reading a children's book. So, my friend, if you do, if you do happen to own a pair of Crocs and you live in an area that is snowy, do not wear your Crocs with holes in them into the snow. Now I have to confess, this is not the first time that I've learned this lesson. But I didn't think it would be that bad this time. But you know what? It was. It was very, very bad. It wasn't fun. But anyway, so yes. But anyway, but going back to the guy who was walking through the poo on his floor somewhere in Russia in his Crocs was not as disgusting as the look of the toilet that that Mocker sent, which was in the same video. Now there are things that I want to talk to Mockers about tonight, and hopefully will. I think I'm in trouble now because I think we're going back to one of the B's here. I think we're going back to a B. I think we are going to go and discuss the bags. So, how's the cheap wine holding up there, Linda? Did you open the bag yet?
Well, I think I might have to send you some used.
It's not cheap wine, it's just boxed.
It's boxed.
Okay.
Well, or bottled cheap wine. Remember Annie Green Springs? There was some other ones too. Anyway, yeah, I just, if you need me to mail you some empty wine bags and empty wine boxes and some duct tape, those might be better to make shoes out of than Crocs. Just saying.
Oh my god, that would be so freaking funny. Oh, that would be absolutely hilarious. Oh my god. Yeah, have another bottle of cheap wine. Have another box of cheap wine there, Linda. You're full of great ideas. How about if I just wrap my feet in duct tape? You know what I'll do? Oh, that's what I'll do. I will take an old pair because I do have the previous pair of Crocs that I bought in like 2010. These I might have bought in like 2016, 2017, maybe 2018. I don't know. So I bought them a while ago. But I think I have the previous pair of 2010 Crocs or pre 2010 Crocs. And if I wrap them in duct tape, then they may be more waterproof. Anyway.
I think you've got a there. I would put a plastic bag around first and then the duct tape, wrap them in duct tape. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You're talking to a pro here.
Yeah. Oh, good Lord. Help me, Dave.
Well,
Help me, Dave.
I'm trying to. Duct tape is the handyman secret weapon, though. You can repair most anything with it. One thing you can't repair though is mockers trying to kick me out of my seat. I'll duct tape. I can duct tape myself to my wheelchair, and she'll still be able to push me, roll me out on the hill into oncoming traffic, hopefully. So I will take my leave and let mockers come on up here and give us the numbers on the boom report and all those other tales of woe that she probably has for us. But before I go, please retweet the space. Let people know that I am no longer contaminating the airwaves, and that everything is safe. You can come listen to MriyaReport without me getting an worming my way into your brain with my lovely voice. Thank you everybody for joining us this evening on the NAPO night shift. And hopefully we did not traumatize you too much. And have a good evening, a good morning, or good afternoon, or whatever day, or whatever time of day it happens to be. For me, it's night, and I'm going to go catch some sleep. So have a good evening, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam Slava.
And Slavi, no, I was not using my Crocs as a spaghetti strainer.
I'm sorry. I had to make sure.
No, I was not. No. I said I have bad feet, and the only thing that makes it so that I can walk a little bit are Crocs. And they're old Crocs, but I wore them into the snow today, Slavi. I wore them into the snow.
You
Because
forgot that they had big old holes in them everywhere.
Well, yeah, of course she knows they got holes in them everywhere. She sent me freaking Crocs being used as a spaghetti strainer.
No, I mean, did you forget?
No, did I forget? No, I
walking
fully
about
wear
in
my
snow.
Crocs. No,
That's a good point, Mockers. That's a good point. Prince Heather,
No,
please explain yourself.
I was angry. I was frustrated. I didn't have time to go look for my closed-toed Crocs. Not my Crocs that don't have holes in them. Yes, I do have Crocs that don't have holes in them too. So laugh at me even more.
Oh boy. Can I make just a public service announcement? If you're gonna do Crocs, just go with Birkenstocks. They're original Jerusalem cruisers. I'm sure Yehuda would agree with all of us. It's just better to do Birkenstocks, not Crocs. There you go.
Yes.
Jerusalem cruisers, by the way. That I haven't heard that in a while. Goodness me.
Right?
But now I will do like a little public service announcement. Now I know Crocs are still doing business in Russia, so we do not need to support Crocs. But I do have a friend that bejewels them for drag queens. I am not kidding.
Gross.
I mean, what? Did you say gross? Did somebody say gross? That's hilarious. No, seriously. And actually, the the gift that Slavi sent me of the Croc being used as a spaghetti strainer, I know a drag queen who got orange Crocs like that. Those are orange, and they put orange rhinestones all over those Crocs. They wear them so proudly. They really do. And it's absolutely very interesting. I know people who have yellow yellow rhinestoned Crocs. Yes, I am not kidding. What?
Sweetie, I need to ask.
What?
Are the Russians missing 2 aircraft? Because when I went to bed,
Yeah,
there was a lot of excitement.
I don't know. Mockers. I was the last person you talked to last night, wasn't I?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And so you have a clue. And things did not improve. But so I have no
you're
clue.
probably not the best person to ask.
I am not the best person to ask. In fact, it's a question that has been sort of burning in my mind. And I know Will has his hand up. You're going to come up as co-host, but Loves Democracy has her hand up. So let us finish the Croc subject, which I think is probably what Love Democracy wants to ask about. And then we will go to Will, who will probably tell us all about Russian planes falling out of the sky. Loves Democracy.
Is it okay if I mention something about going to retweeting I'm going to do it anyway, you see. so I went to retweet like you asked, and I forgot to mention this the last time I went to go retweet. But in like in for me, and I don't know if it'll show up for everybody or if it's like per person, but like right smack in the middle of all the replies is an ad for the Epic Times, which is advertising a free movie about the real story about January 6th, which of course implies that it's the lying, nothing happened. And so I just find it funny that this disinformation is sitting right in the middle of all of our replies. So, anyway, that's what I was going to mention. I didn't want to make fun of your Crocs. That would just be, well, too easy. Thank you.
You know, I even have a pair of dress Crocs that I used to wear with a tuxedo at one point. Mockers, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, no need, loves democracy, because most of us watched it live. There we go. I'm being up. There we go. Here I am. I am back in position for the day. So, shall we go to Will?
Yes, I think we shall. Or unless, yeah, I think we shall. William, it is currently 2:40 or 2:20 p.m. in the Workers' Paradise, Perth, Australia. Please enlighten us, young man.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, so all's right in the world. Mockers is plugged into her spot, and yeah, I was surprised we didn't talk about this much earlier, but of course we were distracted with things like, well, I mean, play it back, Mockers. It got a little bizarre in here earlier today, and I'm just going to go ahead and blame Dave.
It was
But
eggs, bags, and buttholes.
yeah,
That
let's yeah. Uh-huh. I understand that, but you'll have to play that back, Mockers, because while entertaining and enlightening in a very twisted way, didn't cover much of the news of the day, which was that of course these two planes went missing. Now I'm just going to say went missing for the first bit, because you should uh, collect your own information and analyze numbers of different sources. But from the sources that are available to us, it would appear that two planes, but both that you noted probably just before you went to bed, the first announcements were that an IL-22 observation command and control air platform and an A-50 AWACS plane both went missing over the Sea of Azov. Now that's not quite true, because the AWACS plane did go down, or did disappear from radar and went missing, but the IL-22 called in an emergency call to the tower and asked for and made a controlled landing at Anapa, and had ambulance and firefighters on deck to receive that plane when it landed. So I think probably both we'll call both those planes lost, but the IL-22 did land. I don't know whether or not it will be damaged beyond repair, or they'll repair it. But the A-50, she go poof, poof, disappear. So no calls, no show, no further news on the Russian side, and some of the Russian telegraph channels are tentatively talking about it in the past tense as if it happened. So I'd suggest that this A-50 was lost. Interestingly, there are only, and remember when the one was hit in Belarus in April, long time ago, that we were finding out how many of these there were around at the time. But numbers varied between about 6 and 9, still serviceable. So one of these being lost could be a big deal. This is a airborne early warning and control thing, aircraft that can be used for tracking and targeting air targets, or tracking and targeting ground targets. depending on how you where you set the radar scope and how it's pointed. So where they're hit, whether or not this is the thing that suggests this would be a missile kill is that that both of these planes shot down in a very similar time period. Just like the Su-34s, 3 of which were shot down at the same time. But this would be quite a long shot for any air defense that we know of that they've got, if it's ground-based. But a missile kill is something that would possibly be able to just damage and not kill the IL-22. Because it's a prop driven plane. It's got plenty of airfoil. It's not a particularly fast plane, but pretty aerodynamic. So the reports of people being injured on the plane and needing going to have to do some sort of controlled crash landing, so they wanted to fire an emergency there as well. Suggest maybe a missile hit and shredded through the plane a bit, injured some parties on board. I think it carries up to 11 personnel at the same time. It's basically an airborne command and control center. And so those 2 planes being lost at the same time is very interesting and does make one wonder if an M120 missile might not have been used from a Western 4th generation fighter if they have snuck into service, or if they have been very sneaky and gotten a ground-based air defense system in range enough to kill these. So we're still looking at the cause. Who knows when we'll find out. I'm hoping Russia declares something so the GUR can do what they normally do and say, oh, let's go to the video and prove, because Russia will try to downplay it. They'll try to downplay it perhaps as mechanical or something like that. And then GUR will replace, produce cockpit photos of the missiles hitting or something.
Yeah, they've suggested it might have been friendly fire. And I actually think they're doing that because they're embarrassed. And they'd rather be embarrassed by friendly fire than credit Ukrainians with anything in particular.
Right, and that's the other thing. The only things that we know are in range and that Russia has form in doing is shooting down their own planes with their Su-300, S-300, and S-400 systems. So yeah, they're probably playing the info game or the information war game, like you say. Put out a very embarrassing statement that they shot their own $500 million plane down, and see what Russia says, and then let's go to the video, shall we?
Well, we'll find out eventually, but either way, the loss of the is it A50? The loss of that in particular, I think, is significant, shall we say? Chris.
Woo! And Will, you started off your little story the right way there, because you said they shot down 2 planes. Effing hell, Will! What a way to start a week. Now I feel super buff. I'm about to leap out of bed into the shower, full of buffness. Oh! I just thought, now, do I need to do a buff photo? I probably do.
Well, there was some talk yesterday, Chris, as to what could possibly have shot one of these aircraft down. And people were saying, oh, well, could be sneaky Patriot, excuse me. Just woken up. Could be a very sneaky Patriot or something, sneak towards the front to be able to take them out. It could be something with wings that, would get people terribly excited. Or, where was I? I had a really good point there. Oh,
or
yeah.
It could be a Super Buff 200.
It could be an S200. Yes, exactly.
Exactly. That's it. Will, Will, sorry, I needed to know. What you said it landed somewhere. Where did it land? In Russian territory, was that?
So yeah, I think it said it landed in Anapa in Krasnodar.
Okay. And you were saying this was a long shot, right? So what do those things fly at, and how far away? How long a long shot was this for a Patriot?
Well, let's see. The Patriot missile, if it's a PAC-2 or a PAC-3, depending on what it is. Let me just have a quick look and make sure I'm not lying to you, and I'll come right back after RoboCop.
Roger that. Thank you very much.
Well, and while you guys do that, I will say I've got some numbers for you. I'm enjoying them as well. They're pretty decent. So feel free to go ahead, do some retweeting, wake up your kids, all of that. Maybe don't wake up your kids actually. RoboCop, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just wondering why it couldn't be Zelensky's secret weapon that shot them down. Nobody
Because he
thought.
kept his trousers on. I don't know. Sorry. But yeah, it is true that the Ukrainians are developing all sorts of their own capabilities. One of which is the additional EW. Loads of different types of drones, very innovative, and missiles. I mean, like we say, the Super Buff 200, Chris, or at least that's what we call it. That was obviously, it was defunct. It was ready for recycling or binning, whatever they do with these things. And they've managed to, well, make use of any that they've had. And I just think that's total genius. Slavy, go ahead.
Yeah, United States, I'm looking at you. If you're not going to provide us with any anti-missiles, well, we're gonna create our own. So here it is. You're witnessing it, hopefully.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? That, if you want something doing properly, in the UK, we have a nice saying: if you want something doing properly, do it your damn self, because then you know it's done. You know what I mean? You don't listen to other people's promises. You don't worry about other people's time or, whether they're going to be in agreement. Just do it your darn self, and then you know it's done. And well, I'm a big believer in that. I really am. It's just something that, if you want it doing properly to your standards, let's just say, right, I hate washing up like pots, but if somebody else does it, I have to rewash them. Okay, my mother doesn't wash up as thoroughly as I do. Okay, that's the problem. She comes round, she goes, "Oh, I'll do this for you," and I'm like, "Please don't, because you just don't do it to my standard. So sorry." And that's my darned mother. It's terrible, I know, but yeah. Anyway, you want something doing right? Do it yourself. That's how you get it right. Oh, sorry. I'm still very, very into all these videos of flooding and freezing and fire as well. All these elements. I've just realised I just like the elements, don't I? Water, air, fire. I'm just an elemental lover.
Earth, wind, and
Love it.
fire.
Oh yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Savvy. Was that what you needed to say, or did you have more?
No, I was just gonna say, who is better than Ukrainians to get the job done? Because Ukrainians, if you think about it, have been fighting the Russians for hundreds and hundreds of years. So they know, we know what Russians are all about, how to piss them off, we know the ins and outs of them. So if anybody better to defeat the Russians is Ukrainians, and we know how to do that. just that. So yeah, I mean, I'm happy if not confirming it, but if there are weapons developed to counter the Russian weapons today, Ukrainians will know how to do it because they know how Russians are thinking, the ins and outs of everything that they do. It's Ukrainians, not NATO, not United States. It's Ukrainians. We just know. We know because we have hundreds and hundreds years of history with them. Okay, that's all what I wanted to say. Thanks, Mockers.
No problem, sweetie. Also, thinking about it, you know, you're right. It is Ukrainians that are devising all this. I mean, you know, we've handed Ukrainians some stuff. We've taught them how to use it. We've given them an idea of what tactics a NATO army would use, and they've kind of gone, yeah, okay, so we'll take some bits of that. We'll take some bits of that, and we'll take your weapons. Thank you very much. And we'll do it slightly differently. And you know, it works out. It works out really well. In fact, they are teaching us how to win a war against the Russians, as far as I can tell. Oh, you dropped out on me. You're coming back. But yeah, did you catch that? That, you know, we've told them sort of everything that we do, and it would appear that the Ukrainian armed forces have gone, yeah, okay, we've tried that, and now we're going to do it our way. Do it, you know, do it in a way that actually works for yourselves. And well, that's important as well. Somebody can tell you how to do something all day long, but they're not the one doing it, are they? Will, welcome back.
Yeah, so if this was a Patriot kill, if this was an air defense kill, the longest range thing is 160 kilometers. That is the Patriot PAC-2 missile. But you know, I'll just note that the AIM 120D also has 160 kilometer range. So if you're already in the air, it can be farther. The thing that interests me about this that I took a while to search for earlier is that the reports are that this plane, the AWACS plane, was shot down right after it left Kirilivka. I was in Kirilivka, and this is the first thing. Have to keep searching because, like a lot of places in Ukraine, there are a number of Kirilivkas. But Kirilivka in Zaporizhia is where they said that in the follow-up messages that it was, as soon as it took off from that area, it was hit. Which suggests a couple of things. It suggests that somebody was using some pretty serious look-down radar to be able to detect this target as soon as it took off from the ground, and then use something to shoot it down that had enough range. And I find it very strange. Sorry?
I've got a theory.
Okay. But I do find it very strange that an AWACS would take off from that area, particularly since there's no military airfield close to there that I can find.
Well, here's my little theory. Right. About maybe a week ago, maybe not even that long, Ukrainians attacked a number of installations in Crimea, and one of the things they said that they had affected was the Russians' friend or foe identification system. And so you say it would be unusual for an aircraft to come out of that direction. And so if they weren't expecting it, suddenly there's an aircraft in their airspace. Well, their friend or foe detection is not working properly. Whoops. That could have been a big mistake, couldn't it?
Yeah, and so these things together, the extreme long range that it would have to be an air defense takedown by the Ukraine, and the fact that we just don't know anything enough about F-16 availability to suggest it is that. It looks exactly like that to me, like a friendly fire incident, maybe due to a GUR hack or a special warfare operations hack or spoof or something like that. But yeah, I'm leaning more toward Russian air defense shoot down of its own. That was my guess earlier as well.
Yeah, I just recall this report specifically stating, you know, that their friend or foe system was affected. And, well, that would certainly explain a few things, would it not? Especially considering, yeah, the long range, the fact that they were hitting the air, that sort of thing, makes you think that it might just have been a terrible accident. How awful. Now we know that the IL, whatever it is, got hit in air. Oh, sorry, I missed out a word then. Got hit in the air, and I'm assuming that that's something that you maybe wouldn't do at massively long range. I don't know. I'm just thinking it would be more difficult at a long range, I expect. Whereas, you know, a nearby air defense system firing off could very well have caused damage to that.
Yes, plus the fact that the reason why this smells a bit like air defense to me is because let's say there was an S-400 system in near the Kerch Bridge, and this IL-22 was flying out of Krasnodar and over the Sea of Azov, and I don't know where the A-50 took off from, but maybe it was somewhere in the air near Kurilivka. If it was, you're right in the hot box where an air defense system, if it was fired at the wrong targets, could take two planes out there, and the second of those planes, which would be over the body of the Sea of Azov, might use the Anapa airport, right? It might fly there. Otherwise, I would have expected it to go someplace like Yezhk, which we've seen before. You know, you're looking at if a crash or a emergency landing is going to go to the closest airport. So the closest airport to this place, if this was the closest airport, Anapa, then I would have expected that IL-22 was over the Sea of Azov, like right in the center of it, and a misfiring for whatever reason, air defense system just near the Kerch Bridge on the west side of the bridge in Crimea could hit both of those targets easily from there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think they're so scared of aircraft in the sky that they don't expect, because they're waiting for F-16s, aren't they?
Well, and remember when the Feodosia strike on the LST took place, there was an immediate delegation from Moscow down to the Kerch area to kick some ass in relation. Some people were going to lose their jobs and possibly go to prison over the air defense fail in Kerch at that time. So let's say some people got replaced. People are on a heightened attention. You know, people are shoot first, ask questions later. They're not as competent, whatever. That is a more plausible scenario than a long range PAC-2 missile hit, which would require them basically to take the Patriot missile launcher and system right up to the zero line almost.
Which seems implausible. Yeah, exactly. I find it much more plausible that they've shot their own down, although they do claim that sometimes when they're trying not to be embarrassed that they've been hit by Ukraine. But I do think, looking at all the circumstances, they're very likely, as far as I can see. And unless there's something in the game that I don't know about, I think they shot them down themselves, which is even funnier, because that means Ukraine didn't need to do anything. They just had a gift handed to them. Can you imagine being in the Ukrainian Air Force and you hear this and you're like, did we do that? Well, no, none of us are in that area. None of us are up there. Well, in that case, thanks very much. Slavi?
I like to say Russians shooting down Russians is a win for humanity. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes. There's a meme somewhere, and it just says "Let them fight," and yeah, I'm sort of that's how I feel. When I see these Russians sort of fighting with one another, I do find that yeah.
Well, it just
Entertain-
shows Russian culture and how silly they are. I'm gonna reserve the word stupid or dumb, but there you go.
Oh, there's other words I could think of, but you're right. They are a tad silly. Now then, Fighter Bomber did eventually come out and say something, because a lot of people were waiting for him to comment, you know, Eternal Flight Brothers and all that. However, he has commented about it being a tragedy, and it's a tragedy of a scale, you know, a large scale. So whoever is there, we most likely will not know who is to blame for the death of the pilots. To the dead, eternal flight. Sorry, to the wounded, speedy recovery and a return to duty, of course, because that's, you know, the main thing. And anyway, he said, we should ask for specifics from the Moscow region, and it's still worth trying to return to the roots when tank crews were commanded by actual tank crews, pilots were commanded by pilots, and aircraft gunners by aircraft gunners. It definitely won't get any worse. Oh dear. I like that little comment on the end. It definitely won't get any worse. In other words, it's getting worse all the time. Sorry. A little bit of despair there. That cheered me right up. So yeah, a little bit of despair. Oh dear. Now, this might be why they're not commanded by the right people. Just, you know, some guy who said point that way and fire, because yeah, they keep losing people. Now then, I'm just, you know, if we look at all the lieutenants and commanders and what have you, it seems that these people are being lost. And remember how we said this would start to make a real effect on the Russian sort of, well, not just morale, but also, you know, just having a clue. Because if these guys are not having a clue, and they're taught by somebody else who doesn't really have much of a clue, when you go out there, you're going to be clueless. Yeah. So it's just a case of, so some guy from an office is going, you guys, you're tank commanders. This is the front of the tank. This is the back of the tank. Well done. You've passed. And that seems to be pretty much the training that they've been getting. Can you drive a larder? Yeah, you can drive this then. So yeah, it's just a disaster of growing proportions. And the fact that they have people who are not proper trainers or commanders ordering them around, who don't know their job, that's going to make things more difficult. I know it's quite important to have somebody who knows what they're doing and knows the job, being the instructor or the commander, because there's no point them asking for something that can't be done, is there? Well, it would seem their capabilities, the Russians' capabilities, are gradually decreasing. Now, we did see a little note from, here we go, Mykola Oleshchuk, commander of Ukraine's Air Force. And he just wrote in his Telegram channel, this is for Dnipro, burn in hell. So I don't know what he's referring to, but, well, like I say, I don't know what shot those aircraft down, but if it was something Ukrainian, then, ooh, exciting times, because, well, that would mean there's every possibility of doing it again, yes. We like repeatable disasters for the Russians, if we can repeat those disasters for them. So yeah, it is sounding as though yeah, the reasons of the possible failure of a friend or foe system. So that is what I was talking about, wasn't it? That I remember them having damage to that system and it being specifically noted sometime last week. So nice. Oh, you'll be glad to know the important stuff is being looked after by Russia. You can imagine that this morning, probably lots of concerns about, cold residents and, heating and water supply and stuff like that. So can you imagine what they've done in Moscow today to make things better? Well, I'll just tell you, because you'll never guess. They've put up an electronic billboard next to the main road displaying Putin quoting, "Russia's borders do not end anywhere." Yes, exactly. That's perfect for the morning commute, that. Slavi, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing my ass off over here. I thought you were gonna say they just started a fire to make the atmosphere a little bit warmer, but they didn't, of course. They put they put up a sign of Putin, classical Russians. But I just wanted to say something else. We talked about this a little bit earlier, how Ukrainians do. They always add a little bit sprinkle of humor to everything that they do, and that's just Ukrainians for you, and that's why we love them so much. But yeah, and Russians never do anything with humor. Clearly, there's nothing funny with what they've done with Putin. Like, I thought they were gonna say something about the fires to play it off, at least, play off the constant fires that are happening, but they didn't. I would say it like at least it's making you a little bit warmer. But no, okay, maybe that they need to get a little bit of Ukrainian humor, a sprinkle of it at least. But all right.
Well,
Well,
I was going to say we found the Putin poster funny, but maybe not the Russians, eh? Sorry, go on, Prince.
all I was gonna say was my first guess was gonna be they lit the Kremlin on fire so everybody could roast weenies. That would be really good,
I like that. I like that.
right? That'd be a
It's
fun
going in
one.
the suggestion box. That one going in the suggestion box.
Will,
The worst part, folks, is that it's not even original bullshit propaganda. This is the exact same poster that they put up in Estonia about 3 months ago. Remember when Estonia had that billboard up that offended Russians, and so Russians put up their own poster about the border, threatening them, essentially threatening Estonia. The borders of Russia don't end anywhere. They end wherever we say they do. That kind of thing. It's jingoistic crap that's been recycled because they don't have anything useful to say about the fact that people are freezing to death, essentially.
Their own people.
Indeed, that's a good point. Maybe they've put that poster up in front of the local cemetery or something. Hide it. Tarixis, go ahead, my lovely.
Morning, and thank you for hosting you all. Well, the borders might have been, they're getting smaller. I saw pictures from Belgrade. They put up concrete bricks, large concrete bricks around bus stops to protect people from Ukraine attacking. So it looks more like a war zone than Kiev does. It's yeah.
I did notice that they've got an awful lot of sandbags, haven't they? Which good for them. They've got an awful lot of sandbags. But one of the things which I found pretty hilarious was within Ukraine, in some places, I think it was sort of on the way to Belgorod. At one point, they found some fortifications that they built. And these fortifications were built with concrete, but instead of actually, you know, mixing the concrete and then laying it in blocks or whatever, they'd been given bags of concrete. So they just stacked up the bags of concrete like you would sandbags, which I thought was hilarious, because obviously you could have made quite a lot of concrete out of the stuff in the bags. But yeah, apparently just building them up, building up the full bags into a wall of yeah, that worked just as well. And I suppose it would, but it made me laugh that they couldn't even be bothered to do anything with it. They were like, here's some concrete, lads. And they were like, well, how are we going to pour it into a structure? And they were like, don't know. You figure it out. Okay. That's how they figured it out. To Rix's.
Yeah, and the people from Belgium were wondering if this 3-day military operation was really worth it. And what happened to at Kursk last night? Do you know, Marcus?
Well, there were 4 loud explosions in Kursk last night. So, well, that much I know. Now, we are... Sorry, there's so many good memes about this Air Force, by the way. Yeah, so the 4 large booms that happened in Kursk. Let me just see, because I am like this sometimes. I'll like bookmark it, even if I've just like, you know, sort of like half asleep, what have you. But I didn't. Oh. And it didn't save the thing I bookmarked about 10 minutes ago. Oh, awesome. Okay. So maybe my bookmarks are not having a good day. However, I did hear that there were 4 explosions. So let's just have a little... everyone got very excited about these aircraft. And an A-50 being at the bottom of the sea, I suppose, is very exciting. So 8 hours ago, there was video evidence from one of these, you know, static cameras that shows just a view of the street. You hear a big boom, you see all the car alarms go off. Don't know whether that was, you know, an interception. Now, there were 4 explosions, and the Russians stated they had intercepted 3 missiles. So they never mentioned the 4th one at all, which suggests to me that they're, you know, just pretending not to mention it. Green Witch, my lovely, welcome up.
I'm so excited to see the Green Witch. I'm so excited to see the Green Witch. Hi, Green Witch.
Now she can't hear us or answer us, perhaps. Watch her have a terrible sticky mic and she just can't speak to us.
Yeah. This is frustrating. Green Witch, speak to me.
Let's go to Terixus for a moment and we'll see if we can fix our witch.
Yeah, I see a rumor, but I'm not... Well, we'll have to see what happens, that the blogger from the Fighter Bomber channel was on board of the plane to make, well, I don't know, an interview or something, or to witness what they do. So that would be nice. Well, no, well, I don't know. He did provide information, but I love Russian military bloggers going down. It would make sense because it took him an awful long time to respond to what happened.
So you think he was on the one that managed to land and what have you?
It doesn't say, one of the two. No, I think he's... The rumor is he's kind of went swimming.
Don't know. We'll have to see, because he has a particular way of speaking, if you know what I mean, and somebody will catch out any weirdos. So Green Witch, my lovely, I'm hoping that you can speak to us.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
There we go.
Hi, Greenwich.
Hi, hello. How are you?
I was very excited to see you. I hope you were well.
Well, I am okay. I am okay. I cannot complain. I came up. I was listening to you, to Nathan Dave earlier, and I was listening at what Mocker said about the cement bags, and I wanted to mention a small detail. So, cement in itself, it doesn't bind if it's too cold. So everything under 10 degrees is difficult to bind, and under 5 degrees Celsius, it's not binding. So it won't stay, right? It won't work. This would have been useful for them in the spring. It's gonna be useful in the in the autumn. It's gonna be useful in the spring, but there is a but. If they gave them the cement bags right now, usually they are from paper, right? Hard paper, something between paper and cardboard. And it makes them very susceptible to moist. So if they use them outside, where is wet, basically they are not going to be usable in any other way during spring. So they couldn't use them right now to make cement. It's too cold. This is why basically most construction stops during winter. Everywhere. It's not just in Russia, but there is colder. So yeah, that would be a thing. And they should have stored it, right, in a dry place until it could be used in the spring. The fact that they didn't, they basically are left with some sort of a rock, because it kind of binds itself, but not enough. But you cannot use it for making cement anymore. So I wanted to add that in, like they wasted everything they had. They couldn't use it right now, but they won't be able to use it in the spring either. Just the way they used it, like sandbags, basically. Does it make sense?
It does, and it's a massive waste, is it not, of construction materials? But Russians.
It is a waste. It is pretty expensive to make. It's hard to get because you have to carry them. They are heavy, and they have to be a certain quality depending on what you want to build. I doubt they sent high quality cement because they didn't need them for like you need for higher structures or for bridges or stuff like that. But nonetheless, it's a waste, right? It's like having I don't know, a car, using it instead of a car, using it as a sleigh, right? It's a usage, but it's not how what it was meant to be used. And it would be much more productive to use it as a car later on. But I suppose if they didn't know, because that's one of the things, right? If you never worked with such a material and you don't know it will spoil if you let it outside, in the rain and snow and stuff like that, you think it's okay. We cannot use it right now, but we will use it in the spring. And then you find out in the spring it's gone. And that's one thing. How should I put this? You were talking earlier about specialists. This is where know-how and specialists come in, right? They tell you what to do in order not to waste materials and not to do dumb stuff, right? Basically.
They do lots of dumb stuff, don't they? I think we've established that now. So yeah, this is well, it's just a continuation of how things have been going for them, really. Yeah, kind of silly, but well, good luck to them. Karen, welcome up.
Well, good morning. Oh, actually, it's not morning. It's 10:04 p.m. in Alaska. I have a question for you about an event that you may have already covered. I've been doing other things. A family member pressured me to stay away from the internet today, and I so I did other things besides the internet. I didn't stay away completely. But anyway, you know, the fire in St. Petersburg that we talked about a couple of days ago. I'm hearing now from a couple people that it was caused by migrant workers who were opposing forced mobilization into the Russian armed forces. And that there had been a dragnet set up in the Wild Berries parking lot that was going to constrict these people as soon as they got off work. And I wondered, I just wanted to check out, kind of bounce that off the wall to see if you heard anything to verify that, or if it's just this one source.
Well, I think there are 3 or 4 different narratives being put out. The main one is the building did not have any certification for habitation by people, and it didn't seem to have a sprinkler system installed or anything like that. So there's that they're investigating at the moment. There was a lot of talk about whether or not it was the migrant workers who set it off. They said everybody got out, but I believe there's 16 staff members missing. So maybe everybody didn't get out. Yeah, they've put out like 4 wild theories, and this is just one of them, basically. Don't think that there was anybody waiting in the car park for them, but I do know that there was a raid on that particular Wild Berries warehouse, a couple of days before. There'd also been issues with the fire alarm being set off at this place a number of times in the week before, following a fire drill. And so they turned the fire alarms off. That might have also been a contributing factor. So yeah, it looks as though basically massive comedy of errors, and could have been a disgruntled employee setting the fire in the first place. But there's suggestion that in this sort of place, you know, any fire that wasn't dealt with quickly would have been pretty catastrophic, because they had no fire control methods at all. It would appear. I don't know. I didn't see anybody with a fire extinguisher either, put it that way. And the people, you know, being led out didn't have access to just leave either. They were all searched on their way out just to check that they weren't stealing anything. Ridiculous.
Well, let me, could you tell me, what has your experience been with these 2 sources that I got the story from? One of them is a Carl Bildt, B-I-L-D-T, and the other is a John Sweeney. have you heard of either of these sources, or are
Well,
they
John
just
Sweeney is a journalist. I know that much.
John Sweeney is okay? Is he reliable?
Well, I don't know. I would imagine that his pieces are reliable, because he, would research them properly and stuff. But at the moment, it's several rumours as to how that thing burnt down.
Yeah.
But basically, massive comedy of errors that they, it wouldn't have been that bad had they prepared properly.
Yes, it's usually more than one thing with a conflagration like that. Well, thank you.
I still vote that it was Yevgeny who was in the smoking room.
Well,
with
that's
a
right.
cigarette.
Evgeny was in the smoking room with a cigarette at the time.
Yes. Yes. And my
According to
understanding is,
witnesses.
yes, according to witnesses, Yevgeny was in the smoking room at the time, and Yevgeny apparently is still missing. Maybe he just failed the search and had to stay. I don't know.
Well, either way, Evgeny's missing.
Yes, he is. And
Linda.
I think, I
Yeah,
think
go on.
Linda got through another bag of wine. So Linda, how are you?
I need to place an emergency order. I just wanted to say, yeah, John Sweeney, unless somebody hijacked his account, he is highly reliable, given that, I mean, anything could happen, I mean, sometimes people get stuff wrong, but in general, he's highly reliable. And then Carl Bildt, as I recall, I don't remember what country, I think he's an ex-diplomat and also highly reliable. I want to say Sweden, but I could be totally wrong. Might be Germany. But yeah, I think he's ex-diplomat. And again, unless somebody hijacked, his account. So I just wanted to add that. And yeah, I'm waiting for my delivery any moment.
I'm glad they deliver 24 hours a day where you live. Cheap alcohol right to your door.
Yana, welcome up, my lovely.
Thank you, Makars. Good morning. First of all, mic check. I have some thing in my ear. I hope it works.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, yeah, Linda already said that, but I also wanted to react to Karen's question, especially about John Sweeney. He used to be a BBC journalist. He is very reliable. I know of him. He had been doing a lot of reporting about Scientology, about the cults. And he actually has been in Ukraine since the beginning of the invasion. He has been reporting from Ukraine. I'm not sure exactly where he is now, but you can recognize him by his orange hat. He always wears an orange, like a cap. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that. And I didn't know Carl personally. I might have done if I'd have seen his account. But yeah. So thank you for clarifying that. But it is one of a few narratives. Sorry, Prince, go ahead.
There was a time that John Sweeney was on the MriyaReport.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to say that. Exactly, you're right, Prince. He was our guest.
Yes, he was. It was quite a while ago, but yes, he was.
Of course. Now then, would we like some numbers?
Can I give you just one?
Sure.
Can I say like 3 words? I just Googled. Carl Bildt is the former Prime Minister of Sweden. There we go. Yeah. Okay, bye.
Lovely stuff. Excellent. I'm glad we figured all that out. Let us now do some numbers because I'm quite excited. We have across the top line 980 liquidated personnel. 14 tanks. Getting up there again, isn't it? 20 armored personnel vehicles, 24 artillery systems. I really don't know how the Russians are keeping up with this rate of attrition. 1 MLRS, 2 anti-air systems. Awesome. 4 UAVs and 1 cruise missile. Quiet day in the air. Well, until the end of the day. 31 vehicles and fuel tanks. Lovely. I love to see logistical stuff get hammered. And of course, 3 more special equipment. Because, you know, special. And there've been there've been a lot of well, you know, people going, oh, the numbers have gone down a bit. Oh, you know, we've gone down to a lower average, and well, we haven't really, have we? That's very high numbers in all cases. So just goes to show, doesn't it, that they're you know, still dealing with an awful lot of Russian attacks, put it that way. I've just seen something brilliant. Has anybody here seen Donnie Darko?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, with the rabbit mask, the slightly creepy
of
rabbit
course.
mask. Yeah. So, Serbian protesters, especially students, took to the streets of Belgrade wearing rabbit masks. The reason being, Vucic had mocked them for running away like rabbits from the police. So they've all turned up now in these like slightly creepy white rabbit masks that they remind me of that Donnie Darko mask anyway. It's turned into a thing. They've made it into their identity, which I think is just really funny. I've just seen loads of them walking down the street in all these rabbit masks, looking slightly terrifying. So yeah, he's created a monster. Just thought that was a beautiful thing. Sometimes, you know, you've got to use these things to your advantage. Now then, I do have a little bit of information from the 2 majors about these aircraft. So I know 2 majors write quite a lot, and sometimes they're even believable. So they say, at night over the Sea of Azov, our IL-22M air command post was shot down. The plane crashed. Several crew members were wounded. In the same area, an A-50 airborne early warning and control aircraft has been shot down. The preliminary cause was friendly fire. The reasons for the failure of the friend or foe system are unknown. So that's what they're now claiming. And it would seem quite plausible, actually, considering we know that they had damage to that system within the last week. And yeah, well, that would be just the most ridiculous thing to have happened, but not implausible. Understandable that they could do that because, well, they do these things, don't they? But what makes me laugh the most is that these 2 aircraft, right? Early warning and detection. They're supposed to find stuff. They're supposed to be looking out for something. Didn't notice they had a missile fired towards them. I don't know. Sometimes you just have to shake your head, don't you? Sometimes you just have to shake your head.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do when I see a super buff picture this morning, because I know it's gonna come and it's not gonna. Anyway,
I've already seen it. Yes, indeed.
did he do the super buff picture again?
Of course he did. However, I'm going to add a little bit more to this now. So, there were apparently snowstorms in Crimea yesterday. I remember seeing some videos actually of snowstorms in Crimea. So, now then, if the radar was shot down by Ukraine, this means that it was probably operating too close to the front and it had its radar on, which would allow it to be easily targeted. However, there has been a lot of ground-based radars that have been taken out recently. And there is every possibility that they would use something like this to cover for that loss. Now, ground-based radars would have also been affected by the weather. And obviously, without those radars, Ukrainian RAF could work a lot more fearlessly, basically. And it's a sign that Russia may be running out of long-range ground radars and has been using the A-50 to fill in some gaps. It's a suggestion. What do you reckon, Will? Do you reckon that's plausible? I like that.
Yes. Yes, plausible. Well, I mean that you're doing exactly what we do in incident investigation. Put together a timeline, put together scraps of evidence you've got time stamped, run them all together, and then start to say what is the most plausible scenario for what caused this, and then you go back through it multiple times and you ask yourself a bunch of questions and determine why what happened. So, and your theory has to has to incorporate all the evidence gathered, and then at some point your most plausible theory becomes the established cause to people who it matters to, say a court or the owner of a company. Sometimes you can't narrow it down 100%, especially when evidence gets lost and things. So you have to come up with a most plausible scenario rather than a definite this happened. And so yeah, exactly right. But plausible scenario is the exactly correct term to use.
Thank you. See, it always helps when people give me info. Xerxes.
It's deduction. Yeah, and those AWAC and the A-50, the other one, the AWACS type plane. So they had 9 at the start of the war, and only 6 were upgraded to the level that it would be comparable to, well, what they, no, not comparable, but what they use it for now. So they had 3, and last year, one of the 3 was hit by a UAV and is not working anymore. So this is the second which is not working anymore. So they only have 1 left, and they need it for their missile attacks. So I'm really curious what will happen with the overnight missile attacks the next few days, to see if there's any change.
That is a good point. I did say they were running out of these, but I didn't believe that they were running out that much. So that is awkward for them, isn't it? Yeah. Well, we shall see. It would be lovely if they lost their capability to fire missiles, wouldn't it? Coffee. Right. So I have a nice little excerpt from one of the Russian channels that I thought I'd bring you because I like this sort of gossip. We are not only fighting with the rude word for Ukrainians, but also with our own. Are you now? I like to hear this. We are at war with our own laziness, stupidity, pride, deceit, sloppiness. Did I say stupidity, carelessness, negligence, and the main thing in the army, which is their general impunity? And it is precisely from this army that probably half of our total losses come from. Oh, it almost sounds like they're becoming self-aware. But I'm not sure it will change much. You know, they like to complain, but I do like these complaints. I do like to read them because just goes to show, doesn't it, that they're starting to see their shortcomings. I mean, self-awareness is not a real strong point for them, a bit like a psycho ex-boyfriend. And they do like to prefer to blame everybody else for their problems. But it would appear every so often somebody does wake up and realise that, well, are we the baddies? It's something that, you know, it's one of those things that every so often you see somebody say, could it have been us? Nice. The Wild Berries Warehouse, by the way. Oh, sorry, I've got to laugh at this. I've got to send you this in the background here, folks. There we go. Right, so feel free to look at that. But the firemen, some firemen did turn up to the fire, and they made a point of rescuing items for selfies. Now, oh gosh, apparently at the Wild Berries Warehouse, you can buy everything, even, you know, items for self-pleasure, let me put it that way. And they found some of these and took some important selfies with them, as you might imagine. So, yeah, enjoy that. Typical, really. Now then, residents of Kursk, we heard that there were some booms in Kursk, and you know me, I'd like to investigate these. So residents in Kursk either believe rockets or a drone hit the region. It's highly suspicious, as the governor has just told people not to panic because it's only air defense. Now, obviously, we hear that a lot, so we'll let you know what else comes out of that. So there was another fire last night, however, very close to where the Wild Berries Warehouse was, which, you know, seems slightly suspicious, doesn't it? But this was the Pushkinsky district of St. Petersburg, thought to be a sawmill company. And I would say that that's probably very flammable. Now, I did say that 16 people had been declared missing at Wild Berries. Well, this is typical of Russia. It seems like that might have been a fib. So there were, of course, no injuries in the Wild Berries fire, except now the whereabouts of 49 people who worked at the warehouse are still unknown. So much so that the company has set up a hotline for the worried relatives. So that sounds as though there, well, 49 people missing. Not the everybody escaped unharmed after all story. So a bit more about Kursk. So locals seemed skeptical that air defense had worked, it would appear, especially as there were some bright flashes that didn't appear to be in the air. So, however, the governor announced all objects were destroyed, and we'll have to keep our eye on the Russian channels today to see if anybody's brave enough to tell us what actually happened. But I'm sure they're going to be able to bury some bad news because of the shooting down of 2 of Russia's air fleet. So the IL-22 did manage to land in Anapa as per intercepted radio messages. But, well, it says here, this could have been wishful thinking to limit the damage to their reputation, as it were. that they might have allowed that to be released, because it sounds as though they're coming into land. And whether they made it or not is a different matter. So the only update after that was that they were saying it was possibly friendly fire. Oh dear. So they then came back and they said the IL-22 did manage to land with injured persons on board, although there's no conclusive proof of that. And there's no conclusive proof of the A-50 being downed, although we're pretty sure that definitely happened because, well, they're a bit sad about it. They're a bit sad about it today. And the they have made a statement about it. In fact, it's a proper Budanov statement. We confirm the fact. We do not comment on the means used. So that's a strong and lengthy statement from the WHO. And so that's the main Directorate of Intelligence, in case you need to know. But they have basically confirmed that both aircraft were hit. So in the meantime, of course, Russians destroyed some grain hangars. Yes, that's right. A night attack on grain hangars. There were guards who were there, but there were no casualties, luckily, because there was nobody inside the buildings. It's a mess, though. It's definitely a mess. So, just pointing out that, there's a lot of difference on both sides, I would say. So there's no news like good news at the moment. But basically, Russians are sad today. Russians are very sad. They cheer about 1,000-kilogram bombs destroying civilian apartments, and when the two planes go down, no, so sad. There were also booms in Belgorod last night. Don't know what they were. Not had a lot of info come back from that at the moment, but it was apparently very loud. So perhaps that will have something come back today. Now then, one thing that's really, really peeing Russia off at the moment, and that's the British. And I'm loving it. I'll tell you a bit more in a minute. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, you can finish. I don't mind listening. Do you want to finish? Okay.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll go on for a bit.
Okay. All right. All right. I'll go ahead. I have run across a story that just I think would be a good movie. There are so many stories like that in Ukraine. Okay, this guy, 52-year-old Igor Volobayev. Okay, he let me tell you how he came to be awarded the Golden Cross of Combat Merit by President Zelensky in May. This man was born in northeastern Ukraine, but he was raised in Moscow. And for many years, he was the main spokesperson for Russia's energy giant Gazprom between 2000 and 2016. He was vice president for the industrial asset development at Gazprom until he went to enlist in Ukraine's war against Russia. Not in Russia's war against Ukraine, but in Ukraine's war against Russia. He said at the time he was joining the Freedom of Russia Legion because he wanted to cleanse himself of his Russian past and help make Russia a free and democratic country. And then it goes on to say more about that, Freedom of Russia League, etc. But he was seriously wounded, but was very fortunate to be transported away. The young boy who saved his life, unfortunately, died. But I just thought it was pretty amazing. This guy apparently had a really cushy job, all right? But he turned his back on that, and he went to the front lines to fight for Ukraine. And like I said, President Zelensky recognized him in May of 2022 when he awarded him the Golden Cross of Combat Merit. But for outstanding personal bravery and courage and carrying out a heroic act. And so he is now very much a wanted man in Russia, very much. But he does intend to return to the front, from what I understand. And he said, I'm not here for the awards. And I just thought that was a pretty amazing story. I do. But I hope you enjoyed it too. I'll stick it in the. I'll tag you with it.
Okay, thanks. Well, yeah, there are some people who've chosen to do that sort of thing, and this guy obviously, yeah, he had a cushy job, but he realised that it was more important to stand up for what's right, and that, in a way, makes him well, it makes him a brother of the Ukrainians. They say that we're a brotherly nation. Well, act like it. And
Well,
there's somebody who's acting like it.
Well, technically, he was born in northeastern Ukraine, so I guess
there
you
you
could
go.
say, yeah. So, but he was raised in Moscow and worked his professional life there. So it must be really hard for Ukrainians that have these mixed identities, and to feel.
Well, let's talk to a Ukrainian, hey? Slavi, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, mockers, for going to me when I said it's definitely not hard for Ukrainians. We're definitely not confused. There's absolutely no confusion about our identity. If anything, we are trying to bring it more forward for the world to be known. But that being said, there are in the Freedom Legion, there's two of them. I forget what they're called. There are some good Russians, not to be confused with the actual good Russians, but there are good Russians that are fighting actually from of the territory of Ukraine. Like we saw it in from the help me out here, guys. Freedom of Russia Legion. They attacked Belgorod. I think this was about a year ago.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And Ilya Ponomarev, which I had he's a Russian. He was the only one in the Duma to go against the annexation of Crimea in 2014. So he is somebody that is a good Russian that is currently hiding out in Ukraine. That is somebody that we should follow and actually like as Ukrainians, and we do. He's very much welcomed in Ukraine. And I think personally, he is really good for Russia to run Russia as a democratic president. But that's up to them to decide. God bless them, whatever. That's up to them. But as far as he's good for Ukraine, he supported Ukraine when annexation happened, and Ukraine supported him in return. So there are some very limited, but some good Russians and very limited Russian politicians that are currently hiding out in Ukraine. So I just wanted to make that very, very clear I'm sure, as you guys know, it's quite easy to check them today where they stand. Only one question you should ask is, what does Crimea, or whom does Crimea belong to? And obviously, if they say Ukraine, then they're good to go. That is how Ukrainians check if you're good to go. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much, Slavi. So they, I'll go back to bigging up the Brits, because one of the things which has come out of British being quite supportive recently is that Russia hates us. Oh, they hate us. We are so the enemy, and which is lovely. I kind of like it, because they can't just reach out and touch us over in England, so it's driving them
Marcus, how
even
much
more
do you
mad.
really love it?
I bloody love it.
Isn't it amazing when Russian actually hate you? It's actually so funny because they have actually nothing to hate you for.
Well,
I have a dream, and my dream is to be banned by Russia for life.
I'm sure anybody is doing this space, you guys are probably banned by Russia because you
Yeah,
got it on Clubhouse.
I want it. Did you? I want it I want it in writing. I want to be able to, like, publish it, and broadcast it, and like make it like my profile picture that I have been banned by Russia for life. And that would make me so happy. That would make me so happy that I worked hard enough for Ukraine to be banned by Russia. I want that.
Who wants to go to that toilet anyway? It's a
Right?
toilet, and they don't even have toilets inside their house. They have to go to the outhouse. Let's be honest here.
I know. I mean, it is truly a dream to be on that Russian sanction list, or the Russian banned list, or whatever list that they have. I would like to be on it. I want to see it in writing, so that I can, like, you know what? If they did that, I may put that on my body as a tattoo. I may put that on my body as a tattoo. Banned in Russia for life. Yes, that would be fabulous. I love tattoos though also. So, it doesn't, well, yeah. I have a can of corn as a tattoo, for God's sake. So, what can I say?
Would you have the sickle and the hammer on the tattoo as well?
No.
Banned by tankies.
That would banned by Nix.
Yeah.
well, you've taken over my Brit love fest here, by the way.
I would do it. I would do it in Cyrillic, so people would have to ask what it means.
No, but if I may say, Americans are hated just as much as the Brits by the Russians. They are.
That is true, but their current, like propaganda is all about the Anglo-Saxons and how dare we be so impudent. Bloody love it. I just think it's really funny. I'm like, yes, we'll be very impudent. Yes, see this finger? That's for you. So yeah, I'm just loving the fact that they really hate us at the moment, and it's just I love it. So maybe it's possible that we can do some more things to pee them off, because well, they're very butthurt about the whole thing, and well, you know me, I love a bit of what do you call it? Trolling. That's the one. So yeah, if we can troll even like half as good as the Ukrainians do, then I'm happy. Karen.
Well, I just wanted to break in real quick with an off-topic question. I was wondering if Chuck Ferris is Ferrer is going to be coming back before Tuesday. There's a question I'd like to ask him. There are 2 Navy SEALs who went missing off the coast of Somalia on Saturday, and their mission was to board a vessel suspected of smuggling weapons to Yemen, and they are missing. So, oh yeah, I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about our guys.
No doubt. No, I don't know. I would say message him if you think he might know more. But no, he's probably not due back till Tuesday. Now then, do you want to talk oil with me, Will?
Sure. You want to talk about some drilling?
Well, let's talk about Lukoil for a second. Lukoil's Nizhgorodsky oil refinery, I can't believe I said that, the largest one, by the way, the largest Russian oil refinery, has reduced by half the production of high-octane gasoline. The oil refinery has 2 fluid catalytic cracking units that are using Western compressors, and both of them broke last year. Since January the 10th, Lukoil have suspended the sale of AI-95 gasoline. How do you think that might affect them, Will?
So certain of their vehicles will need that higher octane fuel. Obviously, quite a lot of the vehicles in Russia can still run on lower octane stuff, and it won't hurt them at all. But the higher performance machines, which when you think of Russian machines, you don't normally think of high performance. So might not be that big a deal to them, but I'll tell you what, it's going to happen. It will affect. It'll affect the folks who are running foreign cars in Russia. You know, like the members of the Duma who don't want don't want to have to change to the Ladas. So, yeah, that will affect them. Those compressors that they've lost there for those. Let's. You know, I won't give you a 35-minute dissertation on fluidized catalytic cracking units, although I would love to, because they are a fundamentally cool unit operation that's part of all modern refineries are fluidized catalytic cracking units, which allow you to break up molecules that are complex into small units, which then you send downstream and put into a platformer or a reniformer or a alkylation unit to make reformed gasoline. But you probably don't want to know all that. But one of the things about that is if you have a complex refinery that can do that, they can produce just about any hydrocarbon molecule you want in the form of fuels and lube oils. So their FCCUs in their biggest refinery going down will be a big deal. They will end up trying to work around that and replace those compressors with other type of units so that they can get it running again. But maintenance won't be possible on those. Probably spare parts won't be possible. And when they try to use retrofit other type of compressors into those units, it'll almost certainly reduce the throughput of them and affect their production rates, of course. So yeah, their production of reformulated gasoline of a higher octane will definitely suffer.
So they're going to have to buy them largers after all, eh? Never mind. Slavy,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I thought you were going to ask
Okay.
me about the drilling.
We'll come back to that. Slavy, go ahead.
Sounded really sexual. You lost me at Lada, but can we talk about Zhiguli? Thank you.
Shegwali. I'm not sure.
Zhiguli, yeah. That's the real Russian car.
Yeah, see,
Or
now,
a Zeal. They're going to bring back the Zeal, I reckon.
Oh, jeez.
Well, they're bringing back Schmersh, and they use Zeals.
Wait, are we saying this differently? Is there a different pronunciation in English? Because in I guess in Ukraine we call it Zhiguli, which is like, I mean, Lada isn't exactly like Russian. Like Lada is more like a Baltic car, right? But Zhiguli, which is what Russia did actually produce, is yeah, questionable.
Yeah. Although they trade on those inside Russia now. Just they call them Ladas there as well.
Well, whatever they call them,
Yeah.
they're boxes.
Very true.
Yeah, I'm like, and I'm listening to you guys, and I would love for Will to get a Russian test to see how much Russian he remembers.
Will, you speak Russian?
Allegedly.
He lived in Russia for several years.
Well, let's test your Russian speaking skills. Ты говоришь по-русски?
Немножко продолжайте.
He does. Классно. А сколько ты лет жил в России, Як?
6 летом.
Did you say шашлык instead of 6?
А потом
Walker's got it. I told Will, or I asked him if he said like a shish kebab instead of 6 years because it kind
a
of sounds
shashlik
similar.
instead of
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind of
was
awesome.
back and forth for 8 years after I lived there for 6 straight.
And bought an
Lucky
ex-wife a
lad.
house. So yes.
All my ex-wives' houses are in Australia.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that. Yeah, he's looking for his third ex-wife, and house comes with the divorce. So yeah.
Why does it need to be a third ex-wife? Why can't it be a third wife?
Well,
Well, you're a bit of an optimist, really.
Yeah, he's a bit of a jerk, and he admits it. It's
Yeah.
not. I
Okay.
love him to death. So anyway, but yeah, no, it's actually Will's knowledge of Russia comes in is extremely helpful, and he helps to he laughs at me when I try to pronounce the airports around Moscow, and then he tells me how to say them correctly.
Fuck those airports. Who needs to know those names? Ew. Nobody knows.
Well,
exactly. Who needs to know that shit? The other guys
Look it up
that know
for or something. No.
So David Bailey, who's got his hand raised, is also another Russian speaker, and as is Ming. Ming is a Russian speaker. There's a few around for sure, and even Snuff is a native Russian speaker. Even though Snuff's a great example because he's Ukrainian, but he's a native Russian speaker because it's a thing, right?
Yeah, that's like
He's a
me. That's like
living
me. Yeah.
living, breathing example that just because you speak Russian doesn't mean you want to be part of Russia.
Exactly. It just means that we were Russified. That's all. And I mean, by no means that we want to be Russian at all. Gross. Ew. I wish I didn't speak Russian, but I do. It was my first language because I was born in Kharkiv.
Welcome
Yes.
up, David.
Yes, go David, go.
Hi, morning, friends. Говорим по-русски. Охуенно. I wanted треба по-украински розмовляти. I wanted to just step into the car confusion. So Zhiguli is the name for the Lada, the boxy one that we all know and love, right? That's what everyone calls it in the former Soviet space. Lada, yeah, as Will was saying, is the brand that everyone knows Alfa does cars by. and it has become, I guess, more widely used recently. But Jigoli is that boxy Fiat. I can't remember which one it is. It's a Fiat model. 500. It's a bit like the Mia Farini, but it's not. Anyway, it's the Fiat model that they copied.
David, у вас была Жигули?
Нет, не было Жигули. Была Днепро. Мотоцикл с привод на коляске.
С коляской? Oh, wait, okay.
Да.
What David said, he had a motorcycle, but he had one of those attachment things that's like 3 people can fit on it. The adjustment. I don't know what it's called.
Sidecar.
Sidecar.
Sidecar, yeah.
That's great. And I gotta tell you, yeah, Will, I do adore Will, but David is extremely helpful because it wasn't even all that long ago. Just I think last week, Mockers was reading a story, and it was a translated, like an auto translated story, and David sent me a message saying that's a mistranslation. It's this word. So always appreciate that kind of thing, David.
No problem. No problem. Pleasure.
Yep, David picks up and reads a lot of Commerçant, so we don't have to.
Well, I'm glad about that because I don't have time to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, we have a few people who do that kind of thing, and it's extremely helpful. Go ahead, Slavi. Oh, I thought you raised your hand. You're just clapping.
Oh, I could go. I mean, from now on, I think we're gonna see this. I mean, a lot of people. There's a lot of Russian speakers that are not Russian. So from now on, I think we're gonna see not just Ukrainians just speaking Ukrainian. There's going to be a lot of countries that broke away or wanted to uh, still do break away. So we're gonna see a lot of cultures pop up that we didn't know or maybe didn't hear from before. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what happens from here on out. I mean, we're already seeing I mean Serbia, but whatever, they had their own culture, but you know, at least right now they're having their own Maidan. But we're again, like we're just gonna see a lot of like Russia that maybe that we may have known as Russian speaking, being putting into like the big bubble. But because Russia is a stolen culture based on many cultures around it. That is all what it is. And yeah. So I'm actually excited for others to kind of like Kazakhstan, and we will see it. We're already seeing sparks of it. So it's pretty exciting thing that we're gonna see happen over the next probably decade, I would say.
And Zelensky himself said that in an interview a day ago about the fact that there are lots of repressed people and repressed cultures that are coming out. In fact, and he said, you see a resurgence of native Russian speakers in Kherson and Zaporizhia who are learning Ukrainian even now while they're under occupation because they know that it won't last forever, and they want to move to being more Ukrainian.
Exactly. And I just want people to take note of it. And under occupation, the dangers of being under occupation it's crazy. I mean, they put people into camps. It's no different how it was in World War II with like Jews getting put into camps. It's it's very similar. So it is very, very dangerous. Like right now, they're raiding people's houses to look for signs, like even a truzub or a Ukrainian flag is a sign of like a nationalist person. So yeah, it's any sign they'll like throw you in, and it's yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just plugging in my computer in case you heard me crashing
That was
around.
great ASMR, Mockers. Great ASMR.
It's Monday. It's Monday. Poor Mockers has to work on Mondays. Oh, it's time. Hey, John, how are you? How is Japan? And I thought I saw somebody that you might want to interpret for requesting, but now that you're here, I bet you they'll come up because they like to talk to you.
Ooh, who was in Japan? I lived in Japan for a bit.
Oh, John did, one of our other co-hosts. He'll be joining you in a moment. I am going to drop right now and come back as speaker. Thank you all for the pleasant evening. And don't forget, we had a great conversation earlier with Gina, and then we descended into complete and utter silliness and laughter and had great conversations about eggs, bags, and buttholes and buttholes. And you had to be there. I'm sorry.
Explain the bags. Explain the bags.
The bags, okay. The bag has to do with cheap wine, and that's Linda's fault because Linda has got this thing about cheap wine. And so we suggested perhaps she's okay, and Paige does too. We suggested perhaps she goes for the boxed wine, and instead of just tipping it, she's going to cut the box open and cut the bag open so she can get every last drop out of that bag of wine. So that's where the bags come
How
from.
the professionals do it.
Exactly.
Prince.
Exactly. So I will see you all tomorrow, Monday night. I will be co-hosting with Slavi, and I am looking forward to that. And we will see you all. Well, I'll come back up as speaker because that's just how life goes. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава!
Hello, Slava.
Hello,
Morning,
Slava.
Dom.
Slava. Hello, everybody. How are you? We all good, are we? It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, and I'm very happy to be up. Of course, everybody knows that the only way to use the wine boxes is to cut them out of the box, hang them up on some kind of I don't know, hook or something, and then just use it intravenously. Surely, thought that would be clear to everybody. But hope you're all well. Hi, Mockers. How you doing? You okay?
Yes, I'm very good. So, how is it over in Japan?
Well, it seems to be okay. I've haven't been out all day. I've just been kind of slobbing around and eating far too much. But it kind of looks a bit grey. But everything seems to be okay, as far as I can see. And yeah, Japan's been moving a little bit on the international stage and visiting various places through our foreign minister, Kamikawa, who's started off in Ukraine and Poland, and I believe he's visiting Turkey the day after tomorrow or something. So we'll see what comes of all of that.
Yes, exactly. Lots of outreach going on, and all sorts of good news for Ukraine, I think, at the moment, and for Eastern relations. Taiwan had what I would say was the hoped for result with their elections as well. So things seem to be moving along nicely in that area. It's it's important that there's stability and strength, I think, especially with China and North Korea waving their arms around and being silly.
But China's having another, Chinese Communist Party is having another of its mini strops. But yeah, I'm sure we'll all deal with it. Willie, you okay in Australia? They haven't attacked you and destroyed you yet? You okay?
Not yet, not just yet, John. We're hanging tough. Although we've got the other part of the problem that you folks in the north don't have. That it's about 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the old scale here in Australia today in Perth, and yeah, so but I can't talk to anybody in the north just now because they're all crying about being minus 20, minus 30, wherever, and I'm embarrassed to tell them that I was also a little uncomfortable today because I had to turn a fan on.
Yeah, but you got no humidity. You're lightweights down there. You don't know what you're on about.
Too true. Guilty as charged. The only people softer are the Russians, because if you go to a Russian's house in wintertime, they have all this steam heating all the time, so they're incredibly big babies about getting cold. I never met a bigger baby in my life about being cold than a Russian.
Well, I beg to differ. I would say Californians are the bigger babies, crybabies.
Yeah, well, plus I've never met anybody who complains about their taxes more than a Yank.
Do you blame Californians?
Well, they pay the lowest taxes in the OECD, yet they complain about their taxes more than anything. And yeah, that'd be right. Californians live in basically beautiful weather too, and they would definitely complain about the weather.
Yeah, I couldn't say the same thing about Russians. Not exactly the most beautiful weather, but we sure do love the beauty of the weather that the Russians are getting right now.
Does seem to be a bit cold. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, yeah, and it's what Mockers was saying the other day. See, even Mother Nature hates Russia because for the second year in a row, we have incredibly cold temperatures in central Russia, and um, the weather in Ukraine is winterish, but it isn't brutally winterish like it is in Moscow just now. But it couldn't have happened to a nicer bunch of people, really.
It's like somebody's kind of cut out a weather system and sort of used Russia as a template for it. Excellent, isn't it?
Yeah, Mockers posted, see, Mother Nature hates Russia. And I went, Mother Nature also hates Russia.
Slavi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, ditto to all of that. Those are, I mean, karma, because we're like Ukrainians and Europe supposed to freeze their ass off last year, and then this year they're getting their karma ass kicked because nobody actually froze except the Russians themselves that are freezing right now. And I mean, if you just look at the freezing line where it goes like from just like in Kharkiv -10 in Celsius, then you just look up, a couple of kilometers over, it's like -30. You go to Moscow. I mean, just that line, God works so well and so precise. It amazes me. Um,
Well, Slavi,
what I wanted,
Slavi, what
yeah.
I'm going to say to that is Slava Iisus Christo.
What'd you say?
Slava Iisus Christo.
Yes, Jesus Christ. Yes,
Well,
we
it's
love our
it's 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 glory to Jesus Christ. That's right.
I love it.
That is like they're frozen in. Glory to Jesus Christ. That God works in mysterious ways, right?
I think God is glorious in this way. But yeah. I wanted to ask, I know this is like a little bit off topic off of Ukraine, but did anybody see a video of Kim Jong-un crying over his own people? That was interesting to see when
No,
yes.
that's weird.
So when the Taiwanese, because Taiwan had elections, and thank God, democracy won. The people have voted, and there's going to be another term of the government, and then response to that, Kim Jong-un was crying over his own people because he knows his own people are dying because they can't reproduce. They have nothing to eat, and there was a very, very sad video. I'm sorry, I couldn't cry at that, but I mean, knowing that there's probably going to be a lot of people that are going to be dying in North Korea.
Well, I don't think I've seen that one. I've seen some pretty bizarre videos from North Korea, but I haven't seen that one.
Yes.
Point me in the right
Yeah,
direction.
he's a well-known crier.
he's a well-known something that ends in ER. But yeah, there you go.
Well, yeah, the question is, should South Korea, liberate the North Koreans? I think that would be in the best interests of, of democracy.
Well, you never know what might happen in the future. Karen, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to mention something a little bit lighthearted before I log off and go to bed. We're talking about all this cold weather. It's actually been kind of pretty warm up here, where I live in Alaska. But one of the football games that I watched on Saturday, all right, it was the fourth coldest game in the history of the NFL. It was a -4 degrees Fahrenheit, which would be -20 degrees centigrade, with a -32 degrees centigrade wind chill. And that's pretty cold when you get the chill factor going. And anyway, they have this coach called Andy Reid, the Kansas City Chiefs do. And he's got this fancy mustache. And there's this picture of him with the whole mustache is just encrusted in ice. It's a weird picture. But I just wanted to mention that before I left. But it's been cold here too. Yeah.
Wait, Mockers, can I ask Karen a question?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
Karen, there's a big story going around that there's a bunch of Russians that crossed over to Alaska and got arrested.
There were 2 Russian men earlier this fall who took a boat over to Gamble, okay, and that's on one of the islands, off the coast of Western Alaska, and it's not really that abnormal. During the Cold War, we had a lot of people that would use that as an escape route. And of course, because of the political climate at the time, we were pretty free and easy about welcoming them. Well, these men received a little more scrutiny, and their identities and everything are now being kept secret. But basically, they came over because they didn't want to be drafted. But you see, Western Alaska and the Russian Far East are fairly close together. So as far as some of the indigenous people that live there have lived there for thousands of years, they have family on both sides. And it's not uncommon for somebody to have someone flee over to our side, because it's a short hop and because it's usually welcome arms. But I have not heard, as far as the last 2 gentlemen that came over here, I don't know, we haven't heard much more. It's being kept under wraps. And if I hear more, I'll let you know.
Go ahead, Savi.
Wait, welcome arms to Russians? I just can't believe that Americans, even in Alaska, would have welcome arms to, especially when the Kremlin has been sending threats that they want to take over Alaska. I just don't quite see it like that.
Okay. Let me explain. Before Russia ever came to Alaska, and before Alaska was ever before Europe ever explored this area, it was inhabited by indigenous people that had lived there for thousands of years. Okay, and now their tribal relationships got broken up when Russia and then U.S., other countries, became involved and carved up, Russia and Alaska. But to many of these people who had had family on both sides for thousands of years, this border, it's respected, but it feels kind of artificial because many of them share the same indigenous roots. And a lot of people don't understand that. As far as open arms, we accept people with a little bit more caution. But basically, if you are fleeing and you come to this country, we get because you're afraid for your life and or you just don't want to fight against.
Why are you afraid for your life in Alaska?
No. I'm saying if an immigrant, if if somebody who is not American ends up on our shores.
No, you can say a Russian. You can say an alien from Russia. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have all kinds of people show up in the U.S. We're one of the first countries, aside from Canada and Australia, we're one of the first countries that people who are in trouble head to. People of all kinds of nationalities. But we have in the past seen Russians because of the proximity. They're so close. The Bering Strait goes between the.
Yeah, we figured that bit out, Karen. Land the plane, sweetheart.
What?
Land the plane. Land the plane.
Land the plane. Okay, yes, ma'am. I will do that. But it's just the American attitude toward immigrants. We'll take somebody in and give them a chance to claim sanctuary, present a reason why we should give them sanctuary and offer them safety. And we would do that to any nationality. Now, if we ever formally went to war with Russia, that would probably change. But at this point, Russians who are fleeing Russia are treated on our shores like anybody else, say somebody who was fleeing from the Middle East, somebody who was fleeing from Central or South America, any of those other places.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about Russians fleeing across Alaska, so we've got a bit off
Well,
topic
the thing
here.
is,
I would say illegally.
basically
I would guess this is illegal border crossing. Come on, let's be honest here.
It is an illegal border crossing, but all kinds of nationalities do it.
In fact, I know this for a fact. Those Russians come for the caviar. It's their business, which they make a lot of money from.
Well, these two particular people didn't want to be conscripted into the Russian army. And given,
exactly.
In
They're
other
running
words,
away from the Russian army to make more money out of Americans getting like American, like whatever salmon, whatever caviar. That is not okay. I don't know how you Alaskans can be okay with it. I'm sure I know there's a lot of Republicans in Alaska, and they are definitely not okay with that.
But the thing is in this case, I can't blame somebody for not wanting to be QB. Okay. And you see, the Republican Party has changed over the years. We used to have
we totally got off track here.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay.
Right.
Well, basically, we have an open policy toward anybody who is coming to our shores illegally or legally to claim sanctuary. That's just the way our laws are right now.
What we were talking about. So anyway, we'll go on to something else. because yeah, yeah, I can't do 3 conversations at once. Anyway, where were we? I've got a few things that I wanted to mention, but first of all, I will mention we have a new fundraiser on, folks. We have a new fundraiser. It is an equipment fundraiser for electronic warfare equipment, such as jammers, for the 18th Brigade of the National Guard of Ukraine. And I believe we spoke to Andriy last night, and he was telling us exactly why they need these and how much assistance they're going to be. So don't forget that if you're feeling flush this weekend, it's actually my payday, would you believe? So I'm probably going to, now I've told you that, I'm probably going to have to, you know, make a contribution myself, considering it's payday. I feel as though it's only the right thing to do. So yeah, absolutely. If you've got any pennies tucked away that you were thinking, gosh, that's burning a hole in my pocket, now you know exactly what to do with it. These guys need this equipment. It would be really beneficial for them to have it. Now, I note we've been joined by Paige. Good morning, Paige. Are you choking on food?
You know I am. God, I'm that girl now.
She always turns up while she's having something to eat, and halfway through talking to her, she's dying.
Okay, look, you called me out, Mockers. With all due respect, this was your doing, okay? No, I end up my time, like my schedule is off because I work and then do a normal life here in old Kansas, and then I end up communicating with a lot of people in Ukraine late because they're getting up for the day. So my whole schedule is all fucked up right now. So that's why sometimes you will find me making sweet love to a late night flatbread pizza or deep throating a turkey sandwich, as some of you have heard before. And and
welcome to the late night of the United States. Early morning, Europe. You're in for a treat. It's all about the deep throat and the turkey sandwich.
Ukraine 24/7. Yeah. So
now,
here I am.
Say deep throating turkey sandwich in Ukrainian.
That's one that I'm gonna have to double check, because I want to make sure if I'm gonna say that in Ukrainian, I want to make sure that I'm saying it correctly. Because I feel like that's one of those things that's, I think I told you guys a story, or I told somebody at some point about, you know, the difference between like you know, grammar with like to make sex, to have sex, to go in for sex, things like that. So I want to make sure that I'm using the correct you know, grammar to explain my interaction with my turkey sandwich. So
all right. Nice. We get interesting sometimes at night, and welcome to, you know.
Hey, laskavo prosimo. Anyway, love you guys. I have things I can say, but if you wanted me to just talk about my turkey sandwiches and pizza.
No, yeah, okay, sweetheart. I just wanted to say hello to you since you'd popped up. I thought I wouldn't ignore you. Just
I know.
wanted
I'm sorry. I
to,
forgot I came up. I had something to say as a speaker, and I came up, and then I started eating, and I've been I posted something. I posted a video. I know I eat a lot late at night, but I did post a video that one of my friends recorded of like a memorial for fallen soldiers in my village today, and it got a lot of attention, fortunately by a lot of Ukraine supporters, but also by the Vatniks. So I've also been busy trolling as well. So bonking and trolling and all that in between bites. So I've been a little bit distracted, but I've been listening in the background as well.
As long as you're always listening, darling. As long as you're always listening. So these two Russian aircraft are now being reported as a large-scale tragedy. Oh, I'm loving that. I'm loving that. Large-scale tragedy. Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I've just seen
Go ahead, John.
someone. Sorry to butt in. I think somebody's reporting Budanov as saying, "Yeah, we shut those down." So whether that's like real or just sort of trolling, I don't know. But that's come on the wires in the last 15 minutes or so. So,
Well, what I've heard, I think that's a slight twist of his words. What I've heard is that the spokesman for the stated that he could confirm they had been shot down, but he didn't comment on the means, or he said, "I will not comment on the means," was exactly what was sort of stated. So I think really, you know, they're leaving enough ambiguity that it could be either or whatever. And I quite like that bit of ambiguity.
Markers,
It's
can
all for
you
the good.
please repeat her again?
That one.
Yeah.
okay, just so long as we've got the pronunciation right. But there's no ambiguity about whether or not they were shut down. That's all, or whether they crashed and burned, or crashed and slightly conflagrated. There is no ambiguity about that. So that's fab.
The A50 definitely down. The IL whatever it was, 22, has apparently landed but was damaged and crash landed sort of, and there was, you know, injured. That's the word I was thinking of. So yeah, it sounds as though it's a massive disaster, and couldn't happen to nicer guys.
Oh no. Anyway, Joanna, you have your hand up. Do you have anything on this?
Good morning, walkers. No, actually, I just wanted some details because I couldn't listen yesterday. I wasn't really following, and I heard about these two planes, and I know the AWAC one, the surveillance plane. It's absolutely important. Usually, they use it to, you know, direct the missiles and choose targets and things like this. And I would really like to have more details. You have given some, walkers, but can we go back and talk a little bit more about this, because it's absolutely amazing if they manage to take down AWAC.
Absolutely, yes. Go ahead.
No, actually, I asked you if you have more details about it, how it happened, how it came out. It was yesterday, isn't it? Yesterday evening, something like this.
Yeah, so there was a rumor. It was just before I was going to bed, really. There was a rumor that this AWACS aircraft had disappeared off the tracking, basically. It just, you know, it was there one minute and gone the next. And also there was then a what do you call it? A recording coming from the IL-22 that suggested that they were in distress and they were racing to try and land this aircraft because they had damage and injuries on board. So that sort of came very close to one another. There was suddenly an awful lot of people going, "Oh my God, have they really lost this aircraft, this A50?" And so there was a lot of confusion about who shot it down, how, what, why. And then this morning, it's been confirmed very late, actually, by the fighter bomber guy. So he said something about it being a tragedy. Let's see if I can find his words now. I had them here before, but of course I stopped. Yeah, here we go. A tragedy is always a tragedy, especially when it's of this magnitude. Whoever is there. Most likely, we will not find out who is to blame for the death of the pilots. To the dead, eternal flight. And to the wounded, a speedy recovery and return to duty. And demand specifics from the MOD and from the admins of the sloppy-headed channels who consider themselves to be true patriots. And yes, perhaps it is truly worth trying to return to the origins when tankers were commanded by tankers and pilots by pilots, anti-aircraft gunners by anti-aircraft gunners. It won't get any worse for sure. I think that last bit is a tiny bit sarcastic. But yeah, that's basically what's happened. So he did sort of confirm that there's been a terrible tragedy. And then there was more confirmation of the A50 being lost and the IL-22 being damaged, severely damaged. And at the moment that these planes appear to be hit, there was an alarm on the Kerch Bridge. At least 2 people are known to be injured, although the pilot was said to be able to land the second aircraft. But there's suggestions that it could have actually been something to do with Russia's own air defense, that they may have knocked down their own aircraft. So one of the things that has been noted is that during the last week, some of the hits on Crimea were said to have done something to upset their friend and foe system. So it's certainly possible that something like that's happened. Certainly plausible, because the distance would be quite far for Ukraine to have been able to do that, unless they're using something that we haven't thought of. I mean, there's a possibility they could have used an S-200. There's a very slim possibility they brought something really, really close to the front line, like a Patriot, which I think is less plausible, because I don't think they would be able to sneak one of those really close to the front line. Then there's the suggestion of air-to-air fire, which is, well, it's interesting, but I honestly think that the Russians are so nervous about aircraft, about possible F-16s, that, you know, they're on their toes about everything, and they've seen aircraft in an area where they didn't expect it, and they've just, you know, been a bit trigger happy. I honestly think they're shot down themselves, which just goes to show their level of organisation and communication, doesn't it? That's what I'm beginning to think, that it was actually an own goal. But the GUR, or the HER, have confirmed that they were both shot, just not how.
Oh, that's absolutely amazing, and it's there are so many things to be told about this. So first, AWACS are this type of aircrafts are very useful for defining targets and so on. So it's a very good thing that it has been taken down. Second, about the tragedy, about the fact that the tragedy is a tragedy. Well, I'm sorry, I cannot sympathize. Remember earlier in the war, somebody managed to identify, the people and in the building in Moscow that were directing missiles and choosing targets for the missiles, and they seem like very nice people, all of them, men's and women's that have a normal life, but every day they go to work and they decide who to kill. So I'm sorry, I cannot sympathize. The AWAC, the pilots, they knew what they were doing. They were choosing civilian targets for the bombers and for the missiles. So yeah, maybe a tragedy for them. It's not a tragedy. I'm sorry. I'm usually very, humanity oriented, but in this case, yeah, not a tragedy. It's a war. The war came back to the Russians. And about this possibility of um, electronic warfare. We have seen yesterday, and there was even in the Institute for the Study of War report, that Ukrainians managed to do something in order to mingle with the system that is used by the missiles, and some of the missiles, actually a lot of them, about 2 dozens, seem to have been disoriented and fell in unexpected places. So I don't know what it is, if it is electronic warfare and they managed to mingle with the friend and foe system. It is absolutely amazing. And last, playing with their minds. They already saying that the F-16s are in the theater, and F-16s are everywhere, and let's be aware that there are Western airplanes, and you see a target like this, and to be honest, on the radar, the AWAC has a very specific signature. Have you seen how the plane looks like? So it's not really like a stealth plane. It has a very specific signature. But in this case of paranoia and waiting for the Western planes to come there, it is possible that somebody did a mistake. And also the illusion, the other plane, if it's damaged or taken down, it's very good because it's a bomber. So a bomber should be bombed. Yeah. Very happy to hear about this. Maybe Wardogo can tell us more.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. If you remember yesterday, we had the space here, Andriy, exactly from the electronic warfare guys. And when he saw this question in the internet, he was like, "My God, please don't ask me this. Just do whatever is possible. I don't know, just block me, but don't let me answering this." He was he was laughing because uh, it's a very good informational operation, because he said like there are two possibilities. If I say yes, that's how it works, and Ukraine, with using the electronic warfare, managed to missiles to be distracted and like falling somewhere, people who know about electronic warfare, serious people, will consider me to be an idiot. That's the first option. And the second option, he said, that if I start explaining how the electronic warfare works and will somehow set up Ukrainian command, who said that like that's what was made, my ass will be pretty much burning after speaking with my command. That's why I prefer to keep silence about this at all. Maybe there is kind of uh, I don't know, just breakthrough technology that appeared, but I believe that some person who is an expert in the warfare and like in the technologies, and which technologies rockets are using, like the accelerometer in the rocket, just that the rocket keeps the certain height above the ground, and the possibility to jam the accelerometer is just to have the possibility that the rocket is disoriented, as you said, in a sense of using the wrong altitude, and then just to smash the rocket in some hill. But Russians are not idiots, unfortunately, and they know that we are able to do that, and therefore they're using the countermeasure. So it's not that easy, and until like until making any other guesses, let's wait like for official confirmation from the guys who really know the subject, who are like or electronic warfare, or who are like expert in the ballistics. On contrary, yesterday, having the insight from Will, because he is in the future, living in the island of workers' paradise, having his insight about where the bloody A-50 long reconnaissance plane is going to be, we immediately, with MriyaReport and Andriy, started the fundraiser because we had an idea to crash the plane, to loot a little bit, and to get the equipment. We started the fundraiser, we did it, but Well, sorry, we failed because the plane fell into the water, and like you need to dive to get the equipment. Apologize. We still have to run the fundraiser, guys. Sorry, we tried. Well, sorry we screw up, but we still have to raise the funds. Apologize, friends. You can get to the nest. You can see equipment fundraiser, and that's exactly the things that Andri's units is in need in order to. As he said, he literally said that the equipment, and now a part of jokes, guys, that this equipment is literally will help to save 15 people lives of his brigade per day. Per day, 15 people multiply 365. And imagine if we bring not one, but if we bring like 3 or 4 devices that he's looking for, and he can cover from the enemy drones and the FPVs, much wider territory, and more people can be safe. That's literally saving lives. So thank you so much. Please participate. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you so much, War Doggo, and lots of hugs and love to you. Ioana.
Yeah, thank you, Ordogo. It's so amazing to listen to you every time you speak. I'm like completely drawn in. It's so nice. So about this electronic warfare, it's very interesting because I remember that at the time that the storm shadows were first used, and the Russians were like frantically putting storm screens, smoke screens on the Kerch Bridge. We talked even with Fabian Hoffman and extensively on the space about the guiding systems of the missiles. Storm Shadows have like 4 types of guiding systems, so it's very difficult to jam them. But the Russian, I know about 2. So it's the GPS, Russian GPS, the GLONASS, and the inertial navigation system. So GLONASS is long gone. I think it's not useful right now, probably jammed long time before, but it's the first time that I am aware of when there is a possibility to jam the inertial navigation system, and this would be absolutely amazing. And I know that Ukrainians used to produce some missiles before. For example, the Kh-22 were produced in, if I'm not mistaken, in Ukraine or partially in Ukraine. So maybe they have some insights on this. I don't know, but it would be absolutely amazing if they found a solution. I don't say they did, but it would be an amazing possibility. I just wanted to say that because it changes completely the way in which we look at, what's happening with the missiles. So I would be very, very thrilled to find out that they did it. It's amazing.
It certainly is. Yeah, whatever capabilities they've got, I don't really care what they are. Whether it's the Jewish space laser or just something homegrown, I'm quite happy for them to be using it. We'll go ahead while my coffee boils.
Yeah, War Doggo. It's a pity they couldn't force down or make one of those A50s go ploosh in shallow water, because you can get it, because there's some very large high power transceivers and spectrum analyzers and all sorts of yummy goodies inside that plane. Unfortunately, I think salt water is probably not conducive to those being recoverable, like the other equipment that was captured in. Early in the war, that Ukraine put very good use to, and took them apart and analyzed them to find out the strengths and weaknesses of the stuff, the current bleeding edge stuff Ukraine or Russia was using, and I'll be, I will be very interested to watch this trend, as Marcus and I were talking about the other day, because one data point doesn't equal a trend at all, but a few days in a row or a few attacks in a row, if we continue to see numbers of cruise missiles in particular from Russia that aren't shot down but do not make their targets and fall off target, short of target, whatever, crash land, safe mode, whatever. It's really going to make me start suspecting that there's some very good new advanced EW work going on inside Ukraine. That's one of the possibilities now. It might be manufacturing defects and just an anomalous day, but I'm smelling some sneaky little innovation in Ukraine, and so we'll be watching that closely. But back on what Ioana said earlier, hey, these folks in an IL-22 or an A-50, those folks are using their look-down radar and their capabilities to direct air attacks and direct attacks on ground targets. So they're every bit fighting in a war and totally fair game, as is every Russian who's in Ukrainian territory without a visa, frankly.
110% on that, Will. Absolutely. And you know, if was it 20 missiles that fell out of the sky? Am I right on that number? That seems like more than an anomaly. That's
They said
sounds
more
like
than 2 dozen. So that's
there you go.
25 to me.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, and that's got to be either someone substituting dodgy components in, or there's something different going on for that to happen suddenly. But as Will says, yeah, we'll look for a pattern, see if it happens again.
Well, even if it's a haphazard pattern, which the Russians usually seem to have, we'll spot them. I have the MOD Defense Intelligence update for us.
Ooh, so how kind of sarcastic is it today?
Well, let's have a see. Yeah. On the 11th of January 23, Russian Deputy Chair of the Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, stated that 500,000 people had joined the Russian armed forces in 2023. It is highly likely that this figure has been substantially inflated. Yes, they are a bit sarcastic today. In its efforts to meet recruitment targets, the Russian military has, since April 23, allowed school leavers to sign contracts with the Russian army. Recent data published by Mediazona and BBC Russian Services suggests that at least 5 Russians born in 2005 have already died in the conflict. It is highly likely that Russian military recruitment to sustain the war has disproportionately drawn from impoverished and rural regional communities of Russia. Have they only just spotted that? I'm going to say, guys,
yeah, a bit slow off the mark there, aren't they?
I need to go and work for them because flipping heck, have they just spotted that? They just spotted that Russia appears to have been, lying about their recruitment for a start, and also disproportionately drawing from impoverished communities. I mean, that bit was obvious from the start when you saw how many people were being brought in from, like Tuva and all the sort of the Far Eastern areas that I just can't name at the moment. I'm trying to remember the names, and I was just like, oh well, over there. Anywhere that's not like considered to be, but bang in the middle of Russia, as it were. They've really pushed all their more ethnic minorities out into this a lot quicker than they have their regular dudes. They're white Russians or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. That's always been a drink to me. So I'll have to pop like, I don't know, a bit of like, cherry sauce in it or something. Call it a good Russian. What do you think, Slavy?
I think it sounds good. But have you heard of a black Russian?
I have. I used to drink them a lot. Yes, but the only ones now you'll find are probably on the front line.
Yeah, I believe they're starting to change the name from obviously from a white Russian to something else, literally anything but a Russian in the name.
This is easy. This is easy. Anybody who's ever watched The Big Lebowski and will know that you simply call them Caucasians, right? Careful, dude. There's a beverage involved here.
Yes. Yeah, that I've definitely heard that one as well. I mean, Big Lebowski made white Russians famous, so
Oh, I used to drink them before that, you know. I was right into me cocktails, I was. Anyway.
careful for your stomach. I don't know. Those things can. I wouldn't recommend it personally.
No, but I have heard actually that there's quite the cocktail selection now, such as, you know, the High Mars and the
Or the Slavo Ukraini.
Exactly. There's loads of stuff now that you can drink. And you know what? I am so bad at drinking, but I would really love to try most of them. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to like plan a week where I have like one a night or maybe two. I could probably manage two without dying, but that would be my limit. Yes,
Well,
I
we
really
all
am
have
that
to
light.
get prepared for the Crimea beach party.
That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Although, again, I'm a dancer, not a drinker. I always was. So, yes, the Russians are now saying it's friendly fire, these two aircraft, by the way. They say, well, let's see here. At night over the Azov Sea, our IL-22M air command post was shot down. The plane crashed. Several crew members were wounded. In the same area, an A-50 airborne early warning and control aircraft was reported to have been shot down. Preliminary cause is friendly fire. The reasons for the possible failure of the friend or foe system are unknown. Now, obviously, it's much better to blame just an honest mistake than admit that the Ukrainians shot it down. But, well, it could well have been them shooting their own stuff down. But I also feel as though, especially, you know, our friend Budanov, he's going to leave that hanging out there just in case, you know, it wasn't. I like to think that they're not 100% sure what happened right now. And so they're saying, must have been us. Must have been us. Because, you know, who else could reach that? It's got to have been us. Yeah, I think maybe they're sort of scrambling. And it's a lot more face-saving in a way to sort of state that it's them rather than Ukraine, because how could Ukraine possibly shoot down anything of ours? Even though, you know, they've obviously proved that over and over again. John?
Yeah, a bit of a rock and a hard place, isn't it? It's either their own incompetence or the Ukrainians' competence. So I don't know which one they're going to go for. If it was the Ukrainians that shot it down, how did they do it? And then maybe there's a few options there. Will, I'm thinking maybe either it's a Patriot or something similar, or I guess that's about the only thing that could do it. But any thoughts, Will?
So
just as a thought experiment kind of thing here. We don't have any hard information, but just what you might know.
Yeah, we did this a little bit before with mockers. In the fact, you know, with what we know so far, we know that the IL-22 reported problems on board, injured, wanted to land at Anapa, and have an emergency crew and fire engine there when they landed. So if that wasn't fake, and I'll just take it on that it was real. Within 10 minutes, both of those planes, one disappeared and the other one made an emergency call to land in Napa. The other one was supposedly just took off in Kirilivka, and as soon as it was airborne, that they said it was hit and fell into the Sea of Azov. So if the one of those, the A-50, the only place they could have located a Patriot in order to hit that within range would have been right down on the zero line. In across the left bank of the Dnipro at Kherson, or way down near, just north of Tokmak. And I don't think they'd take a Patriot that far down and put it in that much danger in order to do that, to try to get a kill of only one of those planes, because the other one was probably out over the Sea of Azov. Otherwise, it would have made its emergency landing at Yezh or Henichek or one of the other airports. You've got to think that the closest approach airport would be the one it would land at, and so it would have had to been over the body of the Sea of Azov. So a few weeks ago, when the LST was hit at Feodosia, right at, because there was like 10 air defense systems within range of, should have been able to protect that LST. And so as soon as within 3 days of that LST being hit, we had heard that there were stories of people coming down from the Kremlin, kicking ass, people losing their jobs in the air defense side of things. And so probably the most plausible explanation at this point is very possibly a red-on-red incident with an air defense operator that might have been new, unexperienced, scared, worried about what happened to the people that just failed to take out a threat before, and got trigger happy and lit off, say, an S-400 system that was located just north and west of Kerch City, and got both of those planes from that location. Could have easily gotten both at that location. And yeah, so I think probably a friendly fire incident is most likely. Now, whether or not that friendly fire incident had to do something with Ukraine messing with their friend or foe systems remains to be seen. But I would say, if I had to guess, probably I would say friendly fire incident would be most plausible at this point. Then not a Patriot shoot down, but a jet aircraft using an AIM-120 AMRAAM missile, which has a range of 160 kilometers, but would be putting itself in serious danger to get both of those planes as well, unless they had, been using jamming on the AWACS, because that AWACS plane is designed to take off and make sure that it can spot any air target that's coming in within. They've got like a 600 kilometer range. They're really, really long, high powered transmitters, but could also be taken out by if it was active radar pinging, it would have been a very, very big target for an air-to-air missile as well. So I'd say that would probably be second if I had to guess, and the third would probably be a stationary air defense of Ukraine, if I had to guess. But we'll find out soon enough. I think they're doing a great job of playing the information warfare game here, with Budanov saying, "We confirm that it was shot down," but they're not confirming by what yet, because they're waiting for Russia to make some claim that is easily disproven, and then Budanov will come out and show us the video and say, let's go to the video with whatever Russia says, because you not only want to shoot down their planes, you want to make them look bad at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Will. The other question is, why is it so close? I mean, if it's got a range of 600 kilometers, why is it that close to the coast in the Sea of Azov?
Yes, That is the very big question, because I don't think I would be flying an AWACS anywhere over land on Zaporizhia, and they said that was hit not long after it took off from Kirilivka, and I neither see an air base near there, nor would I put an A-50 in danger like that, unless I was looking for planes that had taken off in far west Ukraine, like west of Lviv, over in one of the locations where they reportedly have F-16 fighter bases being set up.
There's also the thought that maybe they've lost an awful lot of their ground-based radars. And also there was quite the blizzard apparently yesterday in Crimea. So, I think these things might have had possibly some bearing. Terixus.
Yeah, no, that's just what I wanted to say. I think that makes the most sense. They need the AWACS type planes closer to the battlefield to coordinate things, and not look into the sky.
Well, whatever reason, they looked out, didn't they? Terrible shame. Now then, yesterday I talked about Bulgaria ramping up ammunition, going to 24/7 ammunition production shifts. That sounds like, good idea right now. And then we heard about Sweden and NAMO coming to an agreement to produce additional ammunition. They're up to the 3rd stage of development with that, which means that all the infrastructure's in place and they're actually starting to roll. So awesome. And now Polish factories are also in full swing. So a Polish publication that ends with Pospolita, so I can't just say the Rzeczpospolita, maybe something like that. The publication writes, the beginning of the war in Ukraine, as the publication writes, the beginning of the war in Ukraine and the sharp increase in demand for explosives has forced the nitrochem plant in, at Bydgoszcz, maybe.
Too many consonants. Is that what it is?
Yeah, Z's and G's and Y's in places where you just wouldn't expect them. Anyway,
pretty tough for native English speakers, isn't it? That. Sorry, carry on.
Especially one who never made it past like 1st grade French. So, however, never mind. So this particular nitrochem plant has increased the production of TNT to their maximum levels. A similar picture has been observed in other Polish enterprises, in particular the Lucznik factory in Radom, I can say that one, wants to produce 100,000 rifles per year. Even before the war in Ukraine, such a statement would have sounded like science fiction. However, today it is supported by significant investment and technological acceleration. In addition, there is a howitzer, the Huta Stalowa Wola, what a top name, howitzer, and the APC plant have been instructed to double their supply in 2 years. So that's certainly, well, for starters, it's really good production jobs for Poland. And also it's, well, it's gearing up how we probably should have been last year. We're very slow to get moving with these things, but we can see a level of production that we probably wouldn't have been able to achieve before, just down to the fact that nobody expected Russia to actually do what they said they were going to do. Nobody really took them too seriously, did they? and that you know, it says something to me that we didn't take them seriously enough when we should have done. So,
But
ho
even
hum.
so, yeah, yeah, well, yeah, ho hum, absolutely. But you know, the past is the past, the future is the future. It feels like it's kind of gaining a bit of momentum around Europe and other places. So that's got to be a good thing.
Well, I feel as though the message is finally getting through that, you know, maybe it's just that they've not been able to, you know, get to this stage previously. I mean, we can see with regards to the Swedish production that obviously they were in the process of this, as they have just announced that they are at the 3rd stage of development, which is the actual production now. So that, you know, it suggests to me that they started this some time ago. And I would imagine that all the other companies that are now making these announcements also started some time ago. Bulgaria has, you know, ramped up to a 3-shift 24/7 rolling production line now. So, you know, these things can't be done without, I suppose, recruiting more staff, training people, making sure that you've got everything that you need. You know, you can't just start a production line 24/7. You've got to get your orders for your products. You've got to make sure you've got your raw materials and stuff like that. So I suppose there has been a lot of new logistics being put in place in order to service this. So, you know, while we've been grumbling and growling and saying, why the hell aren't we doing this? It would seem that some people have been doing exactly that. And, you know, we can be frustrated all we like, but these things, I suppose, take time. And I should be less impatient, but, you know, I'm not, quite simply. Would you like a little bit of news on what Zelensky doing? I'm sure you would.
Ooh, yes, please.
So Zelensky is now on his way to Zurich. His office wrote that he will have a number of meetings with leaders of both parliamentary chambers, other people, and then the Swiss president. Some of these meetings may take place in Bern. And tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time, he will give his speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos. It will be live streamed, so likely on the World Economic Forum's page directly. So we'll keep our peepers peeled for that. And thank you very much to my little helper in the background who always tells me where Zelensky is. So always good to know his whereabouts, and she keeps a track on his aircraft for me. Now you'll be glad to know that the Wikipedia page for the A50 has been updated, and I don't know if you've seen it, but it says the A50 Product A, according to NATO codification, the mainstay is a Soviet and Russian long-range radar detection and control aircraft, also used as a submarine in the Sea of Azov. I just love the people that do this stuff. And you know what? It is always morally correct to take the piss. So just keep that in mind. Always morally correct.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of equipment gathering at that underwater staging ground now. Wonder what they're going to use it for.
Well, it'll make a nice coral reef, I suppose, at some point, won't it? So just think that's hilarious. So would you like a little bit of sad news from Russia? Yes, sad. And this is a little bit funny. So they're having aircraft problems. We know this, don't we? And St. Petersburg residents, have not been able to fly to Dubai for the second day. The Fly Dubai flight was supposed to depart just past midnight on Sunday, but it's been postponed several times. The airline have said the delay was due to a technical problem which would be fixed. And according to the airport employees, the problem is the airliner has not actually arrived in St. Petersburg because technical problems have stopped it taking off, wherever it's coming from. So they don't even have the aircraft. Amazing. Hello, Decoding. I'm just going to tell you one more thing about aircraft. So Mishustin has stated over 600 domestic airliners should be built in the coming years. Now, we're not sure how many years he means. 100? 200 perhaps? Anyway, he also announced a growing interest in Russian cinema. So I think he's trying to redirect people away from overseas holidays and go to the cinema instead. That's all he's got, unfortunately, bless him. Morning, Decoding.
Good morning, mockers. Good to hear you're there, and your co-hosts. Thank you for your service. The significance to me as a bit of an Azovsy nerd of this and other infringements of Russia's freedom of movement, let's put it that way, over the Sea of Azov is highly significant. I was in Berdyansk, which is now occupied, sadly, in April 2018, at the very moment Russia closed the pliers. They began to destroy Ukraine's de facto control over its territorial waters within the Azov Sea. And this was marked by Russia captured a Ukrainian fishing vessel, which was fishing close to Crimea, occupied Crimea. And there was a whole stuff over the what would happen to the fishers who were on the boat, and took quite a while for them to be removed. And then Russia imposed inspections, what it called inspections, at the Kerch Bridge. And after that, it was all really downhill for Ukraine. And I went to Berdyansk quite a number of times to set up I worked for a diplomatic organization, our monitoring function along the Azov Sea coast. And it was a kind of a hopeless time in many respects for Ukrainians, for the Ukrainians who were aware of this. Berdyansk has a kind of a mythical significance in both the Soviet but also the Ukrainian imagination as kind of a playground, a place of summer holidays and joy and great joy. But it's also a very, it was quite difficult place economically, because there had been a lot of jobs there in Soviet times, but there wasn't enough to sustain that model. But Berdyansk port was very important to Ukraine's economy as a place for coal and grain grown in Zaporozhye to go out from. And obviously now they can't get anything out of there. But these attacks obviously are amazing in themselves. Whatever has happened, we don't know, but we can be jolly sure this wouldn't have happened without Ukraine. So whether it's radar interference or some mystery or a rocket or just psyops against the Russia's air defense, the point is Ukraine did this, and what it is making these ideas of peace, where many people, including some friends of Ukraine, still have a mental model that somehow a compromise can be made over Crimea, it's impossible because no one will ever be able to stop Ukraine from doing what it's doing today over the Azov Sea. And this means the whole model of Russia's conquest is to control the Azov Sea and the Kerch Bridge and to have its navy. But by making it impossible for Russia to have its navy or its air force in Berdyansk airport, which I've visited many times, decrepit place, and now even more decrepit, but also it's these highly complicated weapons above the Azov Sea. And I think it was Will made the point, or a couple of people made the point, that what was it doing so close to the coast? I mean, this is showing Ukraine obviously has de jure, it's in charge, this is part of their territory, but it now has de facto control over the Azov Sea. And that is, to me, highly significant, and it's wonderful because of that feeling of hopelessness we had from 2018 on. And after that, the US and the British Navy visited Berdyansk a lot, not by boat, but in person, and there was lots of plans for a motorway from Berdyansk up to Dnipro and all sorts of stuff to be funded by Germany. But obviously all of that ended with the full-scale invasion. But now everything is back on again. And apart from the fact that they can't recreate this plane very easily, there's bigger significance to this. And the fact that, as you mockers just said, President Zelensky has gone to Davos. He will be in that room again, just as he was a couple of months ago, meeting the head of state from just after Ukraine destroyed the Russian naval headquarters. And he will make a speech tomorrow, a fighting speech, but he'll be humble and all of that. But he will be the man who's in charge of a country which has done that what no other country on earth over the past 50 years has dared to do, which is just annihilate Russia's sense of ownership of these places and its equipment. And I celebrate that on behalf of Ukrainians. Out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Decoding. Chris, welcome up.
Oh, thanks to all of those that have commented on my super buff photo. I'm most amused by that. Not only was the news of the AWACS contributing to the super buffness, but also we ran out of oil, so the shower was cold. That sort of woke me up. So yeah, so I've been up and about doing things this morning. It's a beautiful day, very cold. Is it up there, Mockers, where you are? Cold? Or have you...
I've got chilly feet, but other than that,
yeah, it's a bit nippy out. Decoding, I was very interested there. So tell me again, when were you in Ukraine? From what year to what year, basically? If he's there. Are you there, Decoding?
I was in Ukraine from February 2015 to February, 29th of January 2022. Out.
And so were you saying something about, basically were you saying that when you went to Berdyansk, like the writing was on the wall, you could see it all coming? I mean, obviously that was post 2014, so post Crimea and Donbass, but you could basically see it all coming, and other people could see it all coming as well. Is that right?
Yes, in the sense that every single elected leader, I focused on southern Zaporozhye because I saw what was coming. And I spoke to most of the elected leaders in most of the newly decentralized villages, the former Soviets, and they all saw it coming. And everyone knew this particular area would be the key area. And I saw it coming so much that I left Ukraine because I knew the invasion was about to happen. But what I did not see coming was Bucha. I did not see, only people in Central or Eastern Europe who really understood the nature of Russia's occupation model. I never imagined it would be as brutal and horrible as it was. So I make that now. Most of the people I worked with who remember were the people in the world given the job by America, France, Britain, Germany, Italy. The people I worked with, including me, were the people given the job of early warning against escalation. And even after the full-scale invasion, I was gone by then. But even after then, many of my colleagues didn't believe it would be a full-scale invasion. And these are highly seasoned military people, you know, former generals from NATO countries and all sorts of stuff. So the psychology behind, and Russia plays this like a violin, behind kind of persuading people that, oh, it won't happen, definitely won't happen. I had a front row seat to seeing it. But yes, we always expect the invasion. But my minor point from the 2018 is Russia was closing the, closing the pliers, or the whatever you'd call it, in Berdyansk particularly, and the Azov Sea became almost very, very difficult for Ukraine to use then from that moment out.
Okay, and if I may, Marcus, just John, just and just to say, just out of curiosity for me, so because obviously being half Welsh and that, you know, I'm quite fascinated with the Welsh bit of the Donbass and that. And had you been over there? Had you been over to that Donbass area where once was Huzovska that became Donetsk?
Yes, yeah, I worked in I mean, I don't use the word Donbass as a Russian. It's a Russian invention, basically, and it's a way of denigrating the actual culture and communities which live there. But yeah, as someone whose family lives in Wales, I feel a particular connection to Useum, and to the Welsh connection. And I always fight against it being characterized as British or something, because he was very much Welsh. But yes, all of those cities around there have. In fact, I was listening to a good podcast on it the other day on explaining Ukraine, and it reminded me of the Belgian buildings in Lysychansk near Severodonetsk, where I lived for 4 years. The big German community, both Mennonite but also capitalists in Kryvyi Rih and all the places around there, and going around all the villages around southern Zaporozhye and Dnipropetrovsk. There's huge variety in cultures and communities. Just, to you and me, it might look like the same little village, but in fact, that village has the Lithuanians who came here 200 years ago, and that other village has the Bulgarians, the Bulgars. That one is a Greek village, and Ukraine's decentralization of power to these village communities, these former Soviets, was perfectly pitched for that, because they then got cultural autonomy, so they could teach whatever they wanted in the schools and celebrate their individual cultures, and also join with adjoining villages. So the Welsh connection, yeah, it's great. And actually, I was reminded of this Explaining Ukraine podcast, and it's worth checking out, because they interview, I can't remember her name, but she's just written a book about Donetsk, and well, basically, she's written a book about this problematical concept of the Donbass, which I've written about quite a bit as well, because it's basically a framing mechanism that allows Russia to define part of Ukraine as not Ukraine, and it was used from early times, but certainly since 2014, to try and create this this place other than Ukraine. Whereas in fact, even after the Holodomor, as much research has found, most people in villages in that whole area, their native language was Ukrainian. And we know this because when they arrived at university in Dnipropetrovsk or Zaporozhye, for the first year, they wrote their diaries in Ukrainian, but then they switched to Russian because it was the kind of the cool thing. Part of their information warfare was to make Moscow seem cool. So her book, reminded me of all of these different cultural, the variety there, and there was which I didn't know, there was a direct train from Dnipro, or Katerinoslav, as it was then known, in the late 19th century to Brussels, which is wonderful. So we as Europeans have always had a lot of contact in there, sadly, as capitalists, and kind of eradicating the local culture, but at the same time, at least they've had their European past as well out.
But what, couple more questions, Mockers, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So decoding. Yeah, actually, I don't know whether you heard Peter Headley talking about the trains and that. I could have guessed that maybe John Hughes, etc., was responsible for the first trains in that area. By the way, I certainly don't want to be calling that area anything Russian. What should we call it if we don't call it Donbass then?
Well, I just avoid using the word Donbass. I'll post the link to this. So you could just call it Donetsk. I mean, partly the problem is if Donbass is defined by coal, then it stretches well into as far as Pavlograd and Dnipropetrovsk, and into Kharkiv on the other side, and takes in a lot of Poltava. If you define it as a like, you'll notice if you ever get the train from basically from just within a few kilometers of Kharkov or Kharkiv, the soil is just sand. It's the same place all the way, really. It's the same kind of land. And Russian, even if before 2014 one could use Donbass comfortably as just kind of as a phrase, since then it's just very problematic, because they've ruined it like so many things. So you refer to the individual communities, or if you want the oblast names, Donetsk Oblast or Donetsk City, because basically Russia, as we know, they've been trying to do since basically since July 2022, when they gave up, since the 29th of March 2022, when Shoigu announced the first phase of the special operation had been completed successfully, and then they were moving on to the second phase. And ever since then, they've been trying to capture all of Donetsk Oblast and all of Luhansk Oblast, and then declare victory, that they have now got the Donbass. So I personally avoid the Donbass thing, but I'll post the link to the Explaining Ukraine. She's written a whole book on it, and it explains in detail the intuition I had, and I always resisted it, just because it was a bit over familiar for a place. But I'll post it now in the comments for this on the site here, if you know what I mean. Not in the nest, but in the comments thing. And she explains it. I'll also post my post on it, which I used, which I posted about a year ago. Out.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Slavi, go ahead.
Decoding trolls, big fan. I'll come back to you, but when it comes to, I would also say, when you are mentioning Donbass, I would go with Luhansk and Donetsk, and say if you go with, like, there's different pronunciations, right? There's a Russian way, which is Lugansk, but which is a Russian one, but there's Luhansk, which is the Ukrainian way to say it. But definitely what Decoding Trolls said, go by the region, not Donbass or Donbass or however these trolls online say it, which has been quite entertaining. But Decoding Trolls, if I may, you've done some very amazing work on Zelensky and his production company, and what it's doing, kind of aside from what Zelensky is doing. If you could, like, maybe expand on that a little bit more, that's been very, very interesting.
Oh, thank you, Slavi. That's really nice. Yeah, and actually, I write about how Luhansk. So Luhansk, the Lugus, who was a god, a Roman god, who once a Roman god and Celtic god, and basically lots of cities around Europe are named for him. I play on that, as well as on how Donetsk and Don, the Lord of Death, who is ancient Irish god, and the Don River, the Donetsk, and I thank you, Slavi, for that. I know if you're looking at it on a road sign, the E in the Donetsk is this tiny E, because I think your emphasis is on the proper pronunciation of it. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do with that, well, I mean, the serious point is that because President Zelensky is not only just an artist, but an artist who, along with his wife and his school friends, have created on heaps of different occasions perfect pieces of populist art on the medium of our age, which is television, and captivated the minds of Russians, Ukrainians, and basically, I think everyone in the former Soviet Union watches or did watch Kvartal 73, I think it is,
I
which
thought it
is
was
the
95. No.
95, exactly, the quarter in Kryvyi Rih where he grew up, which I visited a lot. Yeah, so the serious point is that when we're talking about the battle of I hate the word narrative, but I'm going to have to use it here. I'll try and come up with an alternative. The battle of narratives. So, these massive meta on the big scale. Ukraine must lose. Russia must win because it will continue forever. And if Russia collapses, sort of on this massive level, the kinds of narratives that most of us now are immune to. We may have started the war with some of them, but now we realize actually Ukraine creates facts on the ground which subvert these massive narratives, which probably a lot of people in all of our lives still haven't caught up with. They're not aware of this AWAC thing today. Maybe we'll start to see stories about mysterious planes falling out of the air or missiles falling out of the air in the New York Times or the Washington Post, hopefully. But it takes quite a lot to move the dial in kind of public consciousness. But on that level, because President Zelensky is this master communicator along with his business partners, they have an idea of the arc of the conflict. So that's the serious point. But then the way my tiny contribution to subverting the perspective on the conflict or on the war is to try to draw attention to, again, something that most of the people listening here, we're following this day by day, minute by minute, and we have a great memory for all of the different things which happened and the memes which happened. And in our minds, Russia is collapsing. We see the evidence every day. We remember the BNR, Belgorod People's Republic, and we understand how that subverts Russia's control of the Luhansk People's Republic or Donetsk People's Republic. And we remember the Prigozhin coup. I insist on calling it a coup because the coup troll is what Russia and Gerasimov himself introduced into our public discourse in 2014 by branding democratic events coups, i.e. Le Maidan, the Revolution of Dignity, is a coup. And now they're trying to do the same thing in Serbia as well. So I try to subvert that back in my small way by insisting on the Prigozhin coup. And then we remember that day when Prigozhin was marching on Rostov, which is an ancient Ukrainian city. It was a Ukrainian city until 1918, as indeed was Belgorod, which we also remember, many of us. We remember that day and all the so-called Russian experts were, suddenly they're suddenly really quiet, and then by the next day they're reverting to type and saying, "Oh, nothing will come of this." So we remember all of these things, and so I like the idea of to promote the perspective that Ukraine is running Russia like a TV show. I don't like the image of Ukrainians as these, they're sometimes painted. There is that meme which I've subverted of everyone looking at Ukraine with the bombs and stuff coming down. So I've subverted that and shown the Ukrainians looking at the Russians with the bombs coming down, or with not having their heat and not having the ice, or all of the eggs and all of that stuff. These are really important moments in creating narratives and in fighting Russia on this narrative level. So that's my idea, which is basically like I did. Some poor Ukrainian didn't really get my sarcasm the other day on this because I reposted it. One of my favorite ones, which is basically West orders Ukraine to stop treating Russia like entertainment. And so obviously I'm trying to subvert this idea that Westerners are telling Ukraine what to do. But basically, someone didn't get my. So is that what you meant, Slavi? Those kind of tweets? It's probably better in the in the moment where these erupted into my tweets. But thank you for remembering them, because I do love them, and I think they're my best moment. It's also the memory I have of, as a postgraduate studying critical theory at Georgetown University in the late 90s. And I was one of my roommates was a Gulf War vet from the first Gulf War, and we were studying a guy called Baudrillard, he wrote this famous text about how the Gulf War only happened on TV. And I remember me and my other roommate, we were always taking the proverbial out of our poor American former Gulf War vet, because we're saying, you didn't actually fight in the war, because it just happened on TV. And it was such an alien thesis to all of us then. We just thought, this is just French rubbish, Baudrillard. But now I totally understand it. And I see that the Battle of Narratives is on TV, and you couldn't hope for a better president than, not like someone like Trump, who obviously made himself by being a character in a TV program where he made most of his money, but somebody who has an utter control of the entire cycle, from the creative, creating the scripts, to the narrative arc, the dramatic arc, and all of that. And I know President Zelensky's, or the Quartel 95, their stuff is quite bawdy humor. Sometimes they did take, they adopted the metropolitan perspective of Ukrainian folk society and all that, but they wouldn't do that today now, and none of us understood how important it is, this fight. But you couldn't hope for a better president. So I tried to draw attention to that, as well as in my own small way draw attention to that Ukraine is an agent in this. It's not just this hopeless subject, where the Swiss guy says today, "Oh, Russia must make peace with Ukraine." You're just like, you're still not getting it, whoever you are, as a Swiss person. Ukraine is the empowered one here, and running Russia like a TV show, where we're only in the first 5 minutes of the pilot episode, I think is a good perspective to have out.
Do you want to come back on that, Slavi, before we go to Chris? You've double tapped though.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, everything you said is just so on point. I don't even I had so many questions. I should have written them down. But I'd have to say, I mean, it just goes back to Zelensky and how you write about him and his production company, and how it comes back to the troll is actually how the Russians are perceiving it. That's the whole joke of it. right? And that's the beauty of it all. And if anybody, and we kind of touched on that earlier, if anybody that knows how to take down the Russians, like, let's be honest here, the was it the second greatest army of the world, or used to be, it is the Ukrainians, and now they're just exposed as they're just a paper tiger, whatever you want to call them, army, or used to be, because well, let's be honest, what they started with just does not exist. And I mean, if anybody could do it and can, still can and will, is Ukrainians, because we've been living with them and dealing with them for centuries, if anything. So yeah, we just know how they move, how they think, and honestly, I think there is even a joke, like a common Ukrainian joke, like "I'll bless you with great," like to Ukraine, God goes, "I'll bless you with the greatest women, the most beautiful women. I'll bless you with the greatest agriculture." But then Ukrainians go, "But why? Why do we deserve this?" And then God goes, "Just wait until you figure out who your neighbors are." So, yeah. But I wanted to ask you, we kind of touched on it earlier. I posed a question. What do you think Zelensky will do after, kind of, when the war is victorious and the war is won? What, in your opinion, this is just kind of like fun, kind of, you know, um, what do you think Zelensky's gonna do? Which direction he's gonna head? Obviously, he's gonna hang out with his family and in Crimea, hopefully. But yeah, I just want to kind of, because it seems like you have great creativity, so I just kind of wanted to pick your brain, if I may, a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, I think he'll go to Hollywood, and I think he will make it as you. I mean, you probably, as a Ukrainian, you can hear the. I mean, people tell me he couldn't even really speak Ukrainian. He could speak very poor Ukrainian when he was first elected, and now his Ukrainian is pretty good or perfect.
Well, yeah,
But his English.
he's a Russian speaker Ukrainian, which is like me, so forgiven.
Absolutely, and I also draw attention to that every single time, because it's the whole ethnic Russian troll is he is ethnic Russian. Oh no, he's Jewish. Well, only in the Russian anti-Semitic structure is someone who speaks native, is a native Russian language speaking, and Jewish is somehow not Russian. So everything about him, I wrote that piece, I'll post it here again, at the end of March 2022, about Let's Compare Trolls, that every single element in President Zelensky is a troll against everything Putin and Russianism stands for. Yeah, so I think with his English is getting perfect and without accent. And again, I think the actor, it's brilliant having an actor as a president, because, you know, when he first started speaking English publicly, which was relatively soon after the full-scale invasion, you know, he was heavily accented, and now he's getting better and better and better. And I think, yeah, to become a Hollywood producer and star, I think would be on his own personal arc of development. I think that would be his ambition. So that's my my secret prediction. And then the jokey prediction is, well, monarch of Muscovy, when they invade and reoccupy Muscovy. Out.
Personally, I think he might just sit down and have a beer before he does anything. And it'll be a well-deserved one, I'm sure. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in regards to what Slavy and Decoding were talking about, I don't know whether you both saw it, but you know, when the GER were posting pictures of them in Russia, like on Red Square or somewhere like that. I don't know if you both saw those pictures of that. And then there was a comment alongside it, which I don't know what you think about it, and where basically they said, well, we Ukrainians can hide in Russian society because I don't know to put it like this, but because we've been Russified, but Russians can't hide in Ukrainian society because they've never been Ukrainianized. So Slavi's saying 100%. So that's good. So I didn't know what you thought about that. And then decoding, I was just going to push something on the Donetsk thing. It's my understanding that it was Huzovska, then became Yuzovska, then became Stalino, and then became Donetsk. Which one of those or is Russian or Ukrainian?
Well, so Donetsk is the river, and that's on the first maps we have. Isidore of Seville in the 5th century, and it's in reference to the little. It's basically, as I understand it, Slavi can correct me on this. It means little Don. So the Don River, that's in Severodonetsk, is named for it as well. So, but obviously the Russians, their exercise of power is through renaming places. So the site of Donetsk city, until our Welsh friend arrived there, would have just been a little village on the Donetsk river. So the name is, not only is the name inherently Ukrainian, the name Donetsk and Don as the Lord of Death. I mean, the first Greeks were the Danans, according to Homer, who writes in 8th century BC. The Tuatha De Danann in Ireland, the worshippers of the goddess Danu, were from Scythia. So they're some of the first Indo-European Irish. And this idea of Don probably goes back to Lord of Death, and in the Celtic pantheon, or Dies Pater again from ancient Ukraine, which became Jupiter, or Zeus Pater in Greece. So it was very common for rivers to have the names of the deities they embodied. And so that's where the city of Donetsk takes its name from that. So if you want a proper name for it, Donetsk is the proper name because of that area out. I also write about this. I'll post it now again. I've posted a few, if anyone's interested in any of the stuff I've been waffling about. I posted a few tweets in the I don't know what to call it.
I call it the
thing
purple pill. It's kind of purple and pill shaped.
on the MriyaReport thing here. Oh, can I just add, just while I have you there?
Go ahead, Slavi.
I think Decoding wanted to add something.
I'm losing him a little bit. That's the problem. You still there, Decoding?
I think I'm losing him as well.
Can you hear me now?
Breaking up for me too. Go ahead, try again.
Okay, I think we got you now.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, so going east to west, you have the Don River, and until 1918, the estuary of the Don was part of Ukraine and Rostov and all of that. Then you have the Donetsk. Then you have the Don Dnieper, which means the upper Don River. Then you have, which is now the Dnieper. Then you have the Don Istris, which is the Istra, with lower Don. And this is all looking from the perspective if you were looking upwards from Crimea. And then you have the Danube, and the Danube was known in antiquity as the Don Istris, confusingly. So you have this is why I say you couldn't have a more characteristic Ukrainian name for a city than Don. I'll leave it at that, but looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Slavi, out.
Go ahead, Trigger.
I was just gonna throw it back to you, but since we touched on Crimea, I think it's important to go over its history, which is a very, very complicated and complex history. And I think, I mean, it just seems like you know so much, and you eloquently put it into context. I think it'd be cool if you kind of went over. I mean, we have the Greeks, obviously, we have the Crimean Tatars, and why is it so important for Crimea to be Ukrainian to this day? I think it's important to go over that. As and why does Russian can just absolutely cannot have it? It's not theirs. It almost always have never been. And why? I mean, Crimean Tatars don't consider themselves Russian. They never have. I mean, they were genocided. But if you can go over that, I'm sure you can put it a lot better in me into history and context of it.
Um, Thank God, dream questions. I'll post another tweet on this, which did quite well a while ago. But basically, choose your starting point. So for me, the starting point in Ukraine is around 2500 BC. That is the moment when the first community of an Indo-European language speakers last lived together around Zaporozhye, south of Zaporozhye, in that intersection zone with all the river, where all the rivers go. And then they spread out from Ireland to India over the following millennia. And at that point, the archaeological culture in Crimea was part of the same archaeological culture as the rest of Ukraine, or parts of the rest of Ukraine. And so many historians who deal only with written sources, like Timothy Snyder, for them, history begins with the first written sources, which are around the 7th century BC in Greece. And Greek colonists, I would say, and archaeologists understand, and other people who understand how all of this worked would say, the Greek colonists were returning to a place they had been before. So for me, history starts 1,000 years before the Greek colonists with an Indo-European language, then return to where their ancestors first went to Greece with. So we know Greece became Greek-speaking around the area of Macedonia with these steppe migrants, probably, well, between 1100 BC and 800 BC. So before that, it was not an Indo-European culture. It didn't, Greek was invented at that moment. And the people who brought an Indo-European language to Greece, we now know without any scientific doubt since 2015, because we've got the ancient DNA. They had this step, what's known as it's a particular chromosome in their Y DNA, in the male line. I think it's R1B1 or whatever. So, but then the other answer to your question is, why is Crimea part of Ukraine? It's what, like, whenever you hear Ben Hodges talk about how we can once we turn Crimea into an island, or that Russia can't get there, you see, well, it's attached from a geographical point of view. It's not sustainable as a place without being attached to the rest of Ukraine. So it's a practical issue. As we know, the water, I'm not even sure. I know they blew up the dam, which brought the Dnieper's river, the Dnieper or Dnieper's waters to Crimea, which made it able to support a huge population. But without water and the land connections to the rest of Ukraine, it's just not sustainable. And so we see its significance there as well to the rest of Ukraine. So just see, and we also see its importance to Russia in terms of, it's the only successful part of Russia's invasion
in February 24th, 2022, and it was done through deception, which is obviously okay in warfare, was from Crimea. You know, it took Kherson quickly, and that was the only city of oblast importance which it took. So again, it shows how Ukraine can't allow Crimea to be used. To be like having an aircraft base, you know, or an aircraft carrier threatening you all the time. And as we know, it led to Russia, like Russia needed and needs the southern part of Zaporozhye to connect Crimea to the rest of Russia, because the sea connection and the bridge connection isn't enough either to bring materiel or anything. And I think it was a Ukrainian comedian, or maybe a Russian comedian, who in 2014 likened occupying Crimea to stealing a mobile phone without a battery, i.e. no fresh water. So it makes no sense to the Russians to keep it in any sense, especially even if they can't control, if they only really wanted it for the naval base, then they can't keep their boats there anymore. And whatever happens, Ukraine will always be able now, it has the technology, the weaponry, and no one can stop it, or would stop it, to destroy airplanes over the Sea of Azov. So again, another, chipping away. And so Russia's left with absolutely there's no reason it should stay in Crimea except for stubbornness. So that would be my short answer to your question. Out.
Go ahead, Zabby.
I would say great. It would be great. But I kind of want to take it back to, I mean, Catherine the Great, and I'm saying this in quotations. I want to say Catherine the Terrible, and kind of go back to that point of history and what she has done to kind of russify it into this like empire, and kind of what she has done to the actual indigenous people of Crimea, and why they fight to this day to be Ukrainian and not Russian. I think that's kind of the point that I wanted to kind of go back to.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have, having lived in Dnipro for 4 years, I have quite a sense of, how Catherine, so-called great, as I call her, the German, Catherine the German, conquered all of that area. I mean, this goes back to a fundamental question: is who is the, like, why should we start? Why does Russia get to start the history in 1952 or whenever Stalin, apparently, or Khrushchev, or whatever their nonsense is about Crimea? That basically we've all decided since the UN Charter that we recognize the territorial integrity of states from that moment forward. And Russia signed a treaty with Ukraine. Putin himself signed it, as I was posting today. Because I love this, because none of these people know this. It's registered in the treaty depository in the
But
UN.
we know whatever Putin signed, that doesn't give the good, it doesn't hold up.
Well, absolutely, but he wouldn't have signed it. It includes Crimea as part of things. So we have to start somewhere, which is the treaties. And I think the Tartar people who occupied Crimea from whatever it is, the 15th, 16th century on, who have massacred, they understand that hopefully they understand like their future is with Ukraine, which is a multicultural state, which again most people never understood this essential truth about Ukraine, that it isn't just this monolithic state. It's made up of all these different cultures with different histories. I mean, they should give it to Germany then, if Catherine the Great is the beginning of history, because she's German. Why should Moscow get it? But we leave all
We
of this
should give
aside.
St. Petersburg to Sweden then. Let's do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Putin himself, when he was showing that map, and some of us will probably remember that a few months ago, he was showing some map of from the 18th century, which supposedly showed Crimea as part of Muscovy. But the same map, as clever people pointed out, showed St. Petersburg as part of Sweden. So it's just nonsense. Out.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. There is all sorts of nonsense claims. I mean, I could go out tomorrow and say I owned a village in Northern Ireland, but it doesn't make it so, does it? Slavi?
Don't the Swedes, they actually have a claim to some of the Russian land? I believe there's a island, right? Wartogo or Mockers.
War Doggo might know better than me. Go ahead, lovely.
No, I just saw that it was finally confirmed, dears, that we didn't miss the plane, but we missed to loot it for our fundraiser, right, Mockers? It was just confirmed. It's like mixed feeling. Happy that turtles will have a nice dinner, or lunch, or even breakfast, all three, all inclusive. This day in the Black Sea is going to be a little bit of festival under the water. And you cannot imagine how famous Ukraine will be for tourism, for snorkeling, and for diving after we push the Russians out. I mean, you can imagine Emirates thinking by purpose some type of the ships to create the attractive locations for diving. I mean, we do it just naturally. Those Russians. And with all of the things, you can imagine why Ukrainian fossils are so fertile. Because for 300 years, you can imagine how many Russians they are. So, unfortunately, polluting the planet, but Russians had to think twice before they produced that crap, and they sent this crap to Ukraine. So, mixed feeling. First, happy that it sank, but not that happy because we could use it for our fundraiser. All right, like jokes apart, the fundraiser that you can see in the nest, we've been yesterday joined by Andriy, the leader of the electronic warfare and electronic countermeasures service, whose unit, whose service, whose brigade is actually working on saving people lives. I mean, medics save people lives. I don't know, military saving people lives for not letting Russians come to our homes and holding Ukrainian peaceful skies. Electronic countermeasures make Russian drones not achieving its targets, and that's exactly the fundraiser for certain equipment that Andriy is in need, and the MriyaReport, dear listeners, have fantastic opportunity to be part of those who actually help to create the equipment that will save, literally, no jokes. Yesterday, Andriy just simply said that 15 lives a day possibility to save. 15 Ukraine defenders lives a day that equipment is actually able to save by doing its job in the right hands. That's the importance of that equipment, and that's importance of that fundraiser. I hope many will join who can. Those who cannot, of course, we always welcome retweeting the fundraiser, letting the others know that this fundraiser is there, retweeting the space, letting people come to the space, asking the questions, and I will be coming up from time to time to remind about the fundraiser and like discussing if anything interesting pops out there. Unfortunately, salty water doesn't make the equipment working better, and that's why that A-50 plane that joined Moskva and Novocherkassk and the underwater fleet of Russia being promoted to a submarine cannot contribute to our fundraiser. Bad luck. We will do a next intelligence from our guy in the future time, Will, who lives in Australia, that island, workers' paradise, and he has some sneaking behind the curtain, being in the future, telling us some intelligence information, which is used to down the planes. Of course, you understand that I'm joking, but every joke contains only part of the joke. Hugs and luck from Ukraine.
Hugs and love, Lord Argo. And yes, I was about to mention this, that I popped something up in the nest just to read. So the Commander-in-Chief, Zaluzhny himself, has confirmed the destruction of the A-50 and IL-22 aircraft. So he expressed gratitude to the Air Force for a well-planned and well-executed operation in the Azov region, which confirms that Ukraine appear to have done this. And the Russians are claiming friendly fire because it's less embarrassing. And also they don't want people to panic and think that they're seriously outmatched, which they obviously are, aren't they? So whatever happened there, I mean, the thing is, we know that Ukrainian pilots, I mean, you know, some people are going, oh, it's F-16s, it's F-16s. Well, what I will tell you is that Russia's had some severely degraded systems recently, especially due to things being blown up in Crimea, which were said to be enabling operations for more things to come. So it's possible that they've been using this AWACS in this area for some time because of the lack of radars and what have you. And Ukraine have been watching it and waiting for a good time to do something about it. Now, we did say that they do have some possibilities, but we also know that some of their pilots are completely nuts, right? In a nice way, in a good way, sort of. Extremely daring, shall we say. These are people who flew into Azovstal during the, siege there to be able to take out injured and take them food and whatever they needed at the time. And they managed to do that. I think it was something ridiculous, like 6 or 7 times that they managed to actually get aircraft in and out there. So, you know, if they can do that sort of thing, I'm sure that they found a way to maybe sneak through there and do something else. And it would have probably been extremely, what do you call it? Crazy mission. But you know what? The Ukrainians have done a lot of these extremely bonkers, crazy missions, which, you know, other armed forces or other, you know, experts have looked at afterwards and gone, oh my God, I can't believe they did that and they pulled it off. That's amazing. And that is kind of what they seem to be doing on a regular basis. There's a phrase that somebody said, and I really like it, that Ukrainians can pull off miracles on a regular basis, and the impossible just takes a little bit longer. And I sort of feel as though that really does, you know, it really does sort of explain to me what we're seeing, basically. You know, somebody says that's impossible. Ukrainians say, well, hang on, hold this beer. We'll give it a go. Nothing's impossible if you really, really want it. Apart from getting younger, I think, you know, none of us can do that just yet. But, sorry, I'm just saying that because my knee's hurting. Terrible, I know. But they've had some real successes that, well, I think have surprised an awful lot of people. And, you know, here's us saying, oh, well, you know, in the past, there's been all this like hooing and hawing. Will they be able to handle Gen 4 fighters? Will they be able to, you know, make any impact with them? Well, I tell you what, they make an impact without them, and have been doing for a very long time. So, you know, just credit where it's due, people. And this is something which is huge. Actually, it is huge taking out this type of aircraft. Can you imagine if a American AWACS got taken down? Can you imagine the absolute uproar and furore and devastation? There would just be, well, it wouldn't be out of the press for the next 2 weeks. Everything about it, how it happened, how could they be so, you know, silly and what have you to do this? And the Russians are going, yeah, we might have shot it down ourselves, actually. And I just think that's nuts. This is like, it's just a really big thing. And considering how many they've got left as well, I think they are a little bit low on these sorts of aircraft. So that's going to really, really hurt. So it's an extremely powerful and painful blow, because if they're losing capabilities like that, they're going to sort of get to the point where they're not going to be able to project their power in the same way, because they just don't have the eyes and ears that they used to have. What an absolute shame, hey? Well, technology, rebuilding technology, you know, oh, we'll just make another one. Will you? Will you really? For some reason, I can't remember who it is, but there's I think it's Iran, actually. Iran have signed a deal with Russia. I'm just gonna, yeah, right, okay. Iran have signed a deal with Russia to get some aircraft from them. And they say they're going to produce these aircraft for them and blah, blah, blah. Are they really? Are they really going to produce aircraft for anyone? And they're never going to be able to rebuild this thing. It's absolutely crackerjacked. There we go. I said it without rudeness. Leo, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Great discussion. And thank you for everything you do for Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, I think that we remember when in the air defense system in Crimea was taken out, and then the next thing you know, they were bombing the ships in Sevastopol. The Ukrainians were bombing the ships in Sevastopol. So taking out this AWAC could very well be a precursor to taking out the Kerch Bridge or some very, very important target. These things have to be done smartly and stepwise. So I think it's a great sign. And then just returning to the discussion about how Putin likes to start history, where he chooses to start it, like 988 or something like that is when he feels that history should start. But Timothy Snyder, he's the greatest. He points out that if you do that, then all of Russia and Ukraine would belong to Sweden, because the Vikings settled Kievska Rus, which obviously is not the way we look at it. We have international organization, the UN, that has charters, and the majority of the world's countries, the overwhelming majority of the world's countries, recognize the border as laid out in the UN. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. You guys are great. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava, my friend. Tarixis, go ahead.
Yeah, Marcus, I really liked what you said. It made me chuckle a little bit, because we talk about the West talks about escalation a lot. And when big things get taken down, they blame themselves instead of, the West and escalating things. And it's just funny.
Well, that's it. People are pissing themselves, weeing their pants about flipping. Oh, what if they retaliate? Well, what are you going to do? They've been retaliating on a daily basis towards Ukraine for no good reason. So, it's up to Ukraine to retaliate, not the Russians, as far as I'm concerned. Slavi?
Yeah, escalation. What? Excuse me. But no, I just wanted to say the Vikings are actually really close friends with the Cossacks back in the day. And kind of upsetting that decoding or anybody that's here that knows history that it was actually the Russians that were always enslaved by the Vikings, and then the Cossacks, the Ukrainian Cossacks, helped them with it because we made deals. Because just like the Vikings, Cossacks, the Ukrainian people saw ourselves as the free people. I'm just gonna put it kind of very, very broadly. If anybody knows history better than me, please jump in. But that's kind of the kind of the outline of it. That we did kind of help the Ukrainian Cossacks. I mean, as in we did help kind of to enslave the Russians because they were always because the bad evil. Um, even to the Vikings. I see War Duggo kind of waving, but yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to point out that in that case, they've always been slaves in some way, haven't they? And that would be why it's totally against their nature to rise up and do something about the problems that they're having. It's a shame for them, really. Terrible. War Doggo, I think, had a bad connection. I saw him bounce around and he's just gone again. So I'll go to Live Sniper while we wait.
Yeah, thank you. I just as I had thought that I had somehow begun to grasp the insanity of Russian mindset and the logic, then something like this happens, because now they have two choices. They either admit their incompetence by saying, okay, the Ukrainians shut it down, or they admit their incompetence by saying we shut it down ourselves. And I don't know, but if I would have been in Russia's shoes, then I definitely would not have admitted that we are so incompetent that we actively take action against our this friendly fire theory. If they would have said, okay, the Ukrainians managed to do this, then they could have used it in order to fuel and say, now you see we have a tough enemy and we have to push harder, and this kind of how do you say, narratives. But if they say, okay, we did it ourselves, I think it's just unfathomable. How I really don't understand where they're going with that, really. Because when they publish this kind of narratives, they usually have some kind of, I don't know, reasoning, and they try to achieve something. But what do they achieve by admitting that their own military is so incompetent that they shoot down their own most valuable planes? I really, really don't understand. They are just insane. And what I still want to say, that Decoding Trolls is absolutely brilliant. It's really gold worth. His how do you say, this historical perspective to these things, how he dismantles all the Russian narratives about Ukraine actually being Russian or whatever. It's really a blast to hear his lectures. Thank you.
Bobby?
Oh no, sorry, that was by accident. Go to War Duggo.
War Doggo, my lovely, welcome back.
Well, listening to Russians saying, "Hey, you see, Ukrainians, it was not you thinking our planes, it was us being proud of thinking their plane, and that's our air defense. It's not you." It's like how miserable someone should be from bringing all of that crap. But you can imagine who Russians are already a little bit, right? So you pretty much imagine is their style. And it is classical. We have NAFO, and military have a term that is called FAFO, right? That around and find out. that's exactly what was happening, and that's pretty much classics, because Russians are dumbass and they don't learn neither with their ships nor with their planes, and we are very lucky with that. They're a dangerous enemy who came to genocide, but we are very lucky that they're so dumbasses. And even more expensive, not only the equipment that they have lost, but the uh, valuable experts that are capable to operate such equipment. And I'm pretty glad for Turtles of the Black Sea that will have a nice breakfast, lunch, or dinner all together, because that's the first probably jamming experts that they've got in their bottom. And Ukraine is pretty, I believe, happy because of that. And what's related to Slavs, Cossacks, and Vikings, those are a little bit from different ages. I believe they couldn't really meet each other, but there is a reason why, uh, the word representing this ethnic group as Slavs, called Slavs, and that is very similar to another word, slave. And that's actually why uh, there is a similarity between these two, because majority of the slaves that one in those time of the Viking time could find in the so-called like international labor market, they were the slaves from those lands of Rus and uh, Khazar, south of the modern country that is called today Ukraine. And that is why the word between Slav and slave, they're that similar, because they're similar for a good reason, and that's the reality of those time. And that is that is the etymology of why we call Slavs today Slavs. It's just historical. Thanks. Oxenlaw from Ukraine.
Oh, thank you, War Doggo. Now then, I've updated the title. Now I'm happy that 2 aircraft are indeed out of the game. So a little bit of what air defence doing today, and just having a look. Grant Shapps has been having a chat today. He's come out with some statements. He's gone on to basically say, everything that we've done over the past year and nearly 2 years, and said that, we will continue to train troops, we'll continue to support in every way we can. Just basically confirming that, he's steadfastly supportive of Ukraine. Now, them little graphics that the Air Force puts out when they've shot stuff down. Well, they have issued one of those graphics for these 2 aircraft, and they've got their own little icons. I just thought that was rather cute. Chris, go ahead.
I don't know if you've seen that the little video of the tracks of the planes when they disappear. Have you seen that one, Mockers?
It's up in the nest, I believe. Yes.
Oh, is it right? Okay. Sorry, I'm just like searching through, AWACS shot down on Twitter and that. Yeah. Well, to me, right. So there's also a video basically saying, not a video actually, it's a picture, right? Basically saying that they think the Patriot is located on the right bank of the Dnipro. Yeah. And then they're like basically explaining how it's in range of that Patriot system. Yeah. Well, the interesting thing to me is that those 2 planes are shot down right over to the east of the Azov Sea. right? If you look at that one there, right, when they're shot down, they're like right over to the southeast of the Azov Sea, i.e., the furthest point away from where apparently the Patriot battery is located, which means and there's all these other planes flying around in between, right? Any Russian planes flying basically anywhere, maybe not quite to the northeast, but anywhere over the Azov Sea, good chance they're going to get shot down. That's what I'd be thinking if I was a pilot, Marcus.
Well, just one thing to add to that. That is probably one of the reasons why, you wait and you wait and you wait with the capability until you've got the best target possible, because now they'll be crapping themselves and they won't be taking much stuff into that particular area at the moment, will they?
No, and I can't remember what it is now. When this happens, I think there's this film, and there's a thing in it, and they go, "You cannot protect your women." Well, basically, Putin and his military cannot protect Russia. I mean, what is the next thing that's going to happen? They have no idea, really, do they? What the next thing is that's going to happen, Marcus, right? They just cannot protect Russia. It's too big. They're too useless. They just can't protect it. That's the conclusion I draw from all of this.
Well, my worry is, well, why are they worried? Who wants it? That's the thing, it's not like anybody ever really wanted it, is it? John, did you want to add something? Because I realised I stomped on you twice there.
That's all right, Marcus. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what you said. This is huge, isn't it? This is a massive change for the Russians. So I just wanted to echo that. I'm guessing that if it was a Patriot battery, it's probably scarpered by now. But there's been some excellent use of, we're running out of Patriot missiles. What are we going to do? We can barely protect Kyiv. And then suddenly this Patriot turns up in Zaporizhia or wherever it was and sort of knocks a couple of big planes out of the sky. So I think it's been very well played. As you said, it's probably been lurking there waiting for these juicy targets, and they've taken them out. And I think that the Russians will be reappraising their plans for gathering intelligence and information about the battlefield now that this has happened. And it'll be interesting to see where this goes next and what effects it has. So I just wanted to throw that in. I think we have hands up. I didn't see who was first.
Just want to add one thing to that, though. This development, you see, everything works in stages. This development of EW to be able to bring down missiles frees up a Patriot, does it not? Or possibly frees up, a number of other air defense systems. And when you know that it's working well and you announce it to everybody, yes, we've done this, it's worked for us, then that might suggest why there is perhaps a possibility of a roaming Patriot. It was Methane next.
Hadn't thought of that. Excellent point. Yeah, well done. Well done, but thank you. Yeah, that's really, really good. Mede, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, and good day. It's actually in Finland. So, yeah, whatever it was that took down those planes, but, I wanted to pick your memory. Was this the same kind of a plane that Prigozhin shot down as well? Recon plane? Because I have a vague memory that Russia didn't have so many of these. Was it the same kind, or do you know how many they have left now? Because it's such a great news. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Prigozhin didn't shoot down an A-50, you know, the ones with the dishes on, but he did shoot down some sort of reconnaissance helicopter, I believe. It was a swanky reconnaissance helicopter, although Ioana may be coming up to confirm or deny what I've just said. Go ahead, Ioana.
Yeah, it wasn't the same type of plane. The one that Prigozhin shot down was a smaller one, not an AWAC. There is no reason to have an AWAC over Russia, actually. But it's the same kind of plane that was damaged in a Belarusian airport, if you remember the incident, damaged by a drone. You remember back in, I don't know, last year, maybe spring, there was a drone that flew into the Belarusian airport and damaged a AWAC plane. That was the same type.
Yeah, so they are indeed getting low on them.
They are
well,
very expensive, these kinds of planes. They are really very expensive, and I don't think that Russia has many of those. I will have to check. But you know, all the instruments on this kind of plane are like probably costing the cost of the plane, you know. So they are really very expensive planes.
And I think I read some information that they've kind of updated a few of them to sort of higher spec, and apparently this might be one of those higher spec versions that's been shot down as well. So just to throw that in, just to, you know, pour more salt onto the wound.
excellent. War Doggo, go ahead, my lovely.
The video that Ioana have mentioned was Ukrainian drone entering the Russian airfield and sitting down on this big plate of this A-50 airplane was like, you know, it was like, you know, smashing the cheek, saying, hey, you see what? You're a big jammer. Here I am dancing on your plate. That was humiliating video, to be honest. And yeah, who knows what, who knows when, but you remember this beautiful gif, shut up and take my money. I believe that's the natural reaction that majority will have, those who hesitate, if Ukraine is capable of using those equipment that is limitedly shared these days, and if with that limited equipment Ukraine is limited equipment Ukraine is capable to do this. I mean, as we were saying here since ages at MriyaReport, imagine what Ukraine can actually do. And isn't it a military deal of the century, to give something that you are expecting to scrap, or you're not going to use anyway, so that this world is going to be better when Ukraine wins the war? I mean, that's the paradox, and that's why I'm like putting this hashtag shut up and take my money. I have it pretty visual in front of me. Thanks.
Well, yes. Just the oh, here we go. I'm getting a little bit more information about A50s. So until 1992, about 40 of these were produced, shall we say. Now, we know that there's not a load of them operational. It was still in double figures at the beginning of this full-scale invasion. However, it is suggested, I think, that only 6 of them were upgraded to the new specs. So that suggests that there's probably not a great deal of these ones particularly anymore. I'm just bringing somebody up. Oh, okay. Whether it works or not is a different matter. But I do like the fact that the Air Force have now claimed it and basically said, yeah, 'twas us. And the Russians are going, no, it was definitely us. We definitely made a mistake and shot down our own stuff, which tells me that it was very likely something Ukraine did now. These things, you know, they just develop as they go along, and it just the fact that they would rather say that they did it themselves tells me all I need to know, really. If they'd have done it themselves in the first place, I don't know, there'd be a lot more shouting and recriminations going on, I think. There's a lot of shouting going on, but it's all about sort of like, you know, was there a misfire? Has something, you know, that there's not like, we've arrested this guy because he's a traitor and he shot down our aircraft, which usually they do that really quick. So I think they've been left in disarray.
And they're not cheap, are they? Right, the 330 million US dollars, and the upgraded ones are more expensive. So that's a bit of a dent in the old military budget there, even if they do want to replace them.
Well, yes, but you see, as with all things military, I don't really count them in terms of money. I count them in terms of capability lost, purely because these things already exist. So money's already been spent, if you know what I mean. And so you count it in monetary costs, but that would be to build a new one. And, you know, fair enough, they're not going to be able to do that in the near future, if ever. But yeah, the monetary cost is pretty irrelevant at this point, I think. It's the loss of the capability which matters the most. But it is nice to see how painful it is as well. I mean, let's face it, if it wasn't painful, they wouldn't be trying to make up excuses as to what happened, would they?
Absolutely. Yep. Good points. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, I'm one of these people that I've always had sort of a good nose for a lie. And I don't know if this is why I sort of understand some things better than others. But I mean, better than other things that I understand, if you know what I mean. But I seem to have a level of cynicism and a bit of a nose for a fib. So these two things together, usually, if I have a little think about it, I can generally work out which part of their statement is a lie and why. I don't know if just after all this time I've just got a little bit better at it, but yeah, I tend to just have a nose for it now. And you can tell when they make certain excuses. I mean, we've all heard the, you know, this fire was caused by, what was it,
electrical fault?
Spark or an electrical fault, yeah. And it's just like, really? All of them? Are you sure? For example, just a couple of things that I saw yesterday, and let me find it. There it is. Right, so just a couple of things I saw yesterday. Now, there was another fire in Russia that wasn't really mentioned because, you know, Wildberries was very wild indeed. However, there was a fire quite recently at an aluminium smelter plant in Novokuznetsk, located approximately 500 kilometers north of the midpoint between Kazakhstan and Mongolia. No cause for this blaze was ever given. However, it was quite extensive. I mean, you know, the whole roof of a building on fire there. So, you know, it must have been some careless smoking. It's just that location in particular just seems interesting to me. And then we've got Selmash. Now, I believe mash, you know, that particular word, that sort of refers to building of stuff, as far as I can tell. You know, everywhere that's been sort of like a production place has mash attached to it. Well, this is quite a big fire as well, a large building just on fire in that area. This was in Rostov in particular. And this one, that they tried to say it was a car wash, I think, but then it just got bigger and bigger and it wasn't a car wash. However, there were some tyres that apparently were also part of this fire that were neighbouring the car wash. So just suggesting that, yeah, perhaps it wasn't the car wash itself that was being set on fire. And then St. Petersburg, again, another fire, except this one wasn't as noticeable because, you know, they'd just had a big disaster. But this fire was not far from the Wild Berries warehouse. It occurred in the area of Shushery, and is supposedly a sawmill. Now, I don't know about you, but sawmills, I've seen quite a number of sawmills on fire. And one of the things I do remember from quite early on, sometime, probably winter 22, that what was happening was sawmills were a good location to gather troops, basically, because they had some big buildings you could put them in, and they had a big open area that was sort of covered from, you know, the elements, as it were, where you could stand them about and do stuff. And of course it was sort of a bit protected because they, you know, a big place. People aren't oh, go away, computer. People aren't going to like necessarily be looking in. It's a sawmill. There's loads of noise there every day. Whatever, you know, that sort of thing. And they were popping up as impromptu gathering points for troops, mainly because they just didn't have the infrastructure to do it elsewhere. You know, they had all these places that they were sending them to, which were absolutely falling to bits. And I think it was discovered that actually we could just use this sawmill, and it worked out okay because they had the big buildings that they needed. So they did that. And so since then, this must be about the 6th or 7th sawmill I've seen going up in flames. Now, I know they do a lot of woodworking, as it were. They do a lot of logging and all that sort of stuff. I just think it's awfully coincidental, and I do like a little conspiracy theory. So I am hoping that these sawmills are not all just wood. Although anything that hurts their economy as well is also, you know, something to be thankful for. So yeah, these things keep happening, and that was just 3 that are spotted just in a very short period of time. All of which just seem to be a little bit interesting, just a little bit interesting. I like very much to see, you know, industrial warehousing and let me see, quite just before the real cold weather in Russia, there was a place that was on fire quite dramatically, and it turned out that was the place where they pretty much built all the electrical transformers in Russia. That was pretty much where they did it all. And then look, see what happened? All the electric substations started blowing up, and then well, you might have spotted that they're having a few heating problems and electricity problems there. I just feel as though all these things are sort of, you know, part of a plan, part of maybe a slightly bigger plan. Call me a conspiracy theorist.
Well, they might be playing a canny game there. Absolutely. And it kind of feels like the kind of thing that the Ukrainians would do. I mean, the Russian approach is all kind of like blah, bang, blah, 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 but I don't know if that made any sense, but it made sense to me. Whereas the Ukrainians are kind of far more kind of, you know, we're going to do this and we're going to do, it's like playing chess, you know. And so, yeah, they certainly might have been looking into doing that kind of thing and set that kind of process in motion. So you may well be right. I'm seeing also in related kind of news, I guess, lots of lots of those heating systems down, and taking weeks to find the source of the problems and try and fix it, and sort of general Russian incompetence. So yeah, I think someone mentioned karma earlier on today, and it certainly feels like karma after all those threats last winter, that the Russians are the ones living in icicle palaces. Ha.
Well, you say that, right? But one place in Moscow had their hot water turned back on last night. They were really pleased, apart from the fact that it was basically running through the floors. So obviously the pipework is totally effed at this point. And what they found when they arrived home from complaining about the issue to the local authorities, what they found was beautiful boiling hot water was pouring from under the front of their building out into the street. So yeah, that seems that well, it just seems to be how things are done now. So I don't know, maybe you have to just go to the front of the building to wash your clothes or yourself. I'm not sure how that's going to work from now on.
Adapt. That's the thing. Yeah, you got to adapt to the environment that you're in. You know, that's what you got to do. It's interesting that they actually went to the local authorities instead of just making a video and appealing to the Tsar. But well, I guess they're not getting what they want. Maybe they have to go back, or maybe they will appeal to the Tsar this time. We'll see what happens.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be many more videos appealing to the Tsar before they're done. It is sort of one thing after another, isn't it? So yeah.
But everything is going according to plan. So that's good to know.
Now then, I wish Will was still here. I say that as in, Will, if you're listening, come and talk to me if you want. No pressure. It's just that. Remember these decommissioned helicopters that were destined for the scrapyard? That people were saying, well, people should give these Australian Australian helicopters to Ukraine, see what they can do with them. Because, even if they're not at their best, I bet you they can fix them up and make them better. And at least use some of them, even if like half of them are trash, doesn't really matter. Parts, they can use some of them. Now, the Ukrainian ambassador to Australia, Vasyl Miroshnichenko, says that he is hoping there is still a possibility to obtain these helicopters for Ukraine, although he hasn't yet received a reply. Now, I know our friend Tony San Marino is going to be onto this, no doubt, because he has the same problems that he struggles getting a reply from the Australian government. So, yeah, perhaps we can get our Australian friends to put some additional pressure with regards to these. I mean, it's not like they're doing anything exciting with them, is it? It would cost them money to bury them, surely. Ghost, go ahead.
Yes, I totally agree on that, Marcus. That's why I started a hashtag, release the Taipans, those helicopters, those are Taipan helicopters. And I made a picture, a meme myself, and I encourage everybody to also make a meme with those Taipan helicopters, or with a snake, because it's basically a snake. And maybe we can push that further, so that the Australian government is picking that up, and maybe we can push and pressure them a little bit.
Well, sometimes that's exactly what it requires, isn't it? The right kind of pressure, but we'll see anyway. Ioana, go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus. I wanted to go back to, freezing Russia and what's happening there and the discussion about this. And I don't know if we have the time, but you know that I like to bring some Russian stories sometimes. But I want to link this with a video that I've seen on Anton Gerashenko's timeline. They were asked, the Russians, why the special military operation takes so long, and they offered different answers. Some of them quite weird, some of them quite realistic. And one of them said, there are three capital sins: envy, greed, and incompetence, and the third one should be addressed. But not the first two, not the envy, not the greed. So the Russians have a story that is called Father Frost. You may be familiar with this type of story. Grimm brothers have a story like this. So basically, a woman has a daughter whom she loves and a stepdaughter whom she hates. And the woman orders her husband to take the stepdaughters out into the wood and to leave her there to die. And he obeys, and he leaves her at the foot of a tree in the forest. But Father Frost finds her, and because the girl is polite and kind, he gives her jewels and garments and so on. And later the stepmother sends the father again to retrieve the body of the girl for burial, and she's very unhappy when the girl is brought back alive and happy and dressed well and with a lot of jewels. And consumed by greed and envy, the woman orders her husband to take her own daughter to the same place. But this daughter is not behaving very well, and Father Frost is upset, and he will punish her. And when they go back to find her, they find her frozen at the foot of the tree. So basically, what does it tell us about greed, envy, about the fact that the Russians are hating another people, that lives next to them? They hated them so much. We remember about Holodomor and some other stuff. But these people is still doing well. These people is still advancing. These people has a good life and the prospects, the chance for an even better life. So what are they doing? They are sending their not daughters but sons to fight, and they are retrieving them frozen from the battlefield. And I just wanted to bring this, again, talking about freezing weather right now. So I don't know if it makes sense to you. For me, it does.
Yeah, I totally get it. Talking of consequences for your actions, an A50 is crewed with 5 crew and 10 tactical crew. All of them have been noted as lost. Oh dear. So just to point out that was a very costly loss indeed. Oh no. Do you remember that couple being given dumplings for their son, Ioana?
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, there may be no more free dumplings, because last night in Yaroslavl, the dumpling shop was burning. A arsonist broke the glass and set fire to the establishment. The property is destroyed, so maybe there'll be no more free dumplings. Oh, so that's funny.
And they had some problems with the paper. Apparently, they miss some things to produce paper, so probably the posters are on a low stock right now. So no dumplings, no posters. But the Baikal Lake has a lot of ice. They offered ice at some moment to the people. So I think Baikal Lake has a lot of ice still.
Well, it probably does right now, but I imagine they have a lot of ice everywhere. Now, I did notice that the ice and snow was doing a good deed for the people in Rostov, because they were able to collect snow to melt it for drinking water. Sounds really healthy. Now then, I need to tell you about another loss. It's a terrible loss for the Russians. Lieutenant Colonel Larkin Ivan Petrovich. He was the tank battalion commander. He is from Borisov village in the Altai region. And, well, he's no longer with us. It's been confirmed. So that's a terrible shame as well. The Defense Forces of Ukraine, Defense U account, has also stated the Air Forces destroyed an A-50 long-range radar detection and control aircraft and the IL-22 enemy air control center with a statement of great job, warriors. Oh, yeah. You know what? I think Burjanov is going to be having a little secret smile today. I just think he is.
When he's alone, the door's closed. You know, he might just have a little wry smile to himself. Yeah, he might do that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, Peskov has also made a statement, you'll be glad to know, saying he has no information on the Russian planes being shot down by Ukrainians. Sure, my friend. So I just think that's quite funny. Russian Embassy Sweden has put out a PayPal for collection for a new AWACS. Do love your account. Thank you very much. I also just want to mention this because this is amusing. The Liberian flagged ship that's been attacked by the Houthis, I believe, was full of ceramic toilets and Nissan spare parts headed to Spain. So they've just managed to obtain themselves a bunch of ceramic toilets, and well, that's not amusing in any way. Ivana.
Yeah, about the planes, I was asked earlier if the A-50 is the same type of plane that Prigozhin took down, during his rebellion. And I had something in mind, and I thought I'd check. So actually, the other plane, the Ilyushin 22, is the same with the one that Prigozhin shut down during the rebellion. It's a Ilyushin 22 command post, and the second plane that was took down or whatever damaged yesterday is the same type of plane. So it's also a very significant and important type of plane because it's a command post plane. So yeah, yesterday there were two planes that were like shot or damaged. The A-50 damaged completely. The other one we don't know yet. And actually, this second one is the same with the one that was taken down by Prigozhin. And I thought it's funny.
Well, it just it means their stock of aircraft is just getting lower and lower, isn't it? And especially the specialized stuff. How awful for them. Well, I do wonder if the families of those parents are going to receive any sort of compensation, considering they won't be able to find them, of course. Poor people. Now, on the other side of things, there was a guy here, a 23-year-old border guard, who was killed by Russia. His name is Sergei Kirilenko, and his parents received a payment from the government in order to, sort of, by way of compensation, I suppose. And they immediately took it to the armed forces of Ukraine and donated it to buying FPV drones for his comrades. Now, if that isn't dedication, I don't know what is. That just goes to show, doesn't it, that it doesn't matter about the money. It matters to survive. And they made that sacrifice in order that others might live. And well, that just goes to show the absolute difference, don't they? Doesn't it? The absolute difference between the two different nations. Sorry, just laughing at the A50 being now part of the naval fleet.
Another type of submarine. It's nice.
Exactly. A brand new submarine, and yeah, I think it's just the biggest air kill so far, isn't it? It's massive. Just to be fair, right? Other military, other air forces are going to be looking at this and going, "What the what? How the what? And they're going to be studying this for a long time. Let's just say that they're going to be studying this for a long time, and it does seem as though Ukrainians are pulling off stuff that we wouldn't have even ever thought of, and yet that's what happens. Oh, now then, there was an explosion in occupied Melitopol last night, and I've just found out what it was. Partisans blew up a car with 4 Russians inside. More information to follow. So, excellent. Unfortunately, the car didn't survive. Ioana?
Oh, I just wanted to mention that, as I said, I couldn't follow a lot yesterday night, so I didn't get the fact that those planes were shot down above the Azov Sea. And I think, as some others mentioned in the space, this is absolutely very, very, very significant. Azov Sea, like the Russians, Azov Sea is a Russian lake for them. Of course, it's Ukrainian land, all the north of the Azov Sea, but they consider this like a Russian lake. And the fact that those planes were taken down above the Azov Sea is even more significant. And I just wanted to emphasize this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it would seem that the Russians don't know what hit them. And, well, neither does anybody else now, because Ukraine have definitely claimed it. And obviously the Russians are saying, no, it was just us. It was just us. Which I think is just hilarious. Oh no, they've lost another air defense system on the left bank. Sorry. Russian crew of the air defense system is reportedly temporarily alive while flying in various directions. Sorry, I just like the way that was put. Yeah, they've lost another air defense system on the left bank. And, well, that'll be an air defense system that won't be shooting down their own aircraft, I suppose.
And it's funny how Russia is doing the training for the space program with the temporarily alive people while flying from the explosion spot. Space training program.
Or maybe they're frustrated T-72 crews. Who knows?
Those guys sure can fly. I have noticed that. Now then, I have an insightful interview on pressing issues with Vadim Skibitsky. He is the Deputy Chief of Defence Intelligence. He's one of Budanov's chaps. So he is speaking about objectives for 2024. And he starts off with the Russian objectives. One of the strategic goals of Russia is obviously they've climbed down from the entirety of Ukraine, and they're just going for the capture of the whole of the Donetsk and the Luhansk Oblast. Now, the second goal is to retain the newly occupied territories. And of course, then, you know, Kherson and Zaporizhia and part of Kharkiv are also on their wish list, I suppose. Another priority is they want to destroy Ukraine's air defense and aviation and general military facilities to prevent increasing production and strengthening of capabilities. These are the objectives that they had last year. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. Iran is developing military technical cooperation with Russia because Tehran is interested in Russian weapons. They hope to receive modern aviation from Russia. For example, they have ordered a bunch of Su-34s. Sorry. And training aircraft and radar stations. Well, let's hope they receive them not. I just have a funny feeling that these things might take an awful long time to be delivered. But, you know. So, the most active supplies of ammunition for Russia currently are coming from North Korea. September, October, and November, they supplied ammunition. Mainly supplied from the DPRK, they're receiving 122 millimeter and 152 millimeter shells. According to estimates, 1 million such shells were delivered to Russia. The WHO is collecting information on the DPRK providing ballistic missiles to Russia. The problem is almost 80% of components, especially electronics, come through the territory of China. In most cases, these are not made in China, but other countries. On Russian missile attacks, Russia is focused on destroying Ukraine's military-industrial complex, HQ, control systems, and individual units located on the front line. The weapons, particularly Kinzhals, although very, you know, they're supposed to be like very big, bad weapons, they're very inaccurate and rarely achieve the goals that Russia pursues. Russian military intelligence likely conducted an analysis of Ukraine's energy facilities in 22 to 23 and have identified the most critical objects that can be hit by missiles and UAVs. They continue to regularly take satellite imagery of Ukraine's energy systems to continue to carry out missile attacks if possible. Therefore, the threat to the energy system remains. On the Russian military-industrial complex, in the summer of 22, Moscow adopted several laws and government decrees. The laws set their defense industrial enterprise into wartime production. The number of working days per week increased. Some businesses even operate 3 shifts 24/7. This does not mean everything is fine in their defense industry, however. Main efforts are now focused on restoring equipment that was damaged or destroyed on the battlefield. Another issue is the restoration and preparation for combat use of weapons and equipment that have been removed from long-term storage, bringing them to a normal condition and sending them for combat operations. The third task is the production of new weapons, primarily artillery systems, armoured vehicles, APCs, and infantry fighting vehicles. The fourth mission is the production of their ammunition and missiles. And I've left my lip balm in the other room. Never mind. Everything that is currently produced in Russia is immediately sent to the front and used against Ukraine. Therefore, we do not see any significant increase in the number of weapons and volume of military equipment and weapons production. On the Shahed drones, Russia produces around 330 to 350 of these drones per month. After the first contact with Iran, Russia started producing them in Yelabuga, apparently. Most of the components come from other countries. Moscow's goal is to reach their own closed cycle of production by 2026. On mobilization, Putin will not allow the announcement of mobilization before the elections. Around 1,000 to 110,000 1,100 people join the ranks of the Russian armed forces every day. Russians are mainly motivated to join the army due to wages, especially in regions of crisis. So some of these crises happening in Russia might just actually up their enlistment because, well, can't stay at home, it's frozen. Can't go to work, it's blown up. Oh dear, what else can you do? Well, you could earn money in the army. These are the things that, you know, I think of from time to time, that the Russians will make this sort of thing work to their benefit. They will try and twist it to their benefit, won't they? So anyway, that was his assessment. But I also have a lovely Chris Wiki, and well, I'm thinking we should probably read it out because we do love a Chris Wiki. So what have we got here? Oh, nothing to see. The Russian government has hidden a vast amount of data from their public in an apparent attempt to conceal the impact of the war in Ukraine. It's terribly shocking, isn't it? An analysis shows that almost 500 data sets have been removed since February 22, covering everything from weather to state pensions. The Russian publication, called To Be Precise, reports at least 44 government bodies have stopped publishing data, with some statistical platforms being removed entirely. The law was changed in February 23 to allow the government to stop publishing state statistics. Much of the data that has been removed or suspended relates to direct or indirect indicators of war impact. Such data sets were often used by independent Russian commentators and analysis. They include data showing the impact of sanctions, including imports, exports, oil production and refining. Information on companies subject to sanctions, companies involved in military production, and companies working on import substitutions. Government procurement and contracts and budget expenditures. Data relating to death and disability caused by the war. Almost all data on prisoners, many of whom have died after being recruited to fight in Ukraine. Monthly data on crimes committed with the use of firearms, ammunition and explosives, which, it is noted, has increased greatly, especially in Russian regions bordering Ukraine. Data on atmospheric altitude conditions were deleted following drone attacks on Moscow. Data on potential strategic targets such as power plants, power lines, and radioactive waste storage sites. I'm pretty sure they won't go after those ones. As well as regional offices of government departments have been removed. Information on energy consumption, which could be used to infer the state of the economy, because it's effed. Data on migration and the issue of passports to residents of occupied regions of Ukraine. At least 40 government websites are now inaccessible to non-Russian IP addresses, likely in an attempt to prevent them from being targeted by DDoS attacks from abroad. Well, nothing to see here, nothing to see, obviously. It seems as though they don't want people to know these things, John.
Just the usual stuff, yeah. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here at all. Everything is fine. Everything is going according to plan. Just don't look too closely, and you'll be happy. Yeah, interesting. I will be getting out of the way now to let Tim come up and co-host with you. So thanks, mockers. It's been a blast, as always, quite literally today. A couple of blasts. And I will see you again next time round. Thanks, everybody. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, and see you later. Ioana, go ahead.
About the nothing to see line, I don't know if you talked about this, but you know the fire that was in St. Petersburg, the Wildberries warehouse. Yesterday there was an article in Kommersant that said that still 49 people that worked in those in that warehouse are not found, are not you know, they are not responding calls or whatever. So you know, no victims for the fire, but 49 people are not alive, probably. I just wanted to bring this additional information.
Well, exactly. They said there was no casualties. Everybody was evacuated from the building, apart from poor Evgeny with a cigarette in the smoking room. Sounds a bit like something out of Cluedo, that, doesn't it? However, now they have admitted that 49 people are missing. It's amazing how these things happen, isn't it? So, a couple of fun facts. There were at least 10 crew on board the A50, and there were more than 5 crew on board the IL-22, of which at least 2 of them are injured enough for hospital. The A50 detects distant air targets and can accompany its aircraft into the air and sees the launches of cruise and ballistic missiles, as well as the operations of air defence. The IL-22 is an air command post from which troops can be controlled during hostilities. They state that they are invulnerable to operational tactical missiles due to the fact that the average depth of the Sea of Azov is 7 meters and the maximum is 15. It may be difficult to find the scrap metal. And there is a video that claims to have recorded the last flight of the A50. I don't know if that was like from some days ago, but there is a video of it flying around. Well, you know, what a shame. They'll probably use that in the you know, the montage with the sad music to see off the crew, no doubt. Tim, welcome up. I see you have joined me.
Hello, everyone. Bad day for the Russian Air Force again.
Awful day for the Russian Air Force. Yeah, terrible. Really pleasing for the rest of us. Joanna, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, guess who was asked about the loss of the A50 and the Ilyushin 22 aircraft and what the answer was?
You what? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so Peskov, the spokesperson from the Kremlin, was asked about the loss of these 2 aircraft. And here is his answer. No, there is no information. Then, after all, this is a topic that concerns the progress of the special military operation. He recommended checking information about the aircraft with the Russian Ministry of Defense. You remember the last answer of this type? It was about the attack in Sevastopol port, and he said you should ask the Russian Navy about this. And by the way, we will build naval base in Ochamchiri in Abkhazia, which is an occupied, well, almost occupied territory of Georgia. And in the same article in Kommersant, the one that is talking about the aircraft, they are giving some information for the public. Usually they do this. So I will just read because maybe people want to find out more about the aircraft. The A50 is a long-range radar detection and control aircraft developed in '78. It is equipped with the Shmel radio system, can be used to detect and track air and surface targets, and alert command posts. The Ilyushin 22 were produced in the late 70s. In the 80s, 5 were modernized and entered the service of the Soviet Army. They were intended to control troops during a nuclear war. In 2018, the aircrafts were modernized and turned into multifunctional flying command posts. From this type of aircraft, you can control ground, air, and space force groups in real time. But of course, you cannot control the air defense of the enemy, and that is a good thing. As you said, Mokos, apparently they are invulnerable, these planes, because they are so well equipped. But yeah, they seem to have had desire to check the depth of the Azov Sea, which is quite shallow, and I found out this today.
Yes, well, I don't think the salt water will do it any good. But I certainly think that the crew are probably lost as well. What a shame. So yeah, our favourite graphic for a long time, I think, is this one with the 2 aircraft on it. Loving it. Now then, Belarus have released a video of troops going to Russia for training and to gain experience. Minsk has said that these Belarusians will not be fighting in Ukraine, but will be instructors for the rest of their army once they return. However, what's the chance that experience is going to land them in Ukraine? What do you think, Tim?
I think it's highly likely.
Well, considering everybody else has been sort of shuffled into Ukraine against their will, I think, it's certainly possible. I have a feeling they're about to be double-crossed, those guys.
Have Belarus actually deployed their regular armed forces to Ukraine? I remember
No.
Lukashenko, he kind of refused to take part in the war or something. Presumably Putin's kind of keeping that in his back pocket as an escalatory measure or something like that. I don't know, but they've not actually
Well,
been seen.
his army basically refused, and I believe the top guy in the army that he was putting pressure on just resigned and said, "Do it yourself." And the rest of the army went, no thanks. So that's kind of what happened there. But yeah, he's obviously been convinced to send some people to go and gain some experience so they can train his army better. And I think that's a big old lie. He knows exactly where they're going.
Oh dearie me. I mean that kind of refusal does have a bit of history in the armed forces of Russia and friends. I remember reading that during the you know the way the Russian army has quite a lot of women in it. Like it has whole units made up entirely of women, and they theoretically have combat liability and all of that stuff. They refused to go to Chechnya. I think it was during the second Chechen war. They were supposed to go, but they all just said no, and then nothing happened. So it has happened before.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how happy they're going to be. Did you hear about the toilets, Tim? Russians have got a good reason for attacking Ukraine now. The governor of St. Petersburg said that the Russian military found gender-neutral toilets in Ukraine. So they understand now what they're fighting for. I'd just like to point out, though, I have a toilet in my house, and it's a gender-neutral toilet. Anyone who comes in my house is usually allowed to use it, no matter who they are. As long as they wash their hands, not really that bothered. So yeah, most homes have a gender-neutral toilet. In fact, aren't there outside loos gender-neutral as well?
I mean, let's be charitable and assume he means public lavatories.
Well, the outside toilets are pretty much public lavatory, aren't they?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I didn't see very many, gender neutral toilets when I was in Ukraine. But I didn't go to any public ones, and I didn't go to any offices or anything like that, really. So, I went to a government office that didn't have gender neutral lavatories, that had men and women. But I never went to. Well, I don't know. I mean, you go to a small restaurant or a small pub, right? It's probably got one bog, and that's just got a door and the door locks on the outside. You go to a bigger place, it's probably going to have ladies and gents. I never saw a gender neutral one in a bigger place.
Well, you obviously just didn't look hard enough to find something that you disagreed with, Tim. Iwana.
Well, this concern is not new in Russia. They are really very upset about this gender neutrality concerning the toilets. I don't know if you remember, but in December 2022, there was a news about Lavrov, who was for a OSCE Ministerial Council in Sweden, and he was very upset because he asked where is the toilet, and they told that is the door with the WC letters on it, and he asked if it's for ladies or gentlemen, and he was told to share everything, and he said, I couldn't believe it, but it was really like that. You can't imagine how unhuman it was, just not human. So yeah, Lavrov was concerned about this like more than a year ago. So
Oh my goodness. Well, how
it's not human. You
awful for
understand?
him.
Not human. I don't understand how it's not human, because he wasn't asked to share the toilet with a camel or with a, I don't know, hippopotamus, but he felt not human, not not having two doors. I don't know.
I'm kind of very curious about Romanian toilets now. All those camels and hippopotamuses that, crikey, must be a nightmare.
Yeah, okay, come and visit.
They are
I
obsessed
have
with
I
toilets,
have
though.
one of the toilets in my house have ladybugs on the door, so
How lovely. Yeah, they are obsessed with toilets. Why? I mean, they've been stealing the ceramic toilets all over the darn place. They don't have any plumbing. Just a point. If you don't have plumbing, why would you need a ceramic bog? Iwana?
when you don't have something, when you are missing something badly, you imagine the best of things about that. When we didn't I never tasted bananas, for example, in my childhood, and I imagine it's the most excellent taste of all. So yeah, not having these toilets, they imagine probably that there are like some golden rooms with a lot of things that are very nice, and yeah, probably that's why they have an obsession on the toilets, because they don't have the good toilets. At least many of them.
Well, maybe they should concentrate on themselves a little bit more. Barney, welcome up.
Good morning. It is still morning. Yeah. The amount of absolute BS, should I say, coming out of Russia today has been hilarious. I posted something on the Purple Pill. Get this. And this is from War Translated. You probably know. According to Kretin Sladkov, Rishi Sunak came to Kiev to collect the bodies of 20 high-ranking NATO officials killed in Kharkiv strikes. Certainly they couldn't do it without Sunak. He probably personally loaded the corpses onto the airplane. But yeah, I just found it funny how much absolute BS is coming out, especially around the downed planes. I don't know how they think anybody can ever take them seriously. It's just it's just insane and just baffles the brain, I guess. But yeah, I just wanted to come up to just say that because I've just found today hilarious for the amount of BS that the Russians have managed to come out with.
So they think Sunak went to do that personally. Well, he is a big chap. Well, no, he's not. He's miniature. Yeah, that's really bizarre. Who was saying this? Someone called Kretin.
So Spladkov. I'm not sure. I think he's probably on
He's a blogger.
Yeah,
Oh no, blocker, dude.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's just hilarious, just like the rest of them, to be fair.
Would you like to hear some more Russian cope?
Oh, go on. I'd love it, Mockers.
Right, this is a tweet from a Russian lover. I still very much doubt that the Russians lost an A-50. Peskov just confirmed this whole thing never happened. It's hilarious. Note, every OSINT person has fallen for it. Never trust them. This story is even funnier. I just wanted to wait until the Russians bagged some skulls out of it. So there you go. They believe Peskov that nothing happened at all. Nothing at all. Nothing to see here. All right, then. If you say so. Well,
Love it.
let's see how they
Mockers.
manage. Yes, let's see how they manage, because it will be quite obvious that they no longer have them when they continue to struggle.
So, Mockers, just on the aeroplane thing, the what is it, the A-50 thing? Where did that story come from? I've seen it all over Twitter, but where did it originate? Is it from the Ukrainians?
The Ukrainians have confirmed with a video as well now, showing sort of like, like flight tracking. So what happened was last night there was a rumour that an A-50 had gone down. No, an IL 20 whatever, 23 whatever it is.
Called an
IL-22. Yeah, the IL-22 was in distress, right? That it'd been hit and it was going in for a hard landing at Anapa. And so they were they released this recording of this aircraft saying, we're coming into land at Anapa, we need a fire engine and we're going to need a ambulance, we've got wounded crew. And so that was announced, that there was possible shooting down of this IL-22. And then a bit later, there came a rumour that an AN-50 or whatever it is, an A-50 aircraft may have also gone down because it completely disappeared from radar. And it was there one minute, gone the next. Just, very suspicious. And then the Russians were saying, oh, dear, perhaps we've shot down our own aircraft. So they sort of came out with that. And then it was rumoured this morning that Ukraine had done it. And there was a mention from the GUR or HUR that they said, we can confirm they have been shot down, but we cannot confirm the method at this time, or we're not going to talk about the method at this time. And that was that. And now they've obviously they've put out this like flight tracker thing, which shows the aircraft bimbling around and then suddenly disappearing. And it shows, one of the aircraft that was there suddenly flying towards the airfield at Anapa as well. So this looks to be what they've recorded, and they call it a well-planned and executed operation by the Air Force. So it does indeed sound as though it was Ukraine that did this. After all, Peskov denies it ever happened. And the rest of the Russians are saying, oh dear, could we have shot down our own by mistake? So I think that's the narrative they're going with.
Kind of
You know
weird
that every time they like to do this, they never want to acknowledge that Ukrainians may have shot them down. It's better that, they did it themselves.
Well, that's it.
how embarrassing for them that they're having to claim this as their own when Ukraine are quite clearly going, we did that, by the way. See that? That was us. You know, fog of war and stuff. But I honestly think that Ukraine took them down from all accounts. So yeah, carry on, Tim.
Kind of weird that they crashed in Ayia Napa though. Were they going on holiday?
Oh, very funny. Anapa. Just without the I. But yeah, these are obviously very legitimate targets, command and control. And well, it's lovely to see. I also want to note that Gerasimov's still missing. Just pointing
Still not
out.
been seen. Oh, we've said aeroplane too many times because now our friend Latam's come up to talk about airplanes. Latam, welcome.
Awesome.
Hey, Tim and Markers. I've actually only got a few minutes at the moment, but I'm kind of digging into this, and maybe I'll come back later and we'll have some more insights. But I kind of woke up Eastern North American time to look at this and was, quite struck by it. Like Markers just said, two very high value targets. First loss of an 50, as far as I know. We had seen an IL-20M lost earlier during the Prigozhin saga, and Russians also lost one over Syria a while back. But anyways, in this particular situation, and I had a quick look at that radar imaging, and the initial thought is distance here is pretty extreme. I mean, the most likely culprit is a ground-based air defense, if the Ukrainians did it, something in the range, something like Patriot or S-300. I'm still trying to figure out how far up they would have had to move such a valuable defensive asset to be able to do that, because they would have had to move it up pretty far. And otherwise, I'm thinking, it is not out of the realm of possibility that we could be looking at this is something I've been watching for quite a while, is the possibility of an enhanced fixed wing air defense by the Ukrainians. But I mean, I'm not saying definitively right now, we just don't have enough information. But in the past, they have credited these kills fairly quickly, within about 24 hours, to a ground-based air defense unit, if that's in fact what was responsible. So we're going to have to wait and see what they say. But it's pretty extreme. I wouldn't say extreme, but it's a long shot by that I mean literally a long shot, like not like as an expression, a long shot. An S-300 and Patriot would have been able to reach what, from somewhere around the front line, or not too far back, to where they're claiming these aircraft were shot down. It's not impossible. And it is still, I think, the most likely culprit. But pardon for my use of that word. I'm just thinking technically here, right? But otherwise, this is something to keep watching and see what the Ukrainians tell us and what the Russians admit to, and maybe even some visual evidence, although it was over the sea. So just some initial thoughts on that.
Thank you, Latam. I've got a couple of questions here. I don't know how AWACS aircraft typically behave. The way I understand the Russians to use A-50 is basically a sort of extended range eyes and ears for S-400. Is that correct?
I have not heard that specifically, but okay, that's entirely possible. Sure.
Because there was a story out, oh gosh, a while ago now. This was back end of last year, perhaps, where ahead of F-16s arriving, the Russians were working on, or had, I can't remember the exact story, integrated S-400 and A-50 in order to counter, to provide a boost in capability should F-16s make an appearance, which may or may not have occurred. I'm not sure. Latam?
Well, that's entirely possible, and it also works both ways. We know that NATO has been giving targeting information to the Ukrainians for some time. This is definitely a candidate for that kind of situation. Again, because of the reach of the of something like Patriot is there. I'm not sure about the ground-based radar that the battery would use, whether they would have how easy it would be for them to see a target. Although that said, it's a fairly large target. Its radar cross section is much bigger than, say, a Russian fighter. But that said, I got to think that NATO assets might have been involved in the targeting here. But again, we have to wait. I see Gunny has his hand up. He's probably got something to say.
Sure, Gunny, go.
There was a Forte up yesterday, I think, and he was over he was southeast of Crimea. I have to double check that when I get back. But Army Aaron picked up on it. The thing is, if they use it like us, so they have tactical data links. So what we would normally do is the E3 comes, and this is a long time ago, but this might be where they are. The E3 comes on station, and then you establish a tactical data link with it. That normally involves quite a bit of voice chatter, or it used to, even over an encrypted side channel. You have to talk to each other to get it up. And then for us, there used to be a degree of continual voice talk, coordinating it on something called link coord, which we would use. Now he's going to be radiating, therefore he's going to stick out to lots of electronic support measures across the theatre. You're going to be able to see him. Bloody speed camera. Yeah, he's on the other side. So yeah, he'll be radiating. Do the Ukrainians have a capability where they can use something along the lines of harm, but effectively it's passive and it goes after the emitter? I don't know. I've heard rumours that you can use harm to go after air targets. That was a buzz sort of last year. The thing is, if it was a Patriot shoot or something like that, his electronic support measures kit would have been absolutely screaming at him that he was being engaged. All the warnings would have gone off at the EW desk inside the aircraft. They'd have dumped chaff and flares and tried to get out of town quite quickly. So at this stage, I'm a bit dubious it was a Patriot, because he'd have been under continuous illumination. He should have been heading down towards the deck, shut everything off. So do they have another capability we don't know about? Yeah, I think F-16s, it would be a long run for them to get round there. And of course, you'd be going after an AWACS type aircraft in a fighter, which the AWACS is designed to look for. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world. You would probably want a long loop, maybe across the sea, stay very, very low, and hope that you can disappear in the clutter. So, yeah, if it was shot down, we've still got nothing definitive. And given a couple of other things that have happened recently, I think our friends have got a new capability that we're not aware of, to be honest.
Gunny, in some of the back channels, we've been discussing this. You and I have discussed kind of gone in that direction with Goldman and others. That's where I'm leaning right now, and whether that's ground or air, because we know they've been trying to gain capabilities and upgrade things that they have. Some of that might be bearing fruit. It's entirely possible.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a Patriot round undergoing trials now that's passive, and it goes after radar emitters. I'm a bit uncomfortable with a Patriot thing, because, as I say, once you start radiating and illuminating targets, a couple of things happen. One, the target knows that he's being illuminated, and two, if the Russians are halfway competent, they'll cross-fix it and they will go after that radar emitter and kill it. So either the Ukrainians are pretty content that the Russians simply don't have the ability to generate a counter-air mission and start shooting stuff very rapidly at a good grid reference. Because you could do cross-fixing is really, really easy. Easiest thing in the world, to be honest with you. As long as you've got a receiver, I could give you a really good guess on a map where that emitter is, and then go after it. So is there another round where someone did third-party targeting, and therefore they fired, they put a round up in the air of some new type that we haven't seen, and it was home on emit and killed it that way. It's also interesting the IL-22s up. That's C3 aircraft. So we could probably assume that they were acting in conjunction with each other. And if you've got an AWACS up and you've got a dedicated C3 aircraft up, I think they had some kind of op on. I think there was some kind of operation on, and they got mugged during that operation. It might have been a cruise missile strike against Ukraine. I don't know how they coord that kind of thing, whether the aircraft just go up, chat on Morse, reach their firing points, and then do a shoot, or whether they have an A-50 or an IL-76 backstopping the launch, making sure no one tries to sneak up on them as they reach their firing points. And maybe, whereas the E3 for us would be air defense coordinator, maybe for them they have to use the IL-22 as the air defense coordinator, the A-50 is the search platform. They both went up, big operation on, and then they got whacked, and maybe the mission got scrubbed.
Now, question for both of you. Apologies if this is a little basic, but where in the battle space do these kind of assets typically sit? Right, because they're important, big, very easy to spot. They make an enormous amount of radar noise. Surely they shouldn't be close to, surely they shouldn't be close to anything like a Patriot.
So at sea, you would have him down threat slightly. So if the threat bearing's north, he'd be slightly south of you. If not, maybe in the overhead type of thing. You might have a dedicated escort if you decided to move him further up. So you would allocate a pair of jets to him, but there would be jets in front of him doing the barrier cap, that kind of thing, to make sure that no one went after him. So I think that's normally still doctrine. I think for the Americans with Hawkeye, when they put one up, they put a pair of jets up with him as escort. They might kind of put him up threat, but he will be well looked after. So over the Sea of Azov, that should be safe territory for them, really. You just can't see the Ukrainians putting too fast air up and somehow making it all the way around. I wouldn't try and go across land. I'd want to sort of dogleg it round the southern tip of Crimea. But then, of course, if you really, if you've got a suspicious mind, you might look at all these strikes on radar sites in Crimea and the obvious attempts to degrade their early warning capability, and say, well, if you've got tanks on, could you get around that far and do a counter-air mission? Fly low and slow? Well, yeah, I suppose. Why not? They keep doing crazy out-the-hat stuff, don't they?
I'm just thinking, if you are going to dogleg it round the Crimea, then you have to go over or quite near the Kerch Bridge, where there's going to be, I would expect, quite a concentration of air defense and radar assets. So you've got to get through those as well.
Yeah, and Panzer Penning-Novorossiysk has got at least one radar picket at sea, so that's why it just seems a bit of a stretch. And he would have been high up, this guy. He wouldn't have been low down. He would have been at altitude to give him, as good a long-range radar picture as possible. But they're not as good as E3. So I've seen figures maybe 140 nautical miles. I would expect that to be longer range, to be honest with you, because they do. One thing they are good at is very powerful emitters, big, powerful radar sets. But he'd have been looking for this kind of thing. So it would have been the stuff of legends if they put a couple of jets up, flew the long way round, carrying some kind of air-to-air missile with really good long range like AMRAAM, popped a couple off home on emitter, and then home for tea and crumpets.
Yeah. I mean, something you mentioned earlier, can we fully discount an accident? Because both of them went down. It does look like they were working in tandem. I mean, that they can't both have crashed, surely.
I mean, a collision? Why would you put two platforms like that really close together? You wouldn't. If you're doing an air-to-air refueling with an aircraft that big, you would do one at a time. So the only other option is this was a blue on blue. But how the fuck do you shoot down your air defense coordinator? I mean, that would just be astonishing. He's got a reference point. Assume that they're sensible. He gets given a station reference point. Everyone on the air defense knows that he's up there. There's a station reference point for the IL-22. There's probably a reference point where the cap. They should have had a cap up. I mean, someone killed their own AWACS. I mean, for a start, the minute that they lit him up, he'd have been screaming, "What the fuck are you doing?" And they'd have avoided the engagement. So, are they that bad that they could actually kill their own AWACS? I don't know. That seems absolutely incredible.
I mean, it could have been a Russian passive system, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. The problem with this is all the options are a little bit fantastical to one stage and the other. But I've got to admit, I'm erring towards something that we haven't seen yet. Either a capability's been installed on a jet that we know about, and this is a new weapon system, or they've got a new jet or a new ground-to-air missile that's got some capabilities that we didn't really suspect before. And to be honest with you, I'll be astonished if we actually find out. I'll be a little bit jaundiced about what people say, to be honest, because if you've got a new excellent capability, you hide it, don't you? You don't go tell everyone that you've got this new capability. You lie through your teeth and you keep everyone guessing about it. So maybe till after the war we won't really know. But if you tie this in with those two, they lost two jets last week before, wasn't it? Seems to have been a bit of an ambush, and they caught them. So it kind of says to me something new's in use there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess we'll have to wait until further details emerge. Although, from what Mockers is saying, the Ukrainians have claimed credit for this. So,
Well, I can add a little statement by the Air Force commander of Ukraine. He states, "The Sea of Azov is now cleaner than ever. We are preparing for beach season on the coast. Thank you to everyone who planned, organised and directly participated in the destruction of the operational planes for the occupiers. On deck, the aircraft carrier Moskva definitely lacks space. We continue to call eternal flight for the brothers. To be continued." So, yeah, it sounds as though they've got plans. Also, I popped into the nest what Zelensky doing. So he's in Switzerland, in Bern, meeting with the heads of both chambers of parliament, party and fraction leaders, and the president. So he'll obviously express any gratitude, blah, 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 blah. He'll also discuss the return of Ukrainian children, ways to freeze the Russian assets, mine clearing, financial assistance and recovery. In Davos, he will hold important bilateral meetings with the EU and NATO representatives to advance the Euro-Atlantic integration as well as with other leaders and CEOs to strengthen Ukrainian air defense and economic resilience. So this is looks like he's got another busy day ahead, hey?
Most certainly does. Have we talked about the Russian pension system?
We haven't. Please do.
So this is an interesting story out in the Ukrainian press. Now, papers report that the Russian state pension fund has sent out a letter to employees of its branches in Russian regions, instructing them to stop publishing data on the number of war participants receiving social security. Now, why on earth would they want to do this? They would want to do this because if you publish that data, it tells the world exactly how many people are dead, or at least it gives them a low estimate. Because, of course, we know that a lot of people who are dead are not receiving the benefits they're supposed to. But nevertheless, it basically advertises the scale of the disaster this is in terms of the loss of life on the Russian side. Now, this is a data system called EGISO, which stands for the Unified State Social Security Information System, and it's run by the federal government of Russia, but the states administer the colonies administer it. Now, they've been ordered not to upload facts about the assignment of support relating to participants in the special military operation. And to quote the orders, if the facts of appointments for the above measures of social protection have already been uploaded, you must organize the deletion of the data. Now, the way it works is that the data is uploaded into it by all government agencies and budgetary institutions that are involved in social security protection of citizens. For example, assigning payments for the loss of a breadwinner or providing housing for orphans. Particularly, there is a section of open data in EGISO, which publishes figures on support for military personnel and their families, including those who died during military service, and they are all published and publicly available. The data it is thought could reveal the extent of the losses in the Russian army, as well as the number of new military invalids there are. Another indicator is widows of military personnel who died during military service. But nevertheless, despite this order, now this order was published back in December 2022. However, they have only just started. They've only just leaked the letter. They've only just leaked the orders that ordered them to stop publishing the data. Now, they have apparently definitely stopped publishing this because of the numbers involved. Now, pre-escalation, for example, there were 113,000 widows drawing a war widow's pension. By December 2023, that had increased to only 117,000. So they're obviously not reporting, because there've been way more than 4,000 new widows created in that time, even accounting for those who have died. So yeah, this order appears to have been followed because the statistics that are published are simply not reflecting the war dead. They are noticeable by their absence, which I guess is slightly better than publishing the figures, but only slightly better, because it does go to show that they have got quite a lot to hide. Yeah, that's the Russians trying to cover up their military disaster. I thought that was interesting.
Well, It goes to show, doesn't it, that they don't want the embarrassment of it. But they do embarrass themselves in other ways. For example, this. This comes from a Russian source today. Our intelligence believes that only British specialists took part in the attack on Russian planes. Revenge for the killed officers buried yesterday with military honours in a suburb of London. What? Anyway, according to operational information, 22 SAS specialists took part. Thanks to British military technologies, were able to distract the airborne radio equipment, temporarily blinding them and inflicting defeat using British-made manpads. Essentially, this is a declaration of war in proxy format. There are no restrictions from the enemy of Crimea. From the territory of Crimea, from Kursk and from Belarus. Iskander M and Iskander K cover all your decision-making centres. Sure. MiG-31K with the dagger will take out the bunkers. Zelensky and Yermak prudently left the territory of Ukraine. If they are not, there are other goals. Now everything is possible. What is possible for Jerusalem is not possible for Moscow. Basically what they're saying is, you've declared war on us, the UK, we're gonna bomb you. Sure you are. Carry on. And please, come and try. Please do. Oyvind, I'll come up.
Was this,
Oh,
sorry,
go on,
Marcus,
Tim.
was this 22 SAS members or members of 22 SAS?
Oh, I don't know. It said 22 SAS were involved, so I don't know.
Because that's potentially a number of men and also a regiment of the SAS. There's three. There's 2-1 and 2-3, which are reserve, and 2-2, which is regular.
Oh, noted. Well, anyway, it was them guys then. Obviously, SAS with manpads infiltrating Crimea.
In boats,
Sure.
presumably, shooting down planes over the Sea of Azov from rubber dinghies with manpads. I mean, that's quite cool. I hope that happened.
That would be hilarious, indeed. I kind of feel it's a bit far-fetched, though. I note how they're not blaming the Ukrainians, though. No, it must have been the British because, Ukrainians just couldn't possibly do anything like this. Oyvind?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I have a little slightly different topic. I read that it's from the Yuri Inat. He is a spokesman of the Ukrainian armed forces. He said that local communities can purchase EW from civilian manufacturer to counter missile and drones. And my question to you guys is, what kind of electronic warfare equipment can you buy from civilian manufacturers? How does that look like? Thank you.
Tim's waiting for me to go here, and I'm waiting for him to go.
I honestly have no idea what you can private purchase in that regard. It sounds very, very expensive and something probably best left to the armed forces, honestly.
Well, I also saw that statement, but I wasn't really aware of what that might be either. So, shrug, unfortunately. Dead helpful we are, I know.
I think there is sort of like jammers and stuff that you can buy, which is basically EW type stuff. Which basically, if I understand it correctly, and this is going back 20 years to when I was an electronics technician, basically just broadcast on broad frequency just to jam the radio spectrum. Basically, they just blast out just to stop anything being able to communicate. But I mean, we've in MR have helped to crowdfund for these type of systems, but they're very generic. The Ukrainians have shown that they've actually built a system for their UAVs that hides in the back channel that doesn't get affected by these sort of broad spectrum jammers, which is amazing. They've done I mean, I can't praise the Ukrainians enough for that, but I don't know of a civilian system that is specifically designed for this. Does that help?
What this statement is, he also said that drones also work as an EV and can affect the enemy means of air attack. The whole statement look like they want the civil forces, like if you can call it that, the civil defense, to have to take some action, actually, to not only is it the air defense of Ukraine, the official air defense, that is going to defend every city and villages, but also the locals. So because they said that you cannot buy weapons, you cannot buy small arms, guns, and air defense system, but EV system in particular from civilian manufacturer. If they're working, you need them to check. It helps to save life. Yeah, that's the whole statement. And if it works, I find it very interesting that each community can actually defend their own area, especially against drones. Maybe not like against Kinsels and sort of ballistic things coming in, but against drones. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I totally hear you, and I think actually most EW systems are actually, well, it's a weird one. There's a saying that war brings about revolutions in technology, but then I can't remember quite the phrasing, but then the civilians pick up that technology and build on it. And I think that's what's happening here, is that the Ukrainian civilian technology front, they're insanely clever. I mean, I've worked with some Ukrainians previously. I wouldn't like to test myself, but I think what's happening is, yeah, what your point is yes, I think it will come down to local communities to defend themselves, and I believe that actually Ukraine can do that. But sorry, my dog's just woken up, so I'm gonna have to feed him. So I'll pass back to you, Oyvind.
Yeah, the trouble I see is not now; it's in the future when Ukrainian open up for civilian air traffic. If there is 20,000 private or local community governed EV equipment around, it could make some trouble in the future. But so then they have to have a cleanup operation and get all these things back in store. But yeah, that's just what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just actually come back on that because of the way the radio transponders work, ADSB, is that a commercial airliner will, commercial, private, both, transmit a specific ID. So it's like the blue on blue system that occasionally doesn't work. But you know exactly what that aircraft is, and only if an aircraft is trying to hide its signal, and this is why if you look at like ADSB alerts or all of those type of sites, sometimes our aircraft go offline because they turn it off. If an aircraft turns off its signal, but radar can see it, then that is going to be a target. So I think that sort of counters your argument, is that, yeah, when Ukraine opens its airspace, there's going to be a ton of aircraft up there. But I think everybody will know exactly whose aircraft is who, and friendly targets won't get targeted. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I don't know how exactly this TV system works, but if it's going to aim as a specific target, or is it just to spread out electronic noise in the area? I don't know. In the old days, I thought that was the case. You just spread out noise in the area, and then radios from the west couldn't, or television from the west couldn't be reaching the people in the other side of the Iron Curtains. So, and the same in North Korea, they can't see the television from South Korea because it just spread noise. But if it's targeting a specific target, yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, no, so this comes back to the broad frequency jamming that EW systems usually use. But yeah, no, you've got a good point there. But if somebody's going to go broad frequency over Ukraine in the future, that will get hammered, absolutely hammered by a JDAM and taken out within minutes, so that it's not still effective, if that makes sense, because something like that emits so much radiation that something like a JDAM could just take it down, and those F-16s will be looking for them. They'll take it out, and then you'll see the whole airspace again properly. And I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you. It helps. Thank you very much.
Well, talking of A50s, the Ukrainian hacktivists of the cyber resistance team, together with Inform Napalm, the international intelligence community volunteers, have been collecting information recently by hacking Lieutenant Colonel Kasatkin, who is the head of combat training of A-50 early warning aircraft. Just as it happens. Might just be interesting. Anyway, they've been collecting information about officers of the 610th Centre for Combat Training and Retraining of Military Pilots. Just in case you need to know, this is Military Unit 41520 in Ivanovo City, Severny Airfield.
The A-50U Airborne Early Warning and Control, or AWAC aircraft, are based at this airfield. The Russian equivalent of the AWAC is used by the Russian Federation to direct missile attacks on Ukraine. This time, the target of our studies is the commander of the Combat Training Section, Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Kasatkin. Now, I'm just going to point out that if they're announcing this now, it's possible that they already had some information from him already. What do you reckon, Tim?
That sounds rather likely, yes.
Yeah, I'm just, I get curious about these things, and just interesting that that's been announced right now. Now, there was something really funny yesterday, and were you here when I mentioned this? That they've been having a bit of a dig at Toplinsky. Did you notice?
Remind me who Toplinsky is.
Oh, Toplinsky is the one who was sacked for being too humane to his troops and speaking up on their behalf. And he was brought back and given the very poisoned chalice, which is the Dnipro group, to look after, including a bunch of the VDV guys who he used to be in charge of, who developed quite a love for him, really. They had a lot of good things to say about Toplinsky. Now they've gotten to know him even better because of a leaflet drop, which they're saying came from the Ukrainians, but the leaflet itself is most amusing. So the leaflet itself has a picture of Toplinsky's wife. Not wearing very many clothes, I must say, not wearing any clothes. And says, basically, you best come home, otherwise we'll be, sending pictures like this to other people. And one of the trolls on this is that she sent this particular Rudy-nudie photo to Toplinsky's brother. And goodness knows how it's got out there. But yeah, apparently she was having a bit of a thing with Toplinsky's brother. I wonder if she was, a younger model or something like that to the husband. But yeah, well, the cat's away and all that. So it's just reminding the soldiers that while they're away in Ukraine, their wives are bored without them. And also it has a nice dig at Toplinsky there as well, and gives everybody the chance to meet Toplinsky's wife, I suppose, in a way.
But how are you spelling meat? That's the question.
No.
See what I did there?
Indeed.
In your head,
yeah.
though. Yeah.
So, so poor Toplinsky has been taking a right hammering recently because the Russians don't
Not
like
as much
him.
as his wife has. Sorry.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. But yeah, it was a terrible choice of words, obviously. Far too naive sometimes. But yeah, he's been getting it in the neck from his own side because they don't like him because he's far too nice, or at least he was at one point. He seems to be towing the line of murdering every man that's under his command these days. And just discrediting him in general, they've made him look bad. And now the Ukrainians have made him look worse, although, his wife's very nice.
She does indeed seem lovely. Yeah. I'm not going to do more innuendo. I think I've done enough innuendo for one day. Shall we talk about something really, really serious instead?
Go on, then.
Now, interesting investigative piece out in iStories about the circumvention of sanctions on dual-use stuff. And this came out at the back of last year, but I don't think we've discussed it. Now, somehow, the Russians are still getting their hands on Western optics for their rifles. Now, not that many companies that produce very high quality optics. There's Leupold, there's Night Force, there's Holosun, there's Swarovski. They tend to be Western, except the odd one that is Chinese. But even the ones that are Chinese tend to be joint ventures. So these are the ones that are producing, very, very high, very high quality optics. There's there's a British one as well, and I can't remember what they're called. Parker Hale. That's the British one. Now, this includes things like telescopic sights, red dot sights, laser sights, that whole spectrum of complex sighting systems that does require a degree of precision and a degree of expertise if you're going to make a robust and halfway decent one. Now, Russia has somehow managed to report, this is according to Russian customs data, have somehow managed to import $180 million worth of rifle scopes in the years 2022 and 2023. However, apparently, this is despite the fact that these are obviously sanctioned. Apparently, you can get around that by declaring that they're not for military use. And apparently, the shops and the dealers that sell them just take that at face value and sell you the sight and ship it to Russia for you. Now, there is a company called Pointer in St. Petersburg, which is a hunting supply shop. They have imported 50,000 telescopic sight units from the American Chinese manufacturer Holosun, worth $33.5 million since the beginning of the escalation. Now, these, however, their main customers of this Pointer, the main customer of Pointer is a manufacturer called Orsis. And Orsis, also known as Prom Technologia. Guess what they make, Mockers?
Go on.
Rifles.
Oh, there's a shock.
No, they are the main Russian manufacturer of of specialized sniper rifles. Now, they're the main customer of Pointer. There's another shop in St. Petersburg called Hunt, which is a little bit more brazen, and is actually owned by another manufacturer of sniper rifles. So they have what is basically a fake hunting shop in St. Petersburg. The fake hunting shop orders telescopic sights from abroad, and it's a shop that's called Hunt. And the actual owners of that shop are a rifle manufacturer who just presumably buy the rifles from Hunt, so they do like an arm's length transaction, and they fit them to their rifles and sell them to the Russian army. So it is. Oh yes, and this company, Orsis Rifles, also known as Prom Technologia, is owned by Wagner Group. So yeah, it's really quite transparent. It doesn't take an enormous amount of due diligence to work out what's going on here. So all of these, there are loads of these sporting goods shops, quote unquote. There are about 6 mentioned in this article. They all either have a main customer, which is an arms manufacturer, or they are literally just owned by an arms manufacturer. So they buy the rifle scopes from Austria, and they just use them to make rifles, and then they sell them. So it's really quite brazen, and I'm quite surprised that things like rifle scopes. I mean, they should fall under sanctions, but it seems like there are a lot of these companies in the West just brazenly selling them to Russian hunting shops, which is such an obvious subterfuge. So, yeah, I think they need to crack some skulls, honestly.
Well, I'm hoping that we are doing this now. This 12 sanctions package was supposed to be able to cover some of these things that are going via other means. So hopefully we'll be able to crack down on these. But yeah, you're right. If it's that easy to identify, it's just, you know, ridiculous. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Now then. Oh, excuse me. I have a little something I wanted to bring to you. So, there was a lot of activity in the Kursk region last night. The governor said 3 missiles were shot down in the region. However, they were supposedly downed near the border with Ukraine, but residents in Kursk proper heard many loud bangs in the city. So perhaps they weren't shot down at the border after all. And it's been noted that 2 Russian soldiers have been confirmed dead in Bryansk region. Somehow, their dugout caught fire, trapping the 2 conscripts inside. This comes 3 days after another 2 were killed in a fire at a military camp after being trapped in a building. Curious. Now, we've talked a lot about aircraft, but civilian aircraft, Tim, it's, well, at some point, there's going to be a massive disaster for a Russian airline. There has been another emergency landing overnight. A Yamal Airlines plane with 48 persons on board had to divert to Tolmachevo Airport in Novosibirsk. However, it did land with no injuries. These things are happening every day now. I mean, every day. Now, it's not been independently verified, but it's been quite widely reported that Russian search and rescue teams have located the valuable A-50 plane, and it is said to have crashed at the Obitachanya Spit in occupied Zaporizhia. So perhaps there will be photographs of it after all. I'd like to know what state it's in anyway. Now then, where was I? Oh, there's been a statement by Grant Shapps this morning. So he's been speaking, and he's put forward a very good statement. A lot of people are very happy with what he's saying. I am hoping that this statement is, you know, actions and words, but basically saying, you know, this is the time to support Ukraine stronger than ever, and we really need to stand up to, you know, the terrors in the world which are building their resources against us while we twiddle our thumbs. So yeah, he's definitely got and is giving the right message. Now I'm just going to clock off for my lunch, but then I've got a little tale for you, Tim. Bear with me one moment. No? Okay. Right. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll go ahead with my tale. Sorry, it's just computer's noisy.
So Russia's egg crisis shortage has now been exacerbated by bird flu riddled imports from Turkey. I'm not saying that this has been done on purpose, but it would be an awful shame, wouldn't it? Anyway, one of the country's biggest trading partners and a NATO member, according to a recent report citing a Russian government official, more than 1/5 of the eggs imported from Turkey were found to be highly contagious with the H5N1 avian influenza, as well as other dangerous elements, including salmonella. Well, yeah, that will be found on most eggs. You wash them, wash your hands, fine. And botulism, which I think is absolutely delightful. Bit of botulism for the people there. So I'm assuming at Easter they're not going to have a lot to celebrate him.
I don't imagine so. You don't hear much about botulism these days, do you?
Well, it was kind of a, previous centuries sort of thing. I mean, it does turn up where there's like, troublesome sanitary situations. But yeah, no, it's not something you hear about an awful lot. Wow. I'm just looking at a picture of a completely frozen loo. Now, this is an indoor toilet in a Russian home, which I'm quite surprised at for a start. However, it's an apartment building. It's a shared one. All right, got it. So the riser in the first floor froze, but the utility workers didn't bother to respond to any requests. And as a result, the bathroom is now a glacier. And, well, just look at the sink. I'm going to put it into the nest for you guys. Now, everything that's on the floor is obviously welded in a sheet of ice. But the sink itself, it is just it's a work of art, sort of. I guess water was flooding out of there when it froze. Oh, my good God. So, yeah, it's really getting biblical over there, I'm not sure I'd want to be stood in that property if that's what my sink looked like in the bathroom. Not just for the cleanliness aspect, but for the fact that it's ooh, I have something else to add to the nest. And this is a photograph of a damaged aircraft. Russian source associated with the Russian military aviation has published a photo of the claimed damage on the IL-22M after their emergency landing in Anapa. Looks like they might have taken a teensy bit of shrapnel there. That thing's going to appear in the nest in a minute, I'm hoping. But yeah, looks like they might have taken a teeny weeny bit of shrapnel there. I'll just repost it as well so that you can see it for yourselves if it's not turning up fast enough. Yeah, that would be bit more shrapnel. I'm going to say that if that goes anywhere but the tail, in fact it does, you can see it on the fuselage there quite a lot. Yeah, that's not going anywhere in the near future. In fact, it's popped up in the nest now. So what do you reckon, Tim? Does that look a bit like a colander?
Yeah, looks like they've had a pretty emotional flight. Yeah. So this is a damaged one. There is also a destroyed one, or is this the same aircraft?
No, this is the damaged one, the IL-22. The A-50 is said to be destroyed and is said to have crash landed on the whatever spit it was. Let me just go back to it. Said to have crash landed on the... Stop adding things to your thread while I'm checking it. There we go. Obitachaya spit.
in occupied Zaporizhia. So it's very possible we will also see photographs of that if it's on the surface. Barney, go ahead.
Cheers, Marcus. There's a little bit of me that is, if this has managed to land and emergency land or whatever, the damage we're seeing is not kill damage, and this was one thing that I think I actually did raise last night, was it's that confirmation bias you get from the World War II. We had fighters coming back that were riddled with holes but landed, but they weren't riddled with holes in places that actually killed them. Yeah, no, this plane isn't going anywhere for a while yet, but there is also the realization that it needed to be riddled with holes in better places, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, yeah, it did manage to land, that's right, but whether you can get it back off the ground again is another matter entirely. I think that thing's toast. And there are many a hole in it that I wouldn't be keen on going back up in it right now. So, yeah, I would say that's grounded for a bit.
Yeah, no, I think that has been cheese grated, is the politest way I can put that. But yeah, it is that confirmation bias that sometimes what can make a aircraft out of use doesn't actually make an aircraft die. And I wish that one had died, to be fair. And that's just the way I'm feeling right now.
Well, I don't think it's very well, so there's at least that much. Now then, we know that they've been struggling for heat and hot water, don't we? But in Voronezh today, you'll be glad to know they have hot water. A little bit too much of it though, and again, it's not coming out the taps. It's just pouring out of the block. In fact, it's really hot water, so much so that people are struggling to get past it because, well, it's burning their feet. How awful. Then John, welcome up.
Can you hear me? It's a bit windy here. Can you hear me?
You're kind. Yeah, you're kind of okay.
Yeah, it's windy. Sorry, Sweden is like that in the wind. But anyway, yeah, regarding the planes, comparison to World War II. If I'm not wrong, they were not pressurized hulls, right? So maybe it's a false comparison. I don't know. I'm not an aviator. I don't intending to be. Yeah, just had that comment. If you heard it.
Barney?
Yeah, so Dan, the actual damage assessment reports that I've seen mentioned, it wasn't about the pressurized hulls. These were fighter jets, Spitfires, whatever. And the damage assessment, mainly the fighters that landed, they had holes in the fuselage or their wings, not the cockpit. So I don't think.
Yeah, what Dendron is saying though is the IL-22 is a pressurized hull.
Yeah, well, that's a slightly different matter. But I think when you, even with a pressurized hull, they've got their masks and everything to give them oxygen. So I think it still fits the situation. It's a really weird way to think about it, but it's it is trying to look at the reverse of a situation of when you see a damaged aircraft land, is what actually is causing the fatal issues, not what is allowing planes to land, pressurized or not. It's the same factors. You know what I mean? It's a very weird situation where you have to take a very old concept but apply it to new situations. And I think that's what we really need to be doing these days with Ukraine. Does that make sense, Dan?
Was that for me?
Sandra?
No, actually, I didn't follow at all. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is that even if it's landed, yeah, fine, they probably have oxygen on board, so they will survive that. But the question is whether they will take off again. You know, idling at 50,000 feet without pressure in the hull. I think that's not a good idea. But I don't know. Maybe some aviator can comment.
Yeah, that aircraft isn't taking off again for a long time. I'll give you that. But it allowed the plane to come down, which is kind of where I'm trying to come to with how you armor an aircraft. And the Warthog is an absolute classic example of a plane that is over-engineered to be able to take a S-load of damage, but it might not take off again. But it allows the most value. The thing is, right? The most valuable thing in an aircraft is actually the aircrew. We talk about the millions of dollars that it takes to build an airplane, but we also forget to mention quite a lot of the time that the aircrew is the most valuable asset on an airplane. And if they can get onto the ground and they're still alive, they can fly another plane, whatever, helicopter, whatever. But it is the aircrew that is actually the most valuable asset on a plane, and we forget to actually think about that a lot of the time. So when you can get a plane onto the ground, you can get the pilots and aircrew off it. That is your best. I don't know how to say it, but that's the best thing that can happen because you cannot replace aircrew easily. You can replace airframes, but not aircrew. Does that make sense?
Yep, sure does.
Yeah,
And carry on, Tim.
absolutely. I mean, this is true across a number of a number of different areas of warfare, right? It's quite expensive to train a bloke, and the more specialized the bloke is, the more expensive it is to train him. So you're always going to want to protect protect that capability where you can. And of course, there's the political considerations as well, right? Because your politics, your public opinion will cover the loss of military equipment. But when large numbers of chaps start dying, that's where you're going to have political issues with the conduct of the war. So yeah, very much so. Mockers, shall we talk about Latvia?
We certainly can.
Now, Latvia is a country just to the south of me. I'm up here in Tallinn in Estonia. There's a sort of budget Estonia to our south, known as Latvia. Nah, just kidding. We love those guys. And they have recently taken some rather fun action. Now, according to LSM, which is the Latvian version of the BBC, the Latvian Parliament, the Siemas, has just passed a law that basically confiscates a Russian cultural center in Riga. Now, there's a Russian cultural and business club type thing called Moscow House. It used to be Railway Culture House. It's in the middle of Riga, and it was set up and financed by the mayor of Moscow in 2001. What does it do? It does kind of cultural stuff, business stuff, kind of amateur diplomacy stuff. But the Latvians seem to think that it's basically a hive of KGB activity, and they're probably right. So there was a bill presented to the Siema to take Moscow House into public ownership and basically disband it. And the relevant committee of the Latvian parliament said the Moscow House, is a foreign policy instrument of the Russian Federation through which it deliberately spreads its aggressive actions, exculpatory propaganda, and pro-Kremlin interpretations of history. God, they don't fuck about, do they, the Latvians? I love this. No one should take action against a democratic legal state or deny its existence. This was a statement from the chairman of the relevant committee of the Latvian parliament. So the Latvian parliament have approved this law after its first reading at the end of 2023, and have now adopted it after its final reading. Now, the law stipulates that the property, Maria Street 7, is now belongs to the Latvian state, and it has ordered the Ministry of Transport, which is apparently responsible for this sort of thing, to enter Moscow House into the land register with the name of the state as the person who enters it. The Latvian state police will also have to ensure security of the building and the eviction of its current occupants. The Ministry of Transport is involved because the land it's on belongs to the Ministry of Transport. Anybody who's got any movable property located in Moscow House, they must remove it within 7 days, or it will also be confiscated. Anybody who has registered a business at that address must now register it elsewhere within 3 working days. And the government is required to submit a plan to Parliament for the future of that building. It's quite a big building. It's a whacking great big office block. So lots of desks for nasty little spies. The government have suggested that the building could be used to assist Ukraine, or perhaps Ukrainians. Now, this is particularly important in Latvia, because Latvia currently hosts 43,000 Ukrainian refugees. To give you an idea of how many that is, Latvia has a population of just under 2 million. Yeah, that's what 2% of the population are Ukrainian refugees. So that's quite a lot. But now they've got this spiffy this massive great big building, and they're not really sure what to do with it. Now, reactions to this. The chairman of the Defence Committee of the Latvian Parliament, Mr. Raimons Bergmanis. If you've ever wondered how to make a Latvian name, you just take a name and you add an S to it. So Raymond Bergman becomes Raimons Bergmanis. They're all their names are like that. It's really fun. So Mr. Raimons Bergmanis, who was part of the United List Party, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to Google it. He looks like a Tory. Yeah, this is a centre-right political party. See, okay. So centre-right MP Raymond Spokmanis has said that there will be a possible reaction from Russia. He did not specify the possible steps that Russia might take, but he did say that Russia is rather unpredictable. Say that again. Now, this is something that the ISW have picked up on as well. So the ISW have suggested that Russia is setting the information conditions for a future escalation against Latvia by threatening to punish Latvia for closing a Russian information operation in Latvia, that is Moscow House. Now, the Latvian parliament said that they had been using Moscow House to support Russian influence operations in Latvia, which are quite significant. So Latvia is one of the less fortunate Baltic states in that it has a really quite large population of Russian speakers. I'm just going to find out how many. It is 36% of the population of Latvia are native Russian speakers. 25% of the population are so-called ethnically Russian. So it's quite a significant population. It's far larger than Estonia's. And they do seem to be a little bit more Vatniky. Now, the situation in Estonia, as I understand it, or at least in my experience, is that the devil makes work for idle hands, or rather the Kremlin makes work for idle hands. So there is a very large body of kind of Russian speaking people in Estonia. If they tend to be, the lion's share of them are fairly well integrated. They have decent jobs. They speak Estonian, Russian, and probably English as well. And they just kind of get on with their lives. They just have a different name and possibly speak a different language at home. There is a kind of underclass as well that tends to live out in the kind of dreadful banlieues outside Tallinn. And they tend to be the ones that create problems if Russia wants to create problems. But we haven't seen very much of that here in Estonia. In Latvia, apparently the problem is rather more acute. I'm not so familiar with it as to be able to pronounce on it, but if there are any friendly Latvians in the audience, they're very welcome to come up and speak about it. But it is a fairly large population. Now, this means that there is a lot of fodder for the kind of influence operations that Russia likes to embark upon. Now, in response to the nationalization, the confiscation of Moscow House, the Russian embassy in Latvia has said that this is hostility and will result in serious consequences. The Russian embassy said that Russian embassy also accused the Latvian government of systematically oppressing Russian speakers in Latvia due to a recent Latvian law requiring Russian citizens with Latvian residence permits to pass a Latvian language exam. Guess what you need to do to get a residence permit in Russia, Marcus?
Learn Russian?
Yeah, you do. Anyway, yeah, certainly Russian citizenship. I think you have to do it. You have to do it to get a residence permit as well. But anyway, the Russians have been jumping up and down because Latvia decided that actually, if Russians want to live here, they can bloody well learn Latvian. Now, the Russian accusation is deliberately equates all Russian speakers in Latvia with Russian citizens residing in Latvia in an attempt to exacerbate tensions between local Russian speakers and ethnic Russians and Latvian speakers. So they're trying to do exactly what they're doing in Ukraine, right? They're trying to paint everyone who speaks Russian with the Russian brush and say that the citizens of the Russian Federation who live in Latvia, of which there are a lot, are the same as the Latvian citizens who live in Latvia and have Russian as a first or second language, right? So they're saying these are the same groups of people. If you target one of these groups of people with a particular measure, like requiring a language exam for the continuation of residency, then you're basically targeting all of them, which is, of course, bollocks. Now, Russian officials have been increasingly asserting Russia's right to protect compatriots abroad, which is intentionally loosely defined as ethnic Russians and Russian speakers, and is not limited to Russian citizens. Will Teal speaks a bit of Russian, doesn't he? Is he an ethnic Russian? Does he
He's
count?
not, and I think we can determine that by his accent.
I'm just wondering if they're going to launch a special military operation in Perth just to protect him from the oppression of the Australian state, because, according to the Russians, he's Russian because he speaks Russian.
Well, that's a good job. I never learnt any Russian apart from Blayat. Although there is one less Russian speaker in Latvia now. Did you hear about the Latvian authorities kicking out the chairman of the Latvia-Russia Association that had an agreement with the United Russia Party? So Boris Katkov, a Russian citizen, has returned to his homeland with a bit of assistance from the Latvians. And he said he was worried about the people who stayed in Latvia because there is nothing good in Latvia. But he would be happy to return if his lawyers help him to return. Now, he actually didn't fall under the language doodah rule because he was over 80. So basically, he was considered to be exempt from this language rule. Not a decrepit old dude, though. Still very, very much, able, shall we say. And he thinks Latvia should draw more conclusions from the events in Ukraine and should avoid repeating their mistakes of targeting Russian people, because it will only end in further hostilities. He's very worried about the people that stay in Latvia because they have nothing good to stay for. Although, if his lawyers manage to get him back, he'll be happy to return. Okay, then. But, to nothing good. He'll have to suffer, but he will return. Just for the suffering.
This is an interesting one. I've read about the Boris Katkov thing, and I don't know how the passports work in Latvia, right? Because here in the Baltic states, we've got a bit of an issue in that these countries were occupied by the Soviet Union after the Second World War, and an awful lot of Russians were moved here, right? So this was essentially an act of colonization of an occupied territory, and therefore illegal, therefore a war crime. And however, there was when the Soviet Union fell apart, what to do with these people, and there are significant numbers of them, was a matter of some contention, right? So there was an entirely reasonable expectation that they would just go, right? So they were moved here as part of a military occupation, an illegal military occupation. They are not Latvian, they are not Estonian, they are not Lithuanian. I'm not sure Lithuania had the same problems as we did, but I'm not really sure. Therefore, they got to go, right? And also they're entitled to citizenship of the Russian Federation. Therefore, bye-bye, right? Now, a great many of them did take Russian citizenship and leave. A great many of them did not. So what happened here in Estonia is the ones who stayed and were ineligible for Estonian citizenship because they didn't speak Estonian, were issued with what was called a grey passport. So it was a passport of a stateless person or something like that, which meant they weren't citizens of Estonia. They had limited political rights. They weren't allowed to vote in general elections, but nonetheless they could travel. And I think the so-called aliens passport, the grey passport, I think it worked in the CIS and the Schengen area as well. I think when Estonia joined the EU, you could travel around Schengen with it, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. So, I mean, it was okay. And it was sort of recognized that the people who are in that category, there was about I think 70 or 80,000 of them in the 1990s. There's now fewer than that because they're starting to die off. And so this is only a problem that's going to get smaller. And whereas the new generation, they can all speak Estonian because they learn it in school. They don't really care about this stuff to the extent that their parents' generation did. So it's all kind of just going away in the fullness of time. So this intersects with what Boris Katkov doing in Latvia. Now, he moved to Latvia in 1966 when Latvia was still under Soviet occupation, and he's lived there since then. So he's lived in Latvia for, in fact, most of his life. Now, he is not a citizen of Latvia, so he didn't take Latvian citizenship. In 2000, he took Russian citizenship. So he is one of those people who opted to be a citizen of the Russian Federation, nevertheless wanted to remain in Latvia. So what does the Latvian state owe him exactly? I would argue probably not very much, but a little bit, because he has lived in Latvia all his life. But if you're going to organize, dodgy political activities, then, don't be surprised if the state decides you've outstayed your welcome. Christopher, what do you reckon? Welcome up.
Exactly that, Tim. I was just going to add that, he'd been sort of consistently politically working against them and still was the head of this, well, still is the head of this sort of Russia-Latvian group. So, yeah, it's all a bit distasteful. And, if you start peeing off the government where you live when you're not actually a citizen, I imagine eventually they will ask you to go back to where your residency / citizenship is. It seems like a natural occurrence, Tim. If British football hooligans cause trouble in Spain, what do? They pick them up and they send them home. And that's what you do. Chris, go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. So an interesting statistic that one of the economists that I follow put out, I guess yesterday. I retweeted it. It's part of my Twitter timeline. But Latvia's exports to Russia have, according to his graphs, this is Robin Brooks, if you're not familiar with him, incredibly, they've risen since the invasion, especially factoring in indirect trade with Central Asia, he notes. You often hear, and this is in quotation marks, we have a land border with Russia, end quotation marks, as an excuse. And then he uses Finland, which is not exactly a perfect apples to apples comparison for a variety of reasons, but it has a much longer land border and has this under control. And he has a little graphic there that shows the Latvian exports increasing a little bit. And of course, the Finnish exports have taken a dive into the basement. So I just thought I would add that as well, just for interest. Thanks for the topic. Back to you all.
Thank you for that, Chris. Yeah, I've read that the export of circuit boards is doing particularly brisk business in Latvia. Latvia makes circuit boards apparently, and they're doing very, very well in the Kazakh market since the war began. Just imagine my shock.
Yeah, wasn't there in Estonia, didn't somebody that replied to this thread was talking about Estonian's prime minister's husband who had dealings and then retracted himself out of those dealings after being found out? Is there any truth to that? Back to you.
Yeah, so this is Kaya Kallas's husband, who is a businessman, and he is a chap called Arvo Halleck, and he had shares in a company called Stark Logistics, which continued to operate in Russia following the invasion. Now they'd made about 1.5 million in revenue from their business with Russia. Now the exact circumstances around this, they were performing logistics services for another Estonian company, and they didn't actually make an enormous amount of money from this actual stuff they did in Russia on behalf of this company. How true that is, I'm not entirely sure. Another aspect of this scandal was that her husband was involved in exporting aerosol cans to Russia. Now, aerosol cans are interesting because whole aerosol cans are sanctioned. So you're not allowed to export. I think it's a European Union thing. So you're not allowed to export whole aerosol cans to Russia. You're allowed to export the bits for aerosol cans to Russia. So if you break it down into bits and pack them in separate boxes or however it works, that's fine. If you pack them whole and send them, then that's sanctioned. And one of his companies was doing that, and I can't remember the exact details, either exporting the whole ones unaware of the sanction, or exporting the bits, which is a little bit iffy anyway. Now, the thing, her husband, Mr. Halleck, has said he is selling his shares in Stark Logistics, and so that kind of an attempt to draw a line under that. What did happen was the disinformation taps started turning on. So people started to wonder. There was something about 800,000 euros, and I think it was a house that Kaya Kallas bought or something like that. And all of her political enemies were shouting and jumping up and down about where did she get 800,000 euros from? Because her salary is 40,000 euros a year or whatever it is as Prime Minister of Estonia. Well, you can tell that's a disinfo tactic, because she had a very successful career as a commercial lawyer before she became a politician and Prime Minister of Estonia. So 800,000 was probably a moderately successful year for her in her previous career. So that was obviously bollocks. Interestingly as well, all of this stuff came from her political opponents, particularly from the Centre Party, which is a sort of centre-left party that almost exclusively deals with Russian minority politics. So the Centre Party, they are guaranteed to control Tallinn at the local government level, because Tallinn is about half Russian, and so they will always get the Russian minority vote. So they are, all of the other parties are split along ideological grounds. Every Russian speaker votes for the Centre Party. So, I mean, I exaggerate only slightly. So they will always dominate Tallinn. And the fact that they will always dominate Tallinn means they're very, very corrupt and very, very lazy and very ineffective at the local government level. At the national government level, they were the party that gave us Jüri Ratas. Apparently, it's very funny to Americans that we had a prime minister called Ratas. Yeah, he was the previous prime minister before Kaya Kallas.
Did he give one though, Tim? Did he give a Ratas?
Apparently not. He also, I don't know about corruption, but he certainly was very, very, very fond of power and didn't like giving it away at all. So he was propped up by a series of really grotty coalitions involving the far right. And, in the West, far right is kind of a snarl word for the wrong sort of Tory. In Eastern Europe, the far right is literally, Roman salutes, right? So this is a real thing. So the last Ratas government involved EKRE, the Estonian Conservative People's Party, which is kind of one of those parties that started doing well when it stopped doing Nazi salutes in about 1998. You know, it's that kind of, you know, that kind of party. They are suspected of being under Russian influence. They're certainly split according to whether they like Russia or whether they dislike Russia. It's a bit like the BNP in the UK is split between the older guys who hate Jews and the newer guys who hate Muslims. Like there's that kind of thing going on with ECRA as well. The older guys hate Russia, the newer guys like Russia, so it's kind of split. But it is said to be very, very flush with rubles, shall we say. The previous centre party government, they formed a coalition with this lot, and that had just really, really awful results. We ended up with a secretary for international trade who not only refused to travel, but she refused to speak any other language than Estonian, despite being fluent in about 6. Yeah, they were very, very odd. These accusations against Kaya Kallas also came from ECRA itself as well. So the possibly heavily Russian influenced far right party who really, really, really don't like her. She's kind of liberal. So yeah, bit of a storm in a teacup, Chris. Kind of a bit. It smelled very strongly of politics and political attacks. Estonia is a country that has like quite low levels of corruption when it comes to that sort of stuff. I think it's one of the least corrupt countries in the world. I would be extremely surprised if, I mean, the worst you could accuse the husband of, I think, is probably hypocrisy by proxy, because his wife is the prime minister and she's making a big platform out of isolating Russia. And if her husband is doing business with Russia, which he sort of was, then that doesn't sit quite right. But I think it was a bit of a storm in a teacup. Sorry, that was an extremely long answer, but was that what you wanted to know, Christopher?
Yeah, actually, that confirms what I had thought at the time, that I didn't think that there was anything untoward going on, especially with the house. Once you dug into what her past life was, it was like, well, duh. I would hope she was successful. She would be able to take care of herself in that manner. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Tim. It just it seems that there is a bit of Baltic bashing going on a little bit. I don't know. Maybe that's just my reading of some of the folks that I'm following. It seems like they're complaining about their ability to contribute to the EU and whatnot. Or anyway, we kind of have that here in the U.S. with it should be a little bit stronger, I think, or should at least be noted a little bit more that certain states that are all against doing things at all are the ones that send the least amount of money to Washington and receive the most amount of money back. But hey, there you go. And happy MLK Day to everyone. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, so the Baltic states, particularly Estonia, they are quite annoying when it comes to Europe, because you know the way basically all of Europe is up to its absolute eyeballs in sovereign debt, right? And the way the European Union is structured means that it's kind of a welfare program for the poorer states to the east, who receive direct subsidy from the richer states to the west. I mean, that's cool. It is to everybody's advantage that Eastern Europe gets to the same level of wealth and development as Western Europe. And this means that there will have to be some kind of fiscal transfer between the two. That's all cool. Nevertheless, it does create a bit of a free rider problem, because it means that the states in Eastern Europe, when they're receiving this subsidy, they don't have the same pressure to borrow as the states in Western Europe in order to maintain their budgets. Now, this becomes particularly acute when you talk about Estonia. Estonia has a AA- credit rating. So that's what, 2 notches below the UK, 1 notch below France, and I think it's higher than Italy. Can't remember exactly, but it's a very high credit rating. And Estonia has 0 public debt, none. It's done some very, very tiny bond issues in the past, but it generally doesn't have sovereign debt. There is a constitutional requirement here for a balanced budget. So this means that while Estonia could borrow actually quite large amounts of money and invest in its own infrastructure, because the markets tend not to mind you going into debt if it's to invest in infrastructure, Estonia doesn't. And who picks up the slack? Well, it's taxpayers in, Germany and Italy. Probably not France, because they're massive net beneficiaries from the EU, because they've got a really inefficient farming sector. But that's another story. Anyway, who's paying for this? It's taxpayers in Western European countries, in whose governments already run enormous deficits, right? So what Estonia could be doing is borrowing 70% of her own national product at very reasonable rates, because she's got a really good credit rating, and just a very well governed public sector in general, and spending that building her own roads, her own railways, her own pointless roundabouts, all of that stuff. So there's quite a lot of justifiable Baltic bashing going on in that department, because the Baltic states, we're a lot richer than everybody thinks we are, and we could probably afford to do this ourselves. Thank you very much. But why would we do it ourselves when Brussels will do it for us for free? Does that make sense, Christopher?
It does. Much appreciated. I didn't realize that. That's a great point. Thank you. Back to you all.
Thank you. Dagon, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, but you sailed a million miles away. But anyway, just triggered on something you said that about the spray cans, that they are sanctioned, which is absurd. if hunting scopes are not sanctioned, just want to point that out. It's really crazy. But anyway, here we are. More needs to be done, I guess.
Well, I guess if we sanction aerosols, it makes Russian soldiers smellier. And so the Ukrainians will be able to catch a whiff of them from much further away before they can even use their illegally imported hunting scopes.
Oh, yeah. And then the Ukrainians actually don't need a scope. Yeah, good. Yeah, they can just fire in the general direction of the smell. Great.
Exactly.
Would you a piece of gossip
Yes.
from Russian Telegram? Well, apparently, after denying it happened, then calling it friendly fire, they're now very annoyed. So they say, after news about the downed aircraft, Putin broke a chair and shouted at Shoigu. He demanded that Kyiv be bombed immediately and special forces sent to Kharkiv in the near future, and said the Ukrainians should not be having fun. Although they are having quite a lot of fun right now, celebrating the downing of the aircraft, I must say. But on that note, a aircraft is up in the air, and believe it or not, there is an air raid alert across most of Ukraine. Shocking.
I can connect those two stories. Mate of mine here was, shall we say, he worked for a certain bureaucracy on the south bank of the Thames in the 90s, and spent a fair bit of time in Russia. And he met Putin in the very early 90s, when Putin was still Leningrad KGB bloke. Apparently, he's really smelly. When he met him, he really, really smelled and you smell him from the other side of the room. He just smelled of BO, smelled of sweat. And he was this funny looking little chap. He was just really, really smelly. Anyway, I just thought that was a nice detail because it's related to the aerosols. It might explain the ban on exports of aerosols. It's kind of make Putin smelly again, kind of game that Brussels are playing here.
Well, you never know. We spoke about the rubles and plenty of rubles. Well, would you believe that people are starting to receive more rubles these days? So salaries of janitors in Moscow has increased from 55,000 to 70,000 rubles per hour. The reason for this increase is a labour shortage in the area,
At the same time, the cost of snow removal in Moscow and their region has increased by 15 to 30%. So, yeah, it would appear there are more rubles being thrown around because they're trying to attract more staff. Can't imagine where their workforce must have gone, Tim.
I can.
Oh, yeah, okay, I've caught you up now. Now then, there are some tantalising comments from Informed Napalm here. There is, oh, hello, right, what they're saying. The definition of smikalochka. This is the almost mythical ability of Russians or Soviets to overcome unique circumstances by creatively and effectively improvising to overcome any unique challenges and achieve more with less, solving problems, tasks, and situations by approaching them from less obvious angles, flexibly and dynamically, without being bound by limitations of mind, rules, or traditional norms. And then it goes on to say a Ukrainian word, which there is no way on this earth I think I can pronounce. Zhabogadiyuking. Nothing like that probably, but this is Ukrainian slang referring to the joining of a frog with a viper, just so as you know. So it goes on to say, the Russians have always boasted about their smekolachka, whatever. Russian fairy tales usually portray how some Ivan the Fool could win the jackpot or get a princess for his wife who turns into a frog, a kind of what the Ukrainian word is. But when it comes to the war against the Ukrainians, the real wonders of creativity are now demonstrated by Ukrainians. Remember the sunk Moskva, the downed planes and helicopters in Bryansk, or other operations. It would seem that the Ukrainians are not given weapons that would be able to use the long hand to destroy such targets yet. But every time the Ukrainians surprise enemies and partners. We can guess how the Ukrainian air forces were able to achieve this result in the destruction of the A-50 and IL-22 over the Sea of Azov, even without air and ground-based missiles capable of theoretically reaching the targets. Not only do we guess, but we also have insights from military friends. However, we will not disclose this version. Secrets belong to the Defence Forces, and they took a very creative approach to the implementation of this special operation. We can say that the whole world is now learning from the experience of the Ukrainians, especially those who, without your weapons and resources, can become an object of aggression for more powerful states and armies. Because it is one thing to outnumber the enemy in technology, and another thing, having much less potential and capabilities, and yet still inflict heavy losses on the army. So that's just a little suggestion that they may have some people infiltrated there. May have been useful in helping that along. I mean, Atesh posting pictures all the time from people within the Russian military. I just think it's a particularly interesting thing to think about. Obviously, you're thinking about it. So, what else do we have here? Oh, here we go. The Russians are at it again. Listen to this. Apparently, this is coming from Zvezda News. So, obviously, not to be believed, but here we go.
A briefing received during special operations documents confirming the participation of the Biden and Soros foundations in financing foreign military biological activities. Okay. Other statements made. The United States is conducting research with smallpox as a potential biological agent. Aerobiological experiments with this virus were carried out by employees of the US Army Research Institute. Such work provokes epidemics and could provide one on a global scale. Oh, I see. They're blaming them for COVID, apparently. The United States interfered with an investigation into the causes of the pandemic. Pfizer and Moderna received excess profits from the sale of their low-quality vaccines, and Washington have engaged in biological espionage near the borders of China, Turkey, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. Whatever. In October 23, the Pentagon announced the start of training military specialists in bio programs. Did they? I don't know. The priority objects of US research in Ukraine are the causative agents of anthrax and tick-borne infections. Okay. Pentagon biologists are investigating the potential use of monkeypox as a biological agent. Excellent. US military biologists are also experimenting with smallpox despite bans. In 2023, the Russian Ministry of Defense identified more than 50 people involved in US biological laboratories in Ukraine. US bio-research, dual appointments, and related global risks require independent international investigations immediately. So, yeah, apparently biolabs are back on the docket here, Tim.
Yeah. The tick-borne illnesses one is interesting because they're a bit of a problem in Eastern Europe, especially in Russia, where we still have quite severe problems with tick-borne encephalitis. It's been very, very mitigated by vaccination programs, but nevertheless, people who visit Eastern Europe quite often fall victim to it because they're not themselves vaccinated because they come from a country that generally isn't. So, for example, tick-borne encephalitis is not a problem in the UK. So British people don't get the jab. So when they come here and go for a walk in the woods, out come the ticks and bang goes their brain. Quite literally, in some cases, it's bloody horrible. So I don't know. Is it possible they're projecting some kind of public health failure here if they're having problems with vaccination programs for tick-borne illnesses? Then it's entirely possible they're looking to blame that on biolabs, right?
Oh, well, of course, yeah, they'd blame anything on Ukrainian biolabs. Why not? They do have a lot of medical problems at the moment, though. You're absolutely right.
But as far as I'm aware, medicines are never subject to sanction, right? It's illegal to sanction food and medicine. I think I'm correct.
Yeah, certain types. You can stop them from receiving the most high-tech medical stuff. But yeah, just basic medications should still be available. Yeah, it's human rights sort of thing. Although they don't seem to be using them very well in Russia. They don't seem to have enough, it would appear, to go around.
So they're screwing this one up all by themselves.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, they've screwed up their health system like 20 years ago. Now then, we were talking about things slipping through sanctions. And an investigation has revealed even a hidden network in Finland secretly fueling Russia's military. Under the radar. So, companies in nondescript metal sheds across Finland have been exporting significant amounts of military equipment to Russia. Finnish companies with Russian ties supplying
products critical to Russia's military operations. Their clientele includes connections to the Russian intelligence and defense sectors. Journalists, Jiri Haninen and Riku Rosland unveiled the Finnish firms that continued their exports to Russia following their investigation. In Finland, numerous enterprises, either led or owned by Russians, have been providing high-tech and other essential military products. These businesses all appear to have clients with ties to either Russian military or the FSB. As per customs data, Finnish companies with Russian backgrounds are exporting warfare critical items to Russia. Over 20 Finnish companies have been identified. Owned by individuals of Russian descent, these small-scale logistic and freight forwarding companies are based in southeast Finland near the border and in Vantaa, known for its major logistics hubs. The latest documentary, Military Goods from Finland to Russia, is available and delves deeper into the issue. The FSB's acknowledgement, a Russian-backed business near Lappeenranta, has been shipping numerous packages to Russia, including sensors, diesel engines, fuel pumps, and power transmission equipment. Components similar to these were discovered in Russian weaponry and vehicles destroyed in Ukraine. They have been identified as critical components. Researchers emphasize that these components are playing a crucial role in enhancing the Russian army's combat effectiveness. Not all were subject to Western sanctions, which eased their transfers. Two Russian clients of the Lappeenranta company are connected to the FSB. Russian public procurement data indicates these companies have engaged in transactions directly with the FSB. One even publicized the FSB's commendations on its own website. A visit to the Lappeenranta company site revealed quiet surroundings, luxury cars parked outside. A man at the door, though not representing the company in question, acknowledged the refusal of our interview. Finnish companies, who have also supplied Russia with equipment suitable for military R&D and intelligence operations, including signal analyzers, frequency synthesizers, PCB supplies, optical devices, and voltmeters. Some exports appear mundane, engine parts, bearings and valves, but are still all vital to the functioning of Russia's military machines. These Finnish enterprises have either directly exported to Russia or served as intermediaries between the foreign sellers and the Russian buyers, taking care of logistics and necessary paperwork. In some cases, goods from Finland have been rerouted to Russia through a third country, masking Finland's involvement in the customs records. Just before the war, one Finnish company managed over 10 million euros worth of shipments to a client linked to the Russian defense industry, including video cameras, hard drives, and other electronics. Following the invasion, the company began organising similar cargo transports from Finland to Uzbekistan. Seems a bit fishy, that, doesn't it? That Uzbekistan suddenly started ordering that same stuff. While it's not confirmed if the Russian military and security service specifically used products exported from Finland, at least 9 Finnish companies, Russian clients, have direct ties to Russian intelligence or defence sectors. Despite numerous attempts, reporters could not secure any interviews with the company representatives. Wonder why. Some agreed to background discussions, denying any violation of sanctions or support for the Russian military. The names of these small companies, wielding no significant economic power and with owners not convicted of any crimes, are currently withheld. The investigation involved analysing customs statistics, trade registries, police investigation materials, and court documents. Customs data was sourced from international commercial entities, as well as Finnish customs, and Finnish customs We will note, you can go and look at their data, but they do not release anything company specific. This thread that I've just read you only scratches the surface. Dive deeper, and this is an alarming issue, not just in Finland. And it's worth exploring more the intricate web supporting Russia's military endeavours, especially from their direct neighbours. Oh,
Well,
I've got a fin.
I was just wanted to jump in on that quickly. I mean, this is direct neighbours. We were talking earlier on about Latvia. Christopher kindly brought up the export situation. Latvian exports to Uzbekistan went from just over 100,000 euros before the escalation to 3.6 million afterwards. Like this is really quite brazen stuff. But yeah. Anyway, let's go to the culprit. Let's go to Nella.
Yes, hello, friends. My apologies that my country totally sucks in certain aspects. It's unbelievable. We're nearly 2 years in and we can't stomp out this thing. I don't know what to do. Well, actually I do. It's starting to crack some effing skulls. And that's what I'm going to do. So have a nice day. Slava Ukraine and F Russia.
Absolutely. But hopefully, yes, there are more investigations like this going on. And I would like very much to hope that we start cracking down on them and, closing down these loopholes. Nolly?
Yeah, so we have this, our local domestic CIA over here called SUPO, Suojelupoliisi, or the Protection Police. They are not handing out condoms, at least I hope. They have been, I think, really bad at this stuff. And they have been infiltrated by the Russians, I think, for a long time, because their former, oh no, that was the army intelligence. I think they had a guy as their top man, had a Russian name, and he had the Russian double-headed eagle tattooed across his chest. But hey, let's hire him as the top guy. We are stupid beyond belief. My apologies again, especially to the Ukrainians that have to suffer the consequences of this aforementioned stupidity. So there we have it. The dumbest country in Europe, Finland. I'm happy actually that Monty Python made a song about us because it's accurate still.
Well, let me give you some more uplifting news. So, there appears to be some local separatism brewing in Russia. You know, considering how they treat people, I can understand, perhaps. And this is maybe a sign of things to come in the future. So, in Bashkiria, several thousand people gathered on the 15th of January near the district court in the city of Baimak to support a famous local activist. Now, I have to laugh. His name is spelt Fail. I don't know if that's really his name, but Fail Alsinov, who advocated for the preservation of Mount Kushtau. Now, he is being tried for inciting ethnic hatred. The case is considered to have been politicized. The head of the Republic, Radi Kadyrov, is directly related to it, and he was the one who asked the investigative committee to bring Alsinov to criminal responsibility. Judging by photos and videos from the scene, this is the largest protest seen in Russia since the start of the full-scale war in Ukraine. During the spontaneous rally, those gathered demanded Kadyrov's resignation. Now, there's a little bit more, which I'm just going to have to, because it's not working, translate it. So the case against Aliznov, apparently, or Fail, is based on an incorrect translation of his speech from the Bashkir language. In the Bashkir expression, Kara Halik literally means black people. However, the linguist saw an incitement of ethnic hatred. People in the video chant "No punishment for Halik," as in, they're also shouting "We are the black people," as in we are the indigenous people of this area. So yeah, and it is a very large gathering of people, and I'm just wondering if sooner or later these sorts of things are going to start happening quite regularly. I'll be honest, it doesn't look as though they're being herded up by the police or anything. Gotta say, there's a chock ton of them there, so probably not a lot of police able to do very much about that. However, just local separatism, just flaring up in the regions there, and I think that's maybe not a bad thing. I'm going in for coffee. 2 ticks.
Okie dokie. I see we have a Robin up. Welcome, Robin.
Hey there, guys. I'm actually just sort of settling into my seat for later, so don't let me bother you.
Roger Dodger. Okay, so what Andriy Yermak doing? As many of you will know, Andriy Yermak is the chief of staff to the president of Ukraine, who at the moment is a chap called Zelensky. You hadn't heard that. Now, he has been in Davos on Sunday. Now, where's Davos? It's in Switzerland, and it is mostly famous for hosting the World Economic Forum, which is where they plot to force us all to eat insects and things like that. But there has been a meeting of national security advisors from various different countries in Davos over the weekend. Most of them from Europe, but there were some from Asia and some from Africa as well. Now, Mr. Yermak has been promoting the peace formula proposed by President Zelensky. This was in, I think it was August 2023. Oh no, sorry, it was earlier than that, wasn't it? It came out in mid 2022. So the Ukrainian peace formula basically remains unchanged, and there seems to be a big diplomatic push by Ukraine to get the global south on board with it. Now, this is something that's proving a bit of a challenge for the Ukrainians, because you would think that it would be a very clear-cut thing for a global south observer. So many countries in Africa, Asia have been part of European colonial empires themselves. They would surely recognize a fellow former colony trying to emerge from foreign domination. But the propaganda machine of the Kremlin is very, very tricky indeed, and manages to frame it in precisely the opposite direction. The Russians have been, and the Soviet Union before them, were very, very good at this, in framing imperialism and colonialism as something that the Western powers do, but Russia doesn't, and China definitely doesn't as well. And this thinking has very, very deep roots, not only in the Western academy, but also in the global South countries themselves. The Russian propaganda is very, very deeply seated particularly in African countries. Hence, we have our friend Ola of NAFO Ghana, who comes up regularly and moans about this, the fundamentally illiberal take of the political establishment that comes straight from the Lubyanka in many African countries. But Mr. Yermak seems to think this is changing. He seems to think he is winning this particular, Ukraine is slowly winning this particular war of words. And you'll note that Ukraine has been on a bit of a charm offensive in Africa recently. They have, much to our excitement here, recently opened an embassy in Ghana. And they will see this as this will be a sort of counterweight to Russian influence in the region. Ola hilariously told us a story about how a couple of local chaps had been on a pro Wagner group demonstration in Accra, which apparently didn't attract much interest because nobody really gives a toss about Wagner Group in Accra, but it did attract the interest of the authorities, who promptly arrested these young men and charged them with sedition. So good for Ghana. I think that's particularly funny. No sense of humor about that at all. So for his part, President Zelensky will be traveling to Switzerland today actually, and he will also be on the charm offensive and participating in the World Economic Forum in Davos, where presumably he will also be getting us to eat insects. I'm only teasing. That's a conspiracy theory. So that's what's going on in Switzerland. All of the boys are there, plotting against us, New World Order, all of that stuff. How's the coffee, Marcus?
Well, the coffee's amazing, but I have to tell you that in 15 minutes, we will be speaking with a friend of Robin's, Yaroslav, and he's a Ukrainian American who is volunteering now with the Ukrainian military. He's basically at some point. Let me see. He's now in Ukraine, volunteering with the military. But he emigrated from Ukraine as a child, grew up in the United States, works in New York, organizing rallies, marches, and Ukrainian festivals, and working for Ukrainian non-profits. And he's decided that he now needs to be in Ukraine and join the fight for his people. And, well, let's just say that this is, it's a story of where he started and where his heart is and where he's going back to. So his life, his connection to Ukraine, and the next step for his future. And I think it's going to be a really interesting discussion. So retweet that out, folks. Feel free. So that's why Robin's here, because it's her friend. She's going to introduce us to him properly. Now, you did hear, didn't you, earlier, Tim, that it's all our fault. It's us. It's the Anglo-Saxons that have upset Russia today the most. Of course, it must have been us that took down these planes. Couldn't have possibly been Ukraine. Apparently, that's the story that they're going with now. So at first, it was, oops, we've shot down our own. Then it was, nothing at all has happened. And now it's the fault of the Brits. I'm happy to accept that. Robin?
Have we made like a really long, thin tapestry or something?
There is one of those tapestry memes going around, I believe. So hopefully there's one that contains all the right elements now. Robin, go ahead.
I love it, Tim. Yes, that I want to see. I just wanted to say I am really, really annoyed after everything the United States has done to be eclipsed yet again by the Brits. Why isn't this our fault? I'm very offended.
Ah, well, you see, we were the ones that came out and were all gobby about supporting Ukraine yesterday. So, you know, it's totally our fault. It's got to be. Couldn't have done it without us, I'm sure. I have a feeling they probably could have done it without us. It sounds to me as though they didn't use Patriot to shoot this thing down, but they used intelligence assets in other ways. Judging by some of the tantalizing information that has come out. And well, we know how they say they got to the Kerch Bridge the first time, purely by a humint, as it were, rather than missiles. So perhaps something like that might have happened again. Let's face it, we know that the Russian military are highly infiltrated now with Atesh. I've seen so many photos from inside Russian military facilities from Atesh agents who are actually conscripted in the military. And they're saying that new people who are already part of Atesh are now receiving conscription papers. And of course, they're accepting because it gives them access to things that they didn't have access to before. So they're going in and being the model little soldier while obviously continuing to work for Atesh. And I just love how they're infiltrating them because they're conscripting them from the community. And these guys are like, excellent. Yeah, I wonder how long it takes for them to encourage a mass walkout, because I feel as though they're going to be, you know, just chipping away at that morale a little bit more, just popping some suggestions into their heads, that sort of thing, or quietly going about their business. Robin?
You know, one of the things that just gives me the biggest chuckle is, you know, most Ukrainians speak good Russian. And why is that? Because the Russians have had have for many years have done their best to suppress Ukrainian language, have forced Ukrainians to speak Russian, and now they have now Atesh has endless numbers of people who are indistinguishable from any Russian, who can you know, go undercover in these areas, and they're never going to be caught because of the language. And it's just it's a wonderful incidence of karma coming back to bite them. It's the same thing with these when Ukrainians break into Russian communications on the battlefield and direct fire back against the Russian troops or whatever. They never know what hit them, because all of these Ukrainians speak pretty much indistinguishable Russian when they need to. So it just warms the cockles of my soul a little bit.
It gives us all a little wry smile, doesn't it? Yeah, they have no idea what they're doing by conscripting the public in Crimea, for example. You know, a lot of those people are, in fact, I think it was 90% of the papers that were handed out in Crimea were specifically to Crimean Tatars. And, you know, a couple of those guys might actually be in Atesh, because it pretty much was them that started it up. So yeah, fun times. Now then, I'm just having a little look about what's going on today, and well, Zelensky is he's in Bern, I think, at the moment, and then he will be heading on to the Economic Forum in Davos very shortly after. But I think he's actually giving his speech to Davos tomorrow. He can't do everything in one day, I suppose. Now then, this has been noted by Polish Deputy Foreign Minister today, Andrzej Seźna, maybe. If Germans would like to strengthen NATO's eastern flank in Poland, as they have done in Lithuania, or they are doing in Lithuania, then they're welcome to do so, apparently. The official notice noted that any help and cooperation from allies is always welcome when there is a war just beyond your border. Now, about 10,000 American soldiers are currently stationed in Poland. And so it's just worth noting that they've also said to the Germans, you can join the party if you wish. So one big happy family, hey?
Absolutely. Speaking of one big happy family, there's going to be a whacking great NATO exercise this year. Have we covered that?
I've not, no.
So this is Exercise Steadfast Defender, which brings 31 NATO allies, plus Sweden, who are not quite in the club yet, but they're nearly there. And it will predominantly take place in Eastern Europe across multiple countries. It also coincides with NATO's 75th birthday. So woohoo, happy birthday to us. To give you an idea of the scale, just the UK will be committing 20,000 troops to this from all four services. 20,000, 16,000 from the Army, and 4,000 from both the Navy and the Royal Air Force. Now, in terms of numbers, the UK is one of the smaller large NATO countries. So yeah, this is going to be an absolute whopper. I don't know. Nobody seems to be reporting the exact numbers, but this looks like, like a kind of army level exercise, really. Anyway, that looks fun. That's going to happen in the first half of this year.
I've just noticed that a man from Perm has got out of being mobilised. He drank 5 bottles of whiskey, collapsed inside a supermarket, probably on the way for his next one, and immediately died on the store floor. These are just things that happen sort of regularly in Russia, I've noticed. But, no longer a threat of mobilisation, I suppose, at least that guy. Shocking. Now then, there is a nice piece of stock footage of a Russian A-50, including the interior operator stations. And just going to retweet this so you can see it. The first part of the video is the same A-50 that was shot down, which was taken a couple of days ago, according to information here. So, well, just the fact that they've allowed this access to the aircraft and then a few days later it's been shot down. I just wonder. Just wonder, Tim. It interests me that there's a lot more going on than we really know.
There is.
A lot of
It's all
stuff.
moving in mysterious ways, isn't it?
Well, you know me. I like spooky, sneaky stuff. So yeah, the IL-22 has been confirmed to not be subject to restoration. Therefore, the target is technically destroyed. Resuscitation will not help. The plane was on fire when it landed. There were wounded amongst the crew. At the same time, the Air Force speaker noted the A-50 long-range radar detection aircraft was, and still is, a priority target. And until today, the destruction of this aircraft seemed an impossible task. However, their air command post suddenly came under attack So he's well, he's basically saying, yeah, it's absolutely knacked. It's not going to fly anywhere else. He's impressed that they got it to the airport, to be honest. So he said they were very tenacious to get it to the airport. He may have used a rude word. So he's impressed that they landed it, but he said basically there's no way it's going anywhere now. And I would expect that the fact that it was on fire when it landed is probably not going to have been good for it. So we are just expecting our visitor very shortly, but I see we've been joined by Latin. Good afternoon, Latin.
Good afternoon, good morning, mockers. Yeah, I was able to just come back for a minute here, and I know you have a guest coming up in a few minutes, so just feel free to cut me off at any moment, but just some more thoughts on the situation you were describing there. There's clearly something going on, I think, that, and the Ukrainians are messaging it in a way that is intentionally cryptic, and I think they are sending us a signal and trying to generate discussion about what exactly was behind this. The official Ukrainian Air Force tweet on this, which, you know, it's an official claim of the two aircraft, has the message, who did this? So clearly the Ukrainians did it, but that seems to be a question that is pointing us to who within the Ukrainian Air Force did this. And it could just be, you know, misinformation from the good guys and trying to create confusion on the Russian side. But I think there is a real question here that will be answered in time about what exactly was behind this, because I do suspect it's possible. It is. I'm leaning a little more towards an enhanced fixed wing capability. That's just my personal opinion where we stand right now. Probability is higher that it's still some kind of ground based, but their most long range assets like S-300 and Patriot, those are valuable assets for the Ukrainians. Moving them further up closer to the line where they'd be able to have potentially a shot at something over the Sea of Azov. That comes with risk. We know the Russians have destruction of enemy air defense capability. We've seen it on their aircraft that you would have expected would be in the air, by the way, along with, I would be amazed if they were flying an A-50 by itself. You would expect to have at least a combat air patrol of some Su-35 types, something similar. When we've seen the loadout on those aircraft where they carry the beyond visual range air-to-air missiles, as well as at least one anti-radiation missile. How successful they've been on with that particular tasking, I have my doubts, but they would have been there. Your description of the IL-20 landing, apparently being able to make a landing but damaged, is interesting because that raises questions about what kind of weapon hit it. It's always possible that a larger missile fragmented and, you know, it wasn't a direct hit, because if you a direct hit from something like Patriot, you would expect it would be catastrophic for the aircraft. So possibly a fragmentation damage. The missile was exploded at a distance. But there's also the possibility, I mean, which I'd love to see where it was hit. If it was hit anywhere near the engine, then that starts to make me think more of something infrared guided, potentially even short range. I don't know. I don't want to get too crazy with the speculation, but soon enough, we've seen this pattern before where eventually we get a drip of information. But this is interesting. And I think it's fair to say, I'm going to quote from our friend Zed Goldman, I think something's happening here, something different, and time will tell.
I think you're probably right, you know. I think you're probably right. There is something going on here. Tim, would you just check for our guest, please? Go ahead, Latin.
Yeah, well, we're getting ready to hear that guest. Markers, was there any other information that you saw, or I'd be amazed if there was any images at this point, but any other details about the condition of that aircraft? In particular, I'm interested about where it might have been damaged.
Look in the nest, my friend, and you will see a Russian source associated with the Russian military aviation published this photograph, claiming it is the damaged IL-22M.
Looks quite a lot like a proximity detonation there.
Okay, while we're waiting for the guest, Tim and Markers, I'm just gonna, if you don't mind, I'll just have a quick look at it here. And is it the one from Special Kherson Cat?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's fragmentation, and that's the tailplane that was hit. So okay, that I would take away the shorter range option. That is something that hit it. Yeah, that would have been a longer range system, I'm guessing. Anyways, yeah, that aircraft will be out for quite a while. It may not be catastrophic, but if you said that there were injuries, and it may say that here, or Markers, you mentioned that there were injuries to the crew, that would indicate the tailplane alone would not, damage to the tailplane, I don't think would compromise where the crew is. So there might be other damage that we're not seeing here.
Oh, I'm quite sure they're not photographing all the damage. Yeah, I'm certain of that. Now then, I'm just going to pop out and swap with Robin for a little bit so we can speak with our guest, and welcome up War Doggo as well. So I shall speak to you all shortly.
Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning if you are with the mug of coffee heading to look what's going on behind the window. And in your country today, there is a Martin Luther King related holiday. And hope everybody's doing good. Do I understand correctly, team, that one of the planes was actually turning into the Swiss cheese by quantity of holes? I don't understand what age it is, but it makes me happy because I was sad in the morning when I understood that the A50 that we were trying to get to loot for our fundraiser with MriyaReport for Andriy for the electronic warfare equipment. It simply sank, and the salt water does not help the electronics work better. But that one is just simply somewhere immobilized in the territory of Russia. And what we need actually is to get there and loot it for our fundraiser, right?
I couldn't agree more. I wonder how much a really, really badly holed Russian aeroplane is worth. I guess there's only one way to find out. Sure, the Iranians would like to have a look at it. But we are joined by our guest, so I'm going to hand you over to Robin, who is going to get things started.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning. War Dog, I'm really glad you're up. My friend Yaroslav is here, and we're going to talk to him about his decision as a Ukrainian American to go back to Ukraine and fight in the military and help Ukraine win this war. Welcome, Yaroslav.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. Can someone confirm?
Yep, loud and clear.
Perfect.
This is the joys of the interwebs. It still amazes me a little bit that we can chat from so far away. Anyway, look, I have so many questions. It's hard to know where to start, but I'm just going to introduce you to Yaroslav very quickly. I know Yaroslav from work we've done together in Razum for Ukraine and setting up. We did a fair last spring with at the Ukrainian Catholic Church in New York, and we've worked on other things together. And I was quite surprised a couple of months ago to see a post on Instagram that he had decided that this was not enough, that he was going to Ukraine to fight. And I just thought it might be interesting for all of us to explore a little bit what the thought process and what goes on. How does an Ukrainian American kid, I'll call you a kid, Yaroslav, to me you're a kid, young adult, make these decisions?
No worries.
Yeah. Anyway, so you are, let us know where you are, where you are in the process and how you got there.
Sure, sure. I am currently in Ukraine, and I don't know if there's a bit of a delay when I speak, but hopefully not too much. I am speaking to you from Ukraine. I am in my original hometown, Bila Tserkva, which is not too far south of Kiev. Um, I love it here. This is, my first home, and it's beautiful to see how much it has changed. So much of it has been, I would say, modernized and really just improved that I had to really get used to it because I really remembered a lot of it. It's not a huge city by any means. I think at most we've ever had was maybe 400,000 people, but usually we teeter around the 200 to 250,000 population mark around there. So we're not a huge city, but we're a very nice little Ukrainian city here, very patriotic, and this is where I was born. Um, and it's where I currently am. And it's definitely a bit of a surreal experience to be here during a war. you know, every other time I've ever been in Bielotserko was during nice, peaceful, or just during peacetime, and I visit my family, relax, and just really enjoy what Ukraine is. But now things are different. Getting to Ukraine was definitely a really interesting journey. It took me 3 days, and it did not go as I planned, actually, which is quite funny because this is a bit of an ongoing thing. Most Ukrainians and people who I know who travel between Ukraine and maybe the U.S., they always have an interesting story to tell about how they get to Ukraine. It's definitely going to be an adventure, whether you like it or not. For me, it was getting to Germany. I spent a day almost an entire day in Frankfurt, Germany. Originally, I was supposed to take a flight to Krakow, Poland, the day after, but that got canceled, and there was no rebooking. I have some beef with Lufthansa now, but I ended up actually taking a bus to Krakow, Poland, and then from there, I actually missed my train to, I believe it's pronounced Przemyśl or Przemyśl, and I had to take a taxi. The taxi driver was actually quite amazing. He was a Crimean Tatar named Adem, and he gave me a discount, and he was really helpful. And he got me to Przemyśl or Przemyśl, correct? Somebody please correct me on the pronunciation of that. I really don't know Polish, unfortunately.
Przemyśl.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. And from there,
You're Ukrainian. Apologize to
Yes.
interrupt if you're Ukrainian. In Ukrainian language, is called Przemysl.
Yeah, Przemyśl.
And Poland calls is Przemysl.
Aha, there we go. Perfect. I will remember that for the future. But yeah, once I got there, everything pretty much went smoothly. I got on my train to Kiev, and that was an 11-hour train ride, I believe. And things went pretty well. Thankfully, there was a food cart or food wagon, like had a little cafe in there, and I ate like 3 hot dogs, and I was very surprised with how good they were. So it was a hectic journey, but I made it. I had everything testing me during those 3 days. It was a lot of chaos and stress, but that's just how it is getting to a war torn country, unfortunately. Um, so it's something I won't forget, and that's really what it was like.
Yeah, you're all right. I've heard a lot of stories like that. But you got there. I'm glad. Now I'm wondering, you decided, what were you doing in the States, and how did you come to decide to upturn your whole life to come to Ukraine?
Oh boy, that's definitely a complicated question, and I think I'm gonna have to start with the beginning. I was born in Ukraine in Bielotserkva, and my family would eventually have the opportunity to move to the United States. Not all of my family; it was only the most immediate relatives. So it was me, my sister, who's older than me, my mom, and my father, and my grandmother on my mom's side of the family. We had the opportunity to move to the United States back in 2004, and we did it. I was 5 years old when we moved. I was very young, which is pretty obvious because my English is very good. Something that Ukrainians will always remind me of. But I moved when I was very young, and my family decided to move to New York City, primarily because they were told that there was a lot of Ukrainians already in New York City. There was a pretty long-standing diaspora in New York City and the surrounding states, and there was a pretty decently sized Ukrainian neighborhood, or as they were told, Ukrainian neighborhood known as Brighton Beach in Brooklyn, Coney Island. That's where I grew up. So if anybody knows that area, that's where I spent most of my life. I will say this: moving to the United States was very interesting at first. As a kid who just started to, really grow up and gain experience in Ukraine, I really loved it. I had my friends. I started school here, and it was definitely not easy for me to just suddenly have to completely change, my life around like that as a young kid. But I assimilated into, American society pretty quickly. It only took me about a year to learn English, and you know, I I basically just kind of grew up in the U.S. I definitely assimilated, Americanized quite a bit, but I never forgot my Ukrainian roots. I always stuck with it. I was a very proud Ukrainian, and I made everybody know. I told everybody about Ukraine, and I would always have to point it out, and I would always tell people about this wonderful little city named Bielotserka in Ukraine, because us folks here in Bielotserka, we're very proud of our city. We're quite patriotic. Um, and we're also home to a very famous Ukrainian brigade, the 72nd Brigade. So kudos to them, awesome guys. But I growing up in the U.S., I'll be honest, most people really never knew about Ukraine prior to Maidan. Most people, I had to get used to the fact that people associated Ukraine with Russia. I would always get the comments of, oh, that's just a part of Russia, or that's Russia, or whatever. And you just kind of got used to it. I didn't like it, but it was just the reality. Ukraine was simply just not considered that important of a country really until Maidan. Post Maidan, everything started changing. One, there were many more Ukrainians moving to the United States, especially New York. In Brighton Beach too, we saw a lot of Ukrainians with money who opened up businesses, would buy out property. We started seeing a huge influx of that, and we started seeing Ukraine a lot more in the headlines and news. So suddenly, where I went from telling people about Ukraine and they did not know what the hell it was to, people are like, oh, yeah, I've heard about this place. And now, post full scale invasion, people can actually point to it on a map, which is great. I celebrate that fact. It was a
Yeah,
long time coming.
yeah, that is a great thing. That's one thing President Zelensky pointed out in his New Year's speech last year. This is a year that people discovered
Of
Ukraine.
course.
And it's a shame that this is the cause of it, but it's a good thing it happened. It's a good
Certainly.
thing that people have discovered what a wonderful country it is. I see War Doggo has a question for you,
Yes, go
Yaroslav,
ahead.
so let's go to War Doggo. And Yaroslav, if you could mute your mic when you're not speaking, I think people sometimes get a little bit of feedback
No
otherwise,
worries.
just FYI. Okay, thanks. Okay, War Doggo.
Yeah, when you said about Bila Cerkva, if to translate in English, just for our dear listeners, the city name that is called like White Church, Bila Cerkva and the famous legendary 72nd Brigade is like part of the history for Ukraine. I remember our grandparents being telling us the story that before the Bolsheviks came to Ukraine, they had like a big kind of farmership in that city. And when Bolsheviks came, they were oppressed. They were sent out from the city, and still, even not being an owners no longer of that farmership and enterprise, when grandparents came to that city, many citizens, when they were walking in the middle of the city, many citizens were greeting them and saying them hello, recognizing them. And that's like the story I remember from my childhood, when my grandparents were telling us. Question: I remember like all of these rumors and all of these boo stories that we are being caught on the streets. We are sent to army, and like we are forced to go, and Ukrainians resist going to army. All of this bullshit stuff. For the country that has already 1 million armed forces, army, and from which 440,000 are directly on the front lines. That's exactly the nation that didn't want to go to protect their own country. Those are the kind of stories we hear. for you as a foreigner foreigner being Ukrainian but still living for a long time outside Ukraine, but how did you make a choice not to go or not to go to Ukraine? That's not my question, but specifically technically, which brigade, which unit you go. You know already someone, you got to some recruitment process, how it actually worked. I believe many would be very much interested, because for like many perception is, as soon as you cross the border, you're immediately caught in slavery and they send you to army to die on the front lines. All of these crappy boost stories that many still follow after Russian informational attacks. What's your story on that point? Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah, sure. So it wasn't an easy decision to make, but with the start of the full-scale invasion, I actually wanted to go like during the first few days. I was trying to find a way in to see if there's any unit or brigade or somebody who'd take me in. But at that time, I mean, Ukrainians were lining up to sign up in the thousands. The lines were insane. There was no way I was going to get in unless I voluntarily just kind of came here, and I knew Americans who did that, even ones who don't have any combat experience. They just came to Ukraine, joined up, whether it's with the International Legion or other foreign volunteer groups, and they went out to fight. But that was extremely risky. I never actually served in the military. I don't really have any true military experience. So I didn't want to do that. That would be incredibly risky and kind of stupid on my end. But I've been looking for a way in for some time, and during that time, I being in New York is really, the capital of, for example, protesting and really just in any sort of political activities. I was doing what I can to support Ukraine and get Ukraine out there. I helped organize rallies, marches, protests, other events. Just I kind of did everything I can to support Ukraine, to the best of my ability. But I always wanted to come here. I was looking for whatever way in. During the first year of the war, it was pretty complex. Things were definitely quite disorganized. It was not really easy to get into Ukraine and actually join the military, especially me as technically as a foreigner without any real combat experience. So, I just didn't really think it was going to be possible until last year around the summer. I started exploring. I started talking to a lot of my contacts here because I networked quite a bit. So I have a lot of connections within the armed forces here. And I know a lot of foreign volunteers. And I asked them, I'm like, hey, I'm hearing that, now it's possible to actually join, get some degree of training. You at least get some sort of gear. You'll get most of what you need. And of course, I can kind of source and buy whatever else I might need. How and really what are my options or opportunities that are available to me. Originally, what I did was I went through the application process of the International Legion. Admittedly, the Legion is going through a huge restructuring, and there are issues, especially with recruitment. Although it's not just them, this is an overall issue within the armed forces right now, but it's being solved, I would say. But that was really what I did in the beginning. I signed up and applied to them, and then I started essentially contacting everybody I knew. And I was like, "Hey, I want to do this outside of the Legion. Maybe is your brigade or unit accepting people?" And I started preparing. Um, Eventually, I decided to come earlier. Originally, I wasn't supposed to come as early. I'd rather come here if I was expected, but I also wanted to see my family here because I haven't seen them in years. The last time I was in Ukraine was during Maidan. I got to actually see the protests, walk to the camps. So I thought it would be right to spend time with family and see them during the holidays. And while I was doing that, I was also kind of, I guess it's probably not the nicest way to put it, but I was shopping around per se. I was meeting with people, commanders, and people heard about me, and there were people offering me various different roles and potential positions. I've had people ask me if I was interested in flying drones to, hey, we need interpreters, we need instructors, we need people who know the languages because I can speak English, I can speak, read and write in Ukrainian, and I can speak Russian. I'm not great with reading and writing in that. So that's definitely a huge asset and something that a lot of people showed interest in. So the moment I really noticed that there is actually something for me and there is a way for me to make myself useful here, I really jumped on it. I was like, okay, the opportunities are there. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to hold off. I'm just going to jump on the boat and let's do it. I don't think there. I didn't want to make the potential mistake of waiting and then the opportunities disappearing or just not becoming available. So it made more sense for me to be here because I can actually meet face to face with these people. And if they potentially want to offer me a contract or show me what they have to offer, they can do it much easier rather than having to speak via Telegram or Signal or WhatsApp or email. So it just made more sense. When it comes to the specific units and brigades, I kind of narrowed down my list of what I also found most interesting. Again, I want to make myself as useful as possible because that's the right thing to do. And at the current moment, I'm connected with a amazing individual named John, who's with the 3rd Assault Brigade, and they really, really would like me to become a sort of instructor/interpreter with them to really assist them with training because there's quite a few foreign instructors within their brigade, and as they explained it to me when I spoke to some of their people in person, they have a very large language barrier, and they really need folks like me to come in there and kind of just literally translate to Ukrainian troops during training. And again, I'm totally for it. I kind of saw that and I said, you know what, that's the right thing to do. I feel like that's just that opportunity was just calling for me, and I'm all for it. And I will be, actually kind of going out and starting to get myself involved with the brigade and everything quite soon, most likely within next week. So this is the perfect time for me to speak to you guys, because otherwise I would not have been available. But that's basically how it is. It's really not that complex. I will be honest. If there are people who are interested in doing something, you just have to do a little bit of research. It's really not that complicated, and if you're willing to network a little bit, you should do it. There are ways in. Will I recommend it? No. It's a very risky and very dangerous thing to do, no matter what position you're in. So will I ever recommend it to anyone? No. I don't want to start trying to become a recruiter, convincing people to do it. Because at the end of the day, it's a very crazy thing that I'm doing. So yeah, that's really how it is. That's how it all happened.
Thanks.
But
Well,
wait,
God bless
nobody.
your craziness. Go ahead, Ordo.
But wait, nobody. When you cross the border, nobody put you in the black van. Nobody put you on the front lines with the bag
No,
on your
no,
head. I mean,
that
I
does
mean,
not
we've seen the
happen.
video.
Yeah,
It doesn't work any other way.
yeah,
I mean, that's the way it was shown on the TV.
right.
Cannot be any other.
That is not how it happened. I mean, in fact, when I was crossing the border and the border guards who were on the train, the actual wagons, they go and they check everyone's passport. The moment they saw I had a U.S. passport, even though I was originally born in Ukraine, the lady gave me my passport back and didn't even ask a single question. She just asked, what are you here for? And that's it. She gave it back to me and no problem. There were Ukrainian men on the train and they did not have any issues. They weren't just taking people like that on the train and, forcing them to fight. Look, I think what's happening here is most likely there were instances where maybe things did happen and, people are certainly overblowing it. I mean, Russia will take any opportunity to take a story like that and use it for propaganda. So, that's really what it is. But is that happening en masse like you just said? No, no, no. That did not happen. That didn't even happen to me. I will be honest, it is quite complex actually. Okay. The actual process of joining the armed forces as a foreigner is a bit annoying. There's I would say there's definitely a bit of a bureaucratic process to it. Ukrainian, it's definitely paperwork. And you have to be patient, but I was not in any way in danger of being taken in and just thrown to the front lines in the trenches. That there's just no way that's going to happen. Especially with me or people like me who are foreign volunteers. At this point, if you're a foreign volunteer, you do have to kind of prove yourself here because there are also foreign volunteers, people who kind of come here, stay for a few months and then leave, and that's not really reliable. Ukraine does not need people like that. Me, for example, I moved here. This is where I am now. So, yeah.
Thanks. Okay, I
See, a
think Tim.
similar,
Go ahead, Tim.
yeah, sorry, I just wanted to jump in. Yeah, a similar thing happened to me. War Doggo fella, you talked about having a bag over your head and getting bundled into a van. I was on my way from I think it was Lviv to Krakow, so I was by Przemysl, when they stopped the train to check everybody's passports, and I had most of my luggage looks quite military because I'm ex-military myself, so my backpacks are kind of military backpacks. And I got two policemen right up in my face saying, "Are you in the army? Are you in the army? Are you in the army?" And what I had to do was say, "No, I'm not." And that solved the problem. It was amazing.
Tim, that's so disappointing. All that Russian propaganda down the drain. So Yaroslav, I want to go on to something else. I'm interested in in growing up in the States. You speak fluent Ukrainian. You read and write. How was it with you? Did you go to Ukrainian school on the weekends like a lot of Ukrainian kids do? How did you keep your connection?
So this is where it gets quite interesting. I did not go to Ukrainian school. My parents, I think, knew about it, and they knew that the Ukrainian diaspora communities, the really old ones, ones that kind of originated from immigrants who came in the 1900s, they have these schools. They exist, but for whatever reason, my parents were not really big fans of them, and they just kind of said, no, we're not going to put them into that. Most kind of keeping my Ukrainian heritage was a bit of a struggle. I will thank my parents for speaking Ukrainian. Like, we primarily spoke Ukrainian, within our household, which was a huge help. But like most of my reading and writing, I had to learn on my own. So I would, over time, maybe find a way to purchase like a Ukrainian book, maybe a novel or something, or I would bring it from Ukraine when I would go, because I would go to Ukraine quite frequently. My mom used to like sending me out during the summers. I was a pretty wild kid. I liked being outside. I liked exploring. I liked being a little. I was rambunctious. Is that the word for it? I don't know. But my mom didn't want to deal with me in the summers as a kid who, there's no classes during the summer here in the U.S. So I would spend that time in Ukraine. Sometimes I get to go in the winters, and that is my favorite time to go to Ukraine. New Year's is a very big holiday for us, so that was always the most ideal time for me to go. And I love the cold. I hate the heat. But that was really my main way of kind of staying connected to Ukraine, was getting to visit my family here. And I wouldn't really just like stay within, my apartment. I would love to go out. I would always ask my aunt or my other relatives, "Hey, can we go do this? Can we go explore? Can we go visit this city or something?" And I used to love talking to people. We have a funny story within my family. My mom tells it to everyone all the time. When I was around 3 years old, we went to visit Crimea, and we were out there on the beach. They have like a little bit of a boardwalk and everything. And there was a time where we went to sit down at like a little restaurant to sit and eat, and they had like seats outside. And eventually, somehow, I was 3 years old, and I said, "You know what? I was very curious. I'm gonna walk away and just do my own thing." I almost got lost, but I decided to walk to a bazaar, and I was just saying hi, greeting people, talking to people, and people were freaking out, saying, "Whose kid is this?" Eventually, my mom was able to find me, but I was like that. So I always had that interest, and that Ukrainian side of me just never it never disappeared. Um, and again, a lot of it was just me having to really you know work to keep that a part of me. If I read, most of my reading and writing is self-taught. I was reading, struggling, but I was learning. Um, Duolingo makes that a lot easier. I'll say that. But also having people to speak Ukrainian with. My parents both speak it very fluently. They also read and write, so that's a great help. So I had someone to ask questions to, and then I had my family here in Ukraine. So that was, yeah, that was that. That's really how I
Oh,
kept it.
that's Thanks. That's interesting. Yeah, Duolingo is great. I just found out recently Duolingo was actually developed by Ukrainians.
Of course.
It's a yeah. Okay. Well, of course, Yeah, I don't. You mentioned your mom. Okay, I am a mom, and I can't imagine. sending my son off to fight in Ukraine. I can imagine feeling very proud of him if he were to do that. But tell me about how did your family react to this decision?
Well, not that well, to put it simply. My mom probably had the most intense reaction to it. I would say my sister was quite supportive, but the day I decided to tell my mom that this is what I was planning, I told her I didn't want to tell her last minute, so I decided to say, okay, I'm going to tell her like around a month or two in advance what I was doing. Part of that, look, there was a part of me that wanted to say last minute because I knew my mom was going to fight to get me to stay. She did not want me to go. Her reaction was not positive, which I expected. I mean, this is my mom. I love my mom. I care for her. I will do anything for her. And if I completely expected her to not want me to do this because it is very dangerous. I have family who are serving and have been in some of the toughest parts of the front line and some of the most brutal battles that happened here in Ukraine. So my family is very. We know what it's like, and the risk involved. But there was a lot of fighting. There was a lot of screaming. Definitely quite a lot of tears were shed. It was not an easy thing for me to tell my mom, because at the end of the day, my parents worked really hard to get us to the United States. It was a very big thing for us to get here. My family in Ukraine is very proud of the fact that we have family in the United States and that we were able to make something of ourselves there. We were not wealthy or anything, but the fact that we're decent middle class people there, that was a big deal for us. And even my family here in Ukraine, they were very concerned. It was quite crazy for them to see me, a 5-year-old kid who left Ukraine, grew up in the United States. Yeah, I got to visit Ukraine, but suddenly now I'm coming back, and like that Ukrainian side of me stayed so strong to the point where I wanted to come back. Some time, but she began to really understand why I'm doing it, and she definitely is supportive to some extent. She does call me quite a bit, like 3 times a day. So, always asking me, do you want to consider coming back? And I'm not angry at her or anything. I will never show her any level of anger because I completely understand why. This is my mother. I mean, if I had a child and there was a war happening, and if my child wanted to go to war, I too would be very concerned. At the end of the day, I think she understands that I put a lot of thought into this decision. I'm definitely well connected, and I know what I'm doing. I'm not putting myself in need. I can't say that everybody's like that, but I'm very careful about that. And was it easy for her? No. But at the end of the day, she will support me no matter what. So, and I'll be there for her no matter what. So, um,
That is very nice. Yeah, and I think also if I were your mom, the fact that you have the English and Ukrainian language abilities would make me feel a little bit better because unlike the Russians, you're not going to be someone like you is not going to be stuck on the front line as cannon fodder. Ukraine has the sense to use you for what you can give them. So that would help me too if I were your mom.
Of course. And it's also the fact that many of the people I spoke to, whether they're commanders of military units, all of them have been very great, and all of them told me the same piece of advice. You will be taken care of, and we will make sure that we will try to make the best use of you. You're not going to be thrown into the trenches like that. And they're also very happy to see that I care and that I don't want to just be, I don't. It's very possible to just volunteer and go to the front lines like that, but I'm not just going to do that. So that's a big plus, and I think everybody understands that, and it makes everyone more confident, including me. So.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like we have one of our best book club members here. We have Yaroslav. I don't know if you know, we have a book club Sunday nights where we've been discussing books on Ukrainian topics. And Furious Lexicon has just come up. She's one of our most stalwart members. And over to you, Lexicon, for questions.
Oh, thank you so much, Robin. Hello, Yaroslav. I'm just furious until the Western countries like Canada and the US show up with the kind of support the UK has just done. But I had a question for you too. I was intrigued to hear that although you left as a 5-year-old child, you also speak Russian now. So I just wondered how it came about. I had a phone call just now, so I missed much of your answer when you were explaining about how you kept your Ukrainian so well and kept your learned reading and writing. So I didn't hear that, but I'm not sure if you addressed at all how it is that you also speak Russian. I'm a second generation. I'm diaspora. We went to some of those weekend schools, so I just learned to read and write, but not well. And I don't, I didn't get any Ukrainian fluency. But anyway, I wanted to ask that: how did the Russian come into your life?
Okay, yes, certainly. That is an interesting story I could tell. Um, it comes from multiple aspects. My dad spoke 8 languages. He did a lot of traveling for work, and he also really loved learning languages. My dad spoke, of course, Ukrainian was one of his first languages. He also learned Russian because he grew up during the Soviet Union. So Ukrainian and Russian were fluent to him. He learned English very well, and sometimes I would pick it up from him. He back in the early 2000s, we did. First of all, nobody really expected that we'd get to this point where there's a war between the two countries. It was a very different society back then. And my parents wanted me to learn several languages, Ukrainian, English. They wanted me to take Russian lessons. They also wanted me to learn Polish. I had a few family members who would move out to Poland to go to university. They would learn, study there, and then some of them would actually stay, which was kind of common in Ukraine. A lot of people wanted their kids to learn a different language just so they can open up educational opportunities. There was always the fear that we would not be able to get into the United States, so they wanted to make sure that they could set me up for the future. Although I never formally took any Russian courses or lessons, I would only pick up a little bit from my parents, and most of the Russian that I learned, I will have to be honest, my Russian knowledge is very informal, meaning it's, how a lot of people would talk on the streets. When it comes to the more formal kind of business world, I would never include it even on my resume. It would just get too bad. And I also, my Russian, I will admit, my Ukrainian accent will pop out. Like most Russians were able to tell I was from Ukraine. But most of my Russian I would pick it up off of my friends from the streets growing up in Brighton Beach, because it was a very mixed neighborhood. There were many Ukrainians, but there were a lot more Russians, and the Russians had a very large influence there. There were also many Russian-speaking Ukrainians there, from ones who moved during the the Soviet days, whether it's in the 70s or 80s. Most of them came from Odessa. Brighton Beach has the nickname of Little Odessa, but you had a lot of Russian influence there, and I would just kind of pick it up from the streets there. I mean, I kind of had to, because a lot of the people there, they did not speak English. It was a very immigrant heavy community. So you had people who just spoke the language that they knew, and they got very comfortable there. So you didn't really need to know that much English. And it was definitely hard to speak with a lot of Russian people I knew there, because if I only spoke in Ukrainian, it would be it's hard for them to understand. Whereas it was easier for me to pick up some Russian and then just be able to speak with them. I did have a lot of Russian friends. I have to be honest about that. I mean, that's where I grew up. To be honest, post full scale invasion, not even post Maidan, I slowly started losing them, as it was again, me being Ukrainian was very important, and at the end of the day, if they did not respect the fact that I am Ukrainian, if they had opinions that were potentially negative when it comes to that, these are just not people that I would want to be friends with. And post full scale invasion, I can tell you, a lot of them I don't speak to anymore. And I was very blunt to them. It's either you support us or you don't, and we're no longer friends. But yeah, like I said, I'm very open about the fact that I can speak a good deal of Russian, but I'm not great at reading or writing when it comes to Russian. So yeah, I picked it up mostly from just having friends living there, and yeah, it wasn't too hard.
And as you know, the joke I'm sure you've heard, Yaroslav, and other people have, which I love, is the story about the Russian woman who's been living in Brighton Beach, or as they call it, Brighton Beach, for 30 years, and she's complaining to her friend, you know, I've lived here 30 years and the policeman still has not learned Russian. So that's the situation there, right?
Yes, Hey,
Yeah,
that's how it
anyway.
is. Yeah, I know way too many people there that move there. It's very comfortable. They don't have to learn English, and they just stay there. And hell, I mean, if they're comfortable, they're comfortable. What can I do?
Right. Yeah, okay, back to lexicon for follow-up.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, that's so fascinating and it really helps us understand the culture both of Brighton Beach and also of Ukraine. It's very interesting to hear how your family thought in those years and how they prepared you. That's wonderful. It's amazing. Shows also the power of the dominant language. You know, here in Quebec, even in French language families, so many children just absorb English because the power of the English, Hollywood, the music scene is so strong that it even endangers the majority language. But yes, thank you so much for that. And thanks to Robin, she mentioned that she would be speaking to you. So I made sure I set an alarm to be able to hear you. So carry on. I'm really
Thank you so
fascinated
much.
to hear what courageous journey that you've made. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava.
Heroyam Slava. Yeah, I see a number of people up here who have joined us in the middle of their nights, and I'm very grateful of that, Prince. um, I wanted to explore a little bit. Is this, you know, the nice thing about interviewing someone you know is you can ask all sorts of questions that might be a little bit odd if you just like stop somebody on the street and grill them about their life. So this is a great opportunity for me. I'm just curious about what your professional life was like here. You obviously speak with you obviously have had a good education in, you know, in the States, and I assume you had a professional position. And I'm just wondering what that was and how that's going to be translating into your life in Ukraine.
Oh, this is going to be very funny, actually. So I was always very interested in aviation growing up. Although my family were expecting me to go into architecture, you know, they wanted me to follow in my dad's footsteps. Um, I, I, I went through that, and there was a point where I had to tell them I had no interest in that. So I eventually chose to pursue aviation. I studied aeronautical science in a private college in New York, Vaughn College of Aeronautics and Technology. It's a nice little school, expensive, but if you are interested in aviation and want to get involved in the industry, it's a phenomenal place to go. And I also did flight training on the side. But yeah, I am a pilot. I am licensed. I have my private pilot's license, and I'm instrument rated. And I was actually going to start my commercial training hopefully soon. But I decided to hold off on that because I already made the decision to go to Ukraine. Most of my professional life, you know, I mean, while in college, I worked and whatnot. I did a lot of management work. I've worked with the federal government before. I held a federal government management position, which was interesting. Although that one, I don't know how much I want to reveal about that because they did make me swear to an oath of secrecy, as they called it. Um, so I did that, and then you know, I did a lot of management when it comes to office related work, and then I also got to work with nonprofits like Razum for Ukraine, which I absolutely love Razum for Ukraine, and they have an amazing team here in Ukraine and Kiev, and a shout out to them. They do phenomenal work, and that's really where most of my professional life is. It's just a lot of management, leadership related positions, and I guess that, you know, to be completely fair, when it comes to the aviation side of things, it does not translate well to what I'm doing now. I wish there was a way to do it, and there were people who were trying to connect me to members of the Ukrainian Air Force. They're like, "Hey, you would be perfect to fly F-16s," and I'm like, "I don't know about that." I actually considered flying for the Air Force at one point while I was in college. We had you know, there was an Air Force ROTC program. I was part of it, but I ultimately decided not to go through with it. I wanted to stick to the commercial industry. You know, it's a growing industry to this day, and there's very amazing potential to, you know, create a wonderful career. But I put that on pause. I put all of that potential on pause just to be here in Ukraine, because at the end of the day, Ukraine is, you know, my first home. I have a lot of family here that I love and care about. I love Ukraine itself, and you know, it's my first home, and it's on fire, and I want to do everything everything I can to try to help. So that's really what it is. Unfortunately, my aviation experience will not translate that well. But what does translate well is a lot of my management and leadership experience that I have. That's definitely going to help out. So we'll see what happens. There is interest from the brigade that I'm going through with. They did express interest because of my experience. They said, we should potentially consider you becoming a sergeant if we can get you to that point. It'll take time, and but it's possible, because again, they really do need people to be instructors and have that ability to speak the languages, because we do need to train the Ukrainian armed forces, and they do need that Western knowledge and experience. But we need to be able to actually translate that training well enough to the point where Ukrainians can learn it efficiently. So we'll see what happens. Honestly, I'm at the start of the journey, so.
But it is that management experience is it's I think that's going to come really be really useful along with the language. Yeah, I was one I knew that you had something to do with aviation. I'd never really asked about what it was exactly. That's interesting. I still think an F-16 pilot would be great.
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish, but I don't think
Yeah,
it's
yeah, I
possible.
know. Well, at least I mean, actually, see, you have you have the opposite issue. There are a lot of trained Ukrainian pilots who are struggling with the language. But yeah, and as I mentioned to Yaroslav before we came on, I have been struggling trying to learn Ukrainian, so I have a lot of sympathy with Ukrainians trying to learn English. I think it's a really our two languages don't complement each other that well if you're trying to learn it as an adult. So. I envy you having grown up with both languages. I'm curious to go back to the as Lexicon was talking about the Ukrainian diaspora. Um, did you find growing up that you had a different outlook than a lot of the second generation that was here? I often it's I know, with my grandma my family comes from Germany, and I know my grandmother had a quite an interesting. Uh, she saw Germany through a rose-colored glasses because she had left before the war, and it was. I remember having my German cousins come to visit and saying, oh my, that it hasn't been like that for 50 years. Did you find like a cognitive dissonance between your perceptions of Ukraine and what was held in the diaspora community, the attitudes?
I did. I would say I understand it now more than I did growing up. I have to be honest, growing up, I knew about these Ukrainian diasporas existing, but I never really encountered them a lot growing up. I really got to know or learn more about them and really have more experience with them post full scale invasion. But there is quite a bit of cognitive dissonance. Like there I I don't want to speak negatively of the diaspora because I don't think that's right for me to do. Because their lived experience and their situation is very different from mine. I don't think there's ever really any hard conflict between members of the diaspora versus me. I think the issue really came from the fact that they also did view Ukraine with rose tinted glasses. Although at the same time, it's really not right to say that. They have a view and understanding of Ukraine as Ukraine was a long time ago, back when Ukraine had its first kind of experience with independence and then would eventually lose it because the Soviets would invade. Um, a lot of the diaspora, especially Ukrainian diaspora in New York and like the surrounding area, specifically came from that time period. So that Ukraine that they understood was of that time period, and that Ukraine kind of ceased to exist a while ago. um, there were times where I would have discussions with members of the diaspora, even like maybe potentially people who are influential within their communities, because they really set themselves up in the United States. They're a very close community. They have a lot of resources. They now have money and wealth, and I appreciate a lot of what they've done. They have, to some extent, kept parts of Ukrainian culture alive. But at the same time, I think with the full-scale invasion, we kind of saw um, them realizing that the Ukraine that they thought they knew does not really exist. And maybe that caused a bit of conflict with some of them. I've had some of them openly, talk to me about some of their disdain about modern Ukraine, things that they don't like. But again, a lot of it really just comes from that simply their understanding of Ukraine and the fact that many of them have not been to Ukraine even till this day. It really shows. I've had members of the diaspora speak to me and tell me about how they're how they kind of I guess you could say envy me is the right term here. But I don't want to say they were jealous or anything of me, but the fact that I was born in Ukraine and I got to experience modern Ukraine, and they did not yet. There were always definitely things where, uh, you know, I've also received comments about the language. There are, for example, Ukrainians that don't speak fluent Ukrainian. They might speak, mixed Ukrainian, Russian, Shurzik, and a lot of diaspora folks are not fans of that. They don't like the fact that there's Russian-speaking Ukrainians. But at the end of the day, there's nothing they can really do about it. It's just how it is. And yeah, there definitely that cognitive dissonance definitely did exist, but I don't think it openly created a lot of conflict. I think at the end of the day, everyone kind of learned to understand for the most part. I've had my criticisms of the diaspora. My criticisms simply come from the fact that they hold on to a lot of really old Ukrainian history that a lot of Ukrainians in Ukraine today don't really care about anymore. I mean, Russian propaganda loves to propagate Bandera and all of that stuff. If you come to Ukraine speaking about Bandera, people look at you like you're crazy at this point, honestly. It's almost like a social taboo. Um, and that was also something because a lot of the Ukrainian diaspora do hold on to that history because they're very connected to it. So maybe there's a bit of conflict there, but to be completely honest with you, I never tried to focus on it because I didn't want to create any division. I always respected people and their story, and I always found it interesting. The Ukrainian diaspora was interesting to me, and I also really appreciate some of the aspects. Like, for example, they really did, keep a lot of Ukrainian culture alive within their communities, from dancing to music and literature and other things. So I do appreciate them and respect them quite a bit. But there definitely was some degree of division at one point. But I think now with the full scale invasion, we've kind of united, and we're all fighting towards one goal. So yeah.
Yeah, that has, I'm sure, has made a difference. Yeah, I think I think this is an immigrant issue generally. The country you left gets frozen in time in your mind from when you left. I have a friend who left Ukraine in 2000, which was really a very bad time economically. And we laugh at each other because he says, which is not true, but he's, oh, you're much more of a Ukrainian patriot than I am, which it's, I don't think that's the issue, but it's hard for him to see beyond how hard it was for him when he decided to leave, to really understand that things have changed. And I think that's a very common immigrant phenomenon.
Certainly.
Anyway, yeah, okay. I think Tim has a question for you now. Over to you, Tim.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Yaroslav, for your remarks on the expat attitudes. That's fascinating. I've got a related question. I spent a month in Ukraine earlier on last year, mostly interviewing politicians, political figures, military figures, people like that. Quite a common theme in those interviews was the change in Ukrainian political attitudes since 2014. Yes, but definitely since 2022, in that there was once this narrative, or there was once this belief in Ukraine that is lent on quite heavily by the Russians as a propaganda narrative, that Ukraine can kind of be in both camps, right? So Ukraine can enjoy warm relations with Russia, and Ukraine can also enjoy the economic benefits of a closer relationship with the West. And the politicians I met, particularly those of a certain age, let's say people in their late 40s, early 50s, used to really believe that. And of course, the Russian invasion of 2014 and the subsequent escalation completely disabused them of that notion. But what surprised me was there was at one time this sense of brotherliness quite recently. and that sense of brotherliness obviously evaporated. I'm wondering if the same is true among the expat community, particularly in the United States. Has there been like a shift in attitude?
As I experienced it, yes, there definitely was a huge shift in attitude. Look, me growing up, I never really personally considered Russians my brothers in any way. My father was very against it. He really drilled it into me. He made sure I knew the history. My family does have a dark history, especially on my mom's side of the family, with the Soviets. But I also can't deny that there were Ukrainians like that, and I did encounter them even where I grew up in Brighton Beach, especially from the more older generations. The ones who may have come from the Soviet Union in the late '80s, for example. There definitely was a feeling, and some of them would say, "Oh yeah, we're brothers" and whatnot. Even one of my grandfathers kind of felt that way, but once we've really started to see Russia get more involved in Ukraine and really attempt to control Ukraine and kind of essentially just force us into relations with them and whatnot, I think all of that started to disappear. In the United States, I would be hard pressed to find Ukrainians who are like that, where they believe that, or they still have any sort of sense of brotherhood or anything related to that. I would be hard pressed to find that. I mean, here in Ukraine, it doesn't exist anymore. I don't think I can find one person in Ukraine, of course, but with the expat community, I think that has disappeared, especially with the full scale invasion. You'd be hard pressed to find it post 2014, post Maidan. But with the full scale invasion, I think it would be very hard to actually find that kind of sentiment at this point, especially where I was in New York City with the Ukrainian communities that existed there. I have to be quite honest from just my experience alone that I did not feel any of that sentiment anymore, or I didn't see it.
Sure. I mean, I was fascinated to learn that it was once a political thing.
Oh yeah.
In Ukraine,
Oh yeah.
right?
Oh yeah. It was.
Obviously, it's not now. Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you. Oh, I see here we have Latin is up. Let's go to this question. That I want to ask you something else again. Go ahead, Latin.
Hey, thanks, Robin. Fascinating conversation. And my question is, this is coming from I think it sounds like a fellow aviation enthusiast, although I never learned to fly. But I was interested in that part of what you were describing, and I know that you made it clear you're not working with or kind of close to the Ukrainian Air Force, but seeing as you came from there, and you might have followed military aviation and its progress since Ukraine's second independence. I'd be interested in hearing any thoughts you have about where they've come from and where they are now. Because I followed them way back in the '90s and saw this very large kind of bloated force with all this incredible amount of surplus Soviet equipment, and watching the progression and sadly through combat experience too, to where they are now, has been really interesting for me. I'd be interested in hearing any thoughts you might have on it.
Oh, sure. I mean, I actually know a Ukrainian Air Force pilot who flies a MiG-29. There is quite a few pilots from Bielitsarkva, so I have some experience. And for one, I'll say I have a huge deal of respect for the Ukrainian Air Force, because if we want to just focus on them in this conflict, they alone, it's a David and Goliath kind of story. They are fighting against incredible odds, and with just the amount of damage that they've taken, but yet the fight that they're keeping up, and the fact that they're able to prevent Russia from completely dominating the airspace, it's incredible. Considering the fact that Russia has 3,000 plus aircraft, where Ukraine had just over 100, and of that 100, let's be honest, maybe half of them were actually capable of flying. That is incredible what they were able to achieve, and I have a great deal of respect for them. I have my opinions, of course, but at the end of the day, I think it'd be more important for me to just kind of stress the importance of the West helping the Ukrainian Air Force, especially with aircraft, because Ukraine is very outmatched when it comes to aviation. That is a field that Russia has a very large advantage in. Air defense has been very helpful in mitigating or preventing Russia from really using their advantage, of course. But we can't solely rely on air defense kind of forces to prevent Russia's aviation from really hurting us. When I asked the Ukrainian pilot I knew, I asked him like, "Hey, what do you guys really need?" And at the end of the day, it's just quite simple. We need Western aircraft. Western aircraft, we don't need to outmatch Russia in numbers, but the quality of Western aircraft will give Ukraine a very, very large, big advantage. If we can get the aircraft and the proper munitions for them, then Ukraine can really start to work when it comes to trying to fight to get back or really dominate the airspace. Will probably be another big counteroffensive. Ukraine, I mean, at this point, Ukraine is most likely preparing and planning for it. We don't know when it's going to be, but it will happen once they do actually get a lot of the Western arms that they need, like F-16s or any other potential Western aircraft that Ukraine can get in some considerable numbers. So, my thoughts on the Ukrainian Air Force is get them those F-16s. Let's get the Ukrainian Air Force to work. There are experienced pilots. There are people who can get the job done there. There are people who are very passionate about it, and these guys are able to do it. We got to get them the planes. We need to. And it would be a very big help. Is it going to be the thing that ends the war? Probably not, but it sure as hell will make it a lot easier for Ukraine. And I think Ukrainian troops on the ground would feel much better knowing that they got F-16s in the skies watching their backs and protecting them. One thing I feel, okay, I will give you one opinion. Something that I'm a bit perplexed by is why there isn't enough conversation about also giving Ukraine potential Ukraine has requested from the Pentagon potentially getting more Blackhawks, Cobras, and Apaches, but
the helicopters, and I think that takes us to, well, that makes me think of two things. First, that the role of the Ukrainian Army aviation has been absolutely tremendous in this conflict, and maybe you had a chance to see some of that up close. Like you said, they're still very much using the Soviet stuff with nothing immediately in the pipeline to change that. But I want to ask you about the big picture of where you think this Air Force has to go, because from my point of view, it looks like this is an Air Force that, okay, probably may not be a NATO Air Force in the short term, maybe even medium term, but it's going to have to make the transition to, and it's kind of historically unprecedented, to, in the middle of an existential crisis, to really begin this transition from one source of weaponry and one doctrine to Western. But it seems to me that the big picture here is that, yeah, people have been laser focused on F-16s, rightly so. It's an important thing they have to have. But there's a much bigger picture here of Ukraine really becoming a modern Western Air Force with their own, not just combat aircraft, like you said, their own helicopter support, all of the enablers, airborne early warning, electronic intelligence, medical evacuation, aerial refueling, all of those parts that make a Western Air Force what it is. And it seems to me that if they're going to really be this bulwark and be able to protect Ukrainian skies from an aggressive Russia, that is what they have to become eventually. So I'm wondering, do you agree with that? And do you think in the West we really have grasped that's a massive task?
It is a massive task, and maybe we haven't. I don't want to say for sure we have or we haven't. It feels like we haven't, just because of the fact that we're giving Ukraine very piecemeal support. We'll give them modern tanks, for example, but very few. And I think it's problematic because Ukraine we see it within the armed forces. They are trying to change. They are trying to modernize very heavily. And there are reforms kind of happening, restructuring, but it's quite hard to restructure your military to a more NATO doctrine when you don't actually have all the necessary components to do that. And I think in the long term, what I think will probably happen, because this isn't just something for the Air Force, we can apply this kind of to the entire armed forces as a whole. Ukraine tried to essentially created a somewhat modern military in the 8 years since 2014. But the whole military overall is not completely modernized, and there are definitely still aspects of the military that are very Soviet in nature, and that's a problem. But Ukraine has been able to adapt and essentially create a sort of intermediate kind of point where they are adopting more Western kind of doctrine, culture within their military, but not completely. Some of it is going to be very hard for them to. I don't know if all of it is possible, to be honest, during wartime. It's a very hard task for them to do during wartime. That's a very resource intensive, and it just requires, for the Ukrainian military to be able to focus solely on that. I don't think it's possible for them to do it during this war, but post-war, I think we're going to see Ukraine essentially changing slowly to a complete NATO doctrine. But I think for some time we're going to see Ukraine kind of create this sort of intermediate kind of thing where they do definitely they're adopting NATO standards, but they're still doing their own thing because they quite frankly have to. They might not have everything they need to really do it, and that's definitely a problem, especially when it comes to ground forces. And I'm sure it's an issue in the air forces. So we'll have to see. Honestly, we'll have to see. But at the current rate, this is where we are. NATO is not NATO. Ukraine is doing an incredible job, and Ukraine has certainly modernized, and Ukraine does have combat units that are very much so up to par with what NATO standards are. But again, it's still quite a mix within the armed forces. It's not universal completely. So Ukraine is really in a place where it's trying to do the best that it can, especially during really intense war. So we'll have to see. I think that's what's ultimately going to happen for some time.
I think too.
Well,
Also, people have point. Oh, go ahead, Latin. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Robin. I was just going to put out on behalf of others an invitation to join us sometime with the air war conversation. You can contact him, and he can put you in touch with. I think pretty soon we might have one because of the events of the last 24 hours.
Of course. I would certainly be interested.
Yeah, I will also. I'll also try to, if I see it posted, I'll try to let you know, Yaroslav. That's a great segment, the air wing. And I was going to say also, one of the things I think that I've certainly seen some Western military people say is, Ukraine is adopting NATO standards as much as it can, although without the air cover, which is a big issue. but also Ukraine, as of necessity, has been very innovative in certain things. I think that we're going to find that as much as Ukraine has to gain from adopting NATO standards, that Ukraine's experience is going to really inform a lot of NATO countries that haven't had that experience. So I think that that's going to be an important thing going forward as well.
Definitely. I think, I mean, we're with the amount of NATO support from NATO countries we're seeing. I mean, they're definitely very interested to see what experience Ukraine can provide for them. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of intelligence sharing for a fact. I mean, we know for a fact that Western countries are providing a lot of intelligence to Ukraine, because we're seeing Ukraine pull off some really interesting strikes. And I mean, look at what they just did the other day with shooting down these 2 aircraft. Which fun fact, every time we get these big pieces of news with these aircraft being shot down, we do celebrate here a little bit. It's big news.
Yes, well deserved celebration.
Yeah.
It really is amazing, and we here all wonder exactly
Yeah.
how you pulled it off. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I see Tony's got a question for you
Sure.
too. So go over to you, Tony.
Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Thanks for your service. Tony from Australia here. Just wanted to tell you that I live in a shameful country where we're sitting on 43 F-18s, and we're in the process of dismantling 45 Taipan helicopters, even though Ukraine has requested them. And there's been articles out that our government sought to find a buyer or find a country that would take them, but no one would take them, which is pretty lame excuse. But the story is picking up steam here, and I'm sorry for my country's decisions, but just know and share to everyone else that people around the world are with you instead of our leaders. It's just our leaders that we need to change their inept, pussy-footed inaction. Like I said, we've got helicopters, we've got F-18s, but our defence minister gets on television to gloat about how many soldiers we're sending over to UK to train Ukrainian soldiers to walk into a war without any air support. So I said it before, the emojis down there should have a tomato or a shoe there, so then you can throw it at me instead of a thumbs up or a thumbs down. But sorry about that, Yarrick. And can I just, if you wanted to reply, I just got a question for Latin after Robin.
Okay, yeah, we'll hold that for now. Thanks, Tony. Okay, I see our friend Oyvind is up, so let's go to him for his question.
Yeah, a short question to Yarrick. What I hear here is, my impression for what I hear is that Ukraine have more pilots than they have capable aircrafts. Is that your impression too?
Definitely. I directly asked a pilot that I know, and he said yes. We, especially like after the first few months of the war, where the Ukrainian Air Force did lose a lot of its aircraft. Russia was bombarding the country very heavily and overwhelming its air defenses. Most of Ukraine's long-range air defenses, if I remember correctly, were destroyed. So the Ukrainian Air Force did suffer from the fact that they had more pilots than actual planes, flyable planes available, and that was just a fact of it. It's not even like a feeling. That's exactly what happened, and it probably still is a bit of a problem. I know Ukraine was able to get more Soviet aircraft. Specifically, they got more MiGs from certain nations that still operated them. But even then, I don't think it was in really large quantities to the point where it made enough of a difference. Ukraine is still training pilots. I know that. You should always have people who are capable of flying. But that is definitely an issue. Ukraine does have capable pilots. It just does not have enough actual flyable aircraft for them.
Yeah, thank you. I step down and listen. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Oyvind. Back to you, Tony.
That's a disgraceful statistic. knowing that. It's shocking. And we've got
Can I actually add
43
on to
jets.
that just a quick thing? When I spoke to the pilot, because he came to celebrate my cousin's birthday with us, it was, one thing he did mention to me was the fact that the aircraft he flies, he's not the only pilot that flies the MiG that he gets to fly. He might fly it for a few hours, but then it's shared between other pilots, which usually, I mean, that's not uncommon. But I know, for example, in the United States, you don't own the jet that you fly, of course, but usually pilots are assigned to an aircraft, and you're the pilot who flies that aircraft for possibly years. But here in Ukraine at this point, they have to share a single aircraft, so we're at that point.
And that also means that each aircraft is getting a lot more wear and tear than if it was to one dedicated pilot. So, Latin.
Well, to the point that Yaroslav just made about that level of use of individual airframes, maybe he can speak to us, if you could, about something that has come up on this space before. But sorry, I just kicked something. But the idea that we talk about the pilots a lot, and great, those guys are out there risking their lives every day. But man, I can't wait to read the book somewhere down the road about what the ground crew were doing, the conditions they were working in, the ability to recycle, to regenerate airframes and battle damage and all those things, all times of the year in different weather conditions and dispersed locations, et cetera, et cetera. Have you gotten a sense of some of what they've been doing?
Sadly, no, not too much. I've heard stories about it, primarily from the way that Ukraine would salvage lost aircraft that might have potentially been destroyed from bombing. Ukraine really did not have that many flyable aircraft, but they were able to get more by literally salvaging, and trying to repair or bring back aircraft that might be operable. But I just know I would imagine, and I know for a fact they've done incredible work. They also did a lot of crowdsourcing, which is a pretty big thing here in Ukraine. There was like a little campaign, some pilots. I think in the English name it would be translated to something like basically like buy me a plane or buy me a flight, and they were able to crowdsource a lot of that too, funding so that their guys can actually repair aircraft and get them to fly. So we saw incredible work like that, and I hear these stories and I'm like, wow, these people are literally doing everything that they can to fight, and they're going through every means possible, and I think that's incredible. But let's be brutally honest, that's kind of sad that they have to get to that point where people were crowdfunding to be able to repair an aircraft. That should have never been the case. And I think we really do need to do what we can to help them out. So get them the aircraft, get them the parts that they need, and do what we can. Really, it's as simple as that.
Okay. Okay. We've had you on for a while. I think we're going to go another 10 minutes or so. Then I think we have to let poor Yaroslav get on with his life. This has been absolutely wonderful. Let's go to Latin, and then our friend Meta, who Yarek, I don't know if you know Meta, but all you have to do is say grippin, grippin, grippin 3 times, and she appears, regardless of what time of day or night it is. But let's go to Latin first.
Okay, I'll make it fast, Meta, so you can ask him about griffins. My question, Yaroslav, was just kind of generally and because it sounds like you've got kind of a lead there on the fast jet community. You have a contact there. What are you able to tell us? Obviously, there might be things you're not able to tell us. It seems to me, tell me if you agree with this, that if we zone in on their needs right now, one of the things that really stands out to me is that NATO has already committed this batch. The actual number we're still not sure of exactly, but of the MLU F-16s, that it's clearly a good start, but won't be enough to fully transition Ukraine's combat force to Western types. And there is zero indication of a follow-up batch from the U.S. or any other countries that might be able to provide F-16s. So, do you know if that is something that among their fighter pilots, that's something that they're aware of, that they're thinking that look, we got to look beyond this initial Western donation because we have an air force to build.
I'll be brutally honest with you. I never really had that kind of conversation with the contact I have, so I can't really say too much on that. From what I do know, I think they are definitely looking towards the future and looking beyond, because they are trying to build as much of a effective air force as possible. Even if they get the planes that they need, we can't just simply say that the Ukrainian Air Force is going to be a proper Western Air Force. It's still going to be the Ukrainian Air Force with much better technology, and Ukrainians will have a long way to go to really being able to properly master and really put these kind of weapon systems to use most effectively. So we'll see. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say no. I never had that conversation with him, although I could ask. So I could get back to you with that.
Well, yeah, we hope this will be the only the first of many talks we have with you, so you can put that on your list of things to look into for us. And now let's go over to Mecca.
Gripen. Yeah. Good evening. Good evening. Great to have you here, Eric. And yeah, Ignat, who is the head of the Ukrainian Air Forces, he has asked for 3 different kinds of airplanes, and that is F-16, F-18, and Gripen. So Europe has donated now 60-70 F-16s, and the pilots are training at the moment. It's a little bit longer training than we hoped, but anyway, they are there now. So the day is approaching, and the Australian F-18s, that's bugging me as well, Tony, and it's not your fault, of course. But, just to have them dusting somewhere, it's ridiculous. And I'm from Finland, Eric, so we still fly F-18, and we are a bit closer than Australia when it comes to training. So I think we could take those 41 F-18s and start training them whilst our own pilots are flying and their maintenance is working. And as you maybe know, Zelensky has asked for the Finnish F-18s for a couple of times, but we can't give them before we get F-35s. I'm not sure if it's this year. I'm not sure. But, counting those together, of course they could get our F-18s when we swift, and then they would be fully trained. So it's 100. And so we're on 170 from the 200 that Ignat said that they need. And when it comes to Swedish Gripen, I'm all for it. They won't get many, that's for sure. But they can get like a squadron or 2 or something. But they come with Meteor, this missile. Yeah. And they are very, very, they fly very low. They are low on maintenance. They land on highways, etc. So it's a different kind of, use of Western aircraft. But add 30 Gripens to the F-16s and the F-18s, and there you go. You have 200 Western aircrafts. And I think it would be a very variable set, because F-18s and F-16s, they still have different roles. Latin can tell all about it. But I think that there's your 200, and that's where we should aim. And Tony, keep on pressing the Australian government, and I'll keep pressing the Finnish government. So let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a quick note on that. Advocacy is very important when it comes to this. People within their respective countries, if you support Ukraine, definitely try to advocate for Ukraine receiving these kinds of, military pieces of equipment. It's interesting you bring up the Gripen because this is something that apparently Ukraine really wants. It's just Ukraine will never be able to get them in large numbers, like you said. Gripens are apparently people consider them to be the perfect kind of aircraft for Ukraine, especially because again it's low maintenance and it can land on a highway, for example, on a road. Because there is a concern within Ukraine here. When I talk to people about F-16s, you can read articles about it here in Ukraine. Sometimes one of the big issues isn't just is Ukraine capable of getting enough pilots, training enough pilots for it, but Ukraine will definitely have issues fielding F-16s. Ukraine does have to look at its airfields and figure out where we're going to have F-16s. Are these airfields capable of having them fly in and out of? Russia, of course, is always looking out and trying to bomb every airfield possible. I mean, even the pilot I spoke to, the airfield he's flying out of is pretty makeshift. It used to be an aircraft like graveyard of sorts, but they made it a active airfield again. And that's just how it is now. Ukraine does have to constantly move its air forces around, and that could prove to be an issue with F-16s potentially. But I'm sure Ukraine will figure out solutions to all of it. Ukrainians are capable of doing it. And at the end of the day, I hope everybody's doing what they can to advocate for Ukraine receiving the arms and support that it needs. So thank you.
Yeah, I thank you, Yaroslav. Yeah, that is true. We have CC coming up all the time and reminding us to keep annoying our representatives in our home countries to keep up the pressure that Ukraine needs to get the weaponry that we have available and quickly. Back to Tony, and then I have one more question about how the news from the U.S. and UK, how it's affecting state of mind in Ukraine. But let's go to Tony first, and then I think we're gonna wrap up in another few minutes, since Yaroslav does have a life to get back to. Over to you, Tony.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Yaroslav, for calling you Yarek. I missed your name at the beginning.
Oh no, it's okay. That's what my parents called me. So that's like if I get to know you, that's usually what people call me. So you can call me that.
All right, and that's good. I'm glad to be part of your family. Rest assured that we're on the case here. There's apparently 73% of Australians are with Ukraine, and we are doing what we can, Mete and Yarek, for the F-18s and helicopters and whatever we've got surplus. You probably don't know, but we've gotten 660 cold weather jackets that I think are probably in Ukraine now. We're after another 1,460 jackets that are due to be sold public auction. We're onto that. And I'm conscious of Yarek's time. Most of my questions, Robin, are for Latin, if you're going to hang around with regards to the Taipans.
Yeah, Latin, they'll be around for a while. I hope so. Anyway, yeah. Let's. I just want to ask. Good, thanks, Latin. Okay, Yaroslav, I want to ask you one last question, and then unless we have other pressing needs, I would like to let you go. I'm curious about the waffling that's gone on in the U.S. in terms of when the aid package is going to be passed and and exactly how much is going to be. Do you see much effect of that? I mean, I would if I were in Ukraine. I think it would really disturb me a lot, and I'm just wondering what effect that's having on people in Ukraine.
Yeah, the short answer to that is yes. I've been here for just over a month, and I've been doing everything I can to assimilate as quickly as possible and really understand where people are here. Ukraine is again a country at war, of course, and it's there's a very dark and kind of grim reality that people are existing in right now. War brings with it very kind of dark characteristics. It brings in a lot of it kind of of kills a lot of optimism, and it's hard to maintain hope. It's a constant fight to just kind of keep that. But I do get questions from people. Some people figure out, oh wait, he's from America, or he's from wherever, and people ask me, is America still going to support us? Do they care about us? Do they are they just kind of tired of this supporting us at this point? There is, to be completely honest, some degree like a sense of abandonment. People do think that the US might potentially not support Ukraine. When it comes to Europe, people feel very strong support from Europe to the Europeans. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Literally, like, thank you. Ukraine is very grateful for that support, and Ukraine is very grateful for all the American support. But there is questions are starting to pop up. People are starting to question if they see articles Ukrainian media is reporting about it, and people don't know if U.S. help is going to be reliable in the near future. They don't. Some of it also comes down to the fact that, look, people here might not fully understand how U.S. politics works. Sometimes, yes, I hear that this aid package will get through. It's going to take some time. But still, at the end of the day, people are concerned, they are worried, and they don't really know what the future is going to be like. So there are questions. People are wondering, people do think that maybe we're starting to get to that point where the US or the American public might feel like it's just not worth supporting Ukraine anymore, which it doesn't mean that that's the truth in the United States. I mean, people do support Ukraine in the United States. I think the majority of the US population does. It's just that, unfortunately, when it comes to our Congress and our politics, there's a lot of games to be played, and people, there are unfortunately certain politicians who don't really care as much, and they might put their own interests above others. So that's just how it is. That's the answer I'll provide you here. Not to get too deep into it, but yes, it is having an effect.
Yeah, so for all of us in the States here, redouble your efforts. We got to push our legislators to do the right thing and get this aid as quickly as possible. And with that, I want to thank you so very, very much, Yaroslav, for giving us so much time this morning. I hope this is only the first of many conversations. We'll keep in touch, and I'm hoping as you go on with your journey that you'll be able to come back in touch with us and let us know what's going on with you.
Definitely. I would love to do that. And again, thank you for having me. And, again, I apologize for not being able to do it earlier, but, we were able to make the time today. And hopefully, I answered your questions, and I gave you guys some insight. And if you ever want to contact me, feel free to. I can't promise an instant response, but I'll try to respond as soon as I can.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And thank you for your service to Ukraine. We all appreciate it very much.
Thank you for all of your support.
Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava. Goodbye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, Tim, I think I'm going to, let's see, we're going to bring Makars back up, and I think I'm going to take my leave of you guys in a moment. Also, thank you so much for everyone. This is a great conversation. I really appreciate everyone coming up and asking great questions and joining us. I hope we will continue in the future. Okay, I think Tim, I'm going to turn it over to you and get out of Makars' way so she can come back up. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Slava Ukraini.
Here I am, Slava. Thank you very much, Robin. Always a pleasure to hear from you. While we're playing musical chairs, let's go to Tony Furious. Tony.
Hey, questions for letting you keep changing your name, and I'm keep chasing you around Twitter. I hope everything's all right. But I'm following you again with your new name. What's your take on the 40 odd taipans that we've got here? Been a lot of rumors that they're crap. Now, of course, there's been a few deaths here, but it seems that other countries aren't having the same problems as we did. But I do note that someone told me that I think it was Netherlands returned their batch of taipans and got their money back plus compensation That's something that Australia's not doing, not seeking compensation for any of the deaths. Plus that it's the Taipan's made by a French company owned by Airbus and Leonardo in Italy, which is 30% owned by the Italian government. Now, what's your knowledge on the Taipans, and would they be able to be fixed, you think, or Ukrainians can fix them, Latin?
Well, I think you can. I mean, I'm not intimately involved with that aircraft program. I can only go with open source and what I can read. It is a successful export type in service with many countries, including countries in very similar climates to, for example, Norway, which is a country that we know had some trouble with it. Finland flies them, and in a very grueling environment. And the Finnish Air Force know what they're doing. They're pretty professional, and they appear to be doing okay with it. So take your pick. Check Wikipedia. You'll see the whole list of nations that operate them. If you go on a country by country basis, it seems that yes, some have had problems with it, and some haven't, or have been able to overcome them. So beyond that, I'm not sure what's going on with that aircraft. I would tend to, just with like every other type that is theoretically possible for Ukraine, I'd be looking primarily at what are the Ukrainians saying. I'm the first one to admit, I just had a conversation in a back channel not long ago where we were having a chat and it finished, and I said, "Oh, awesome, we finished it, and we never talked about A-10s. Never once came up." But then the commander of the Ukrainian ground forces brought up the subject of A-10s a few days ago. So I'm listening to the Ukrainians. I'm not sure. I've lost track of whether they have said anything officially about those Australian helicopters. But beyond that, Tony, there's not much I can tell you technically, not being on the ground and intimately involved with Australian operations with that aircraft. So I'm not sure what beyond anything you might have heard.
Okay, well, just on Sunday there was a protest, and it was by AUSUKS, Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations, and the protest was about free the Taipans. Now, there's been word and a hell of a lot of tweets here amongst the Australian people pressing the government to give those Taipans. And Ukraine has requested them on the 19th of December. Pretty much like what you just said about the A-10s. Everyone talks about the A-10s being old. There was Jeff Fish was saying that ages ago, and then you've got the Ukrainians asking for them. I'll just direct you. It's not hard to remember Latin. defenceconnect.com.au. There's an article there on the Taipans, and the heading is, "No international NH-90 operator countries have shown interest in acquiring the Australian Defence Force grounded MRH-90s Taipan Helicom fleet, as disassembly processes begin on the maligned aircraft." So that article's from the 9th of January. So what they're saying is they've looked around for these countries who use them. Do you want them? And no one's shown any interest. And there was Ukraine made the news the other night, nightly news, but very late at night, where it referred to the protest that happened on Sunday, and said it was said that anyway, this is the government. Anyway, we've already started to pull them apart. So it's a bit ridiculous and a bit curious what the go is with these helicopters are. But a lot of countries are still using it, and I'm sure that someone, if not the Ukrainians, with their brilliant, they invented the Antonov. They could probably do something with them. But we can't find anyone who wants them, so we're going to pull them apart. This is just a no-brainer. And I'll listen. I'll do a dry fly.
Well, thanks for giving me that bit of information that they have officially requested them, or at least shown interest in them. I take whatever they say at face value. They're the ones in the existential fight, if they are telling their partners that they need something or they're interested in something, then really it's incumbent on us to explore that and really take it seriously. And if we don't, then we own that. We own the fact that we're denying them capabilities that they are clearly telling us they want. Our previous speaker was just mentioning the helicopter force, the Ukrainian helicopter force. We've discussed that endless times here. Those people doing incredible work, and there's absolutely nothing in the pipeline for them as of right now. So I don't know, man. That's, by the way, on a slight side note, but related to probably related to Ukrainian Army aviation. I don't know if this had been reported yet, spoken about in the on the space, but I picked up a day or two ago that the president of Ecuador had announced that they were going to be donating, and the number I read was 8 mil M171s. Okay, these are essentially the same types that you've seen over and over again in Ukrainian and Russian service. That multi-blade, large transport helicopter. The Ecuadorians bought some a few years ago. They've had serviceability issues with them. They've been sitting around since at least 2019, I believe, or 2020. So he's made the decision that they're going to transfer them to the U.S. It's pretty obvious where they're going after that. In addition, there was going to be supplies of, I believe, some man pads, some shoulder-launched anti-aircraft missiles. They do have a significant stock of mobile surface-to-air missile systems of Russian origin, Soviet origin. That was not officially announced as part of this. We don't know if that's going to be included. But 8 Mi-71s, which the Ukrainians know what to do with. They know that type very well. It's probably I think it might be the single biggest donation, with the possible exception of the U.S. And for Latin America, that is clearly without question, it's the biggest donation of war material to the Ukrainians from that continent. So that was an interesting piece of info from the last couple of days.
Can I go, Tim? Marcus?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, please do come back,
Yeah.
and then we'll go to Meta.
Yeah, I've been on the space pretty much 24 hours a day. I haven't heard that Latin about the Ecuadorian helicopters. I don't know whether Tim or Marcus has any updates on that. But just before you go, Latin, I had another, just to let you know, defenceconnect.com.au. There's another article in there, and this is just to show that we're not short of $1 here. We've announced the defence industry minister has announced a $600 million contract to sustain and upgrade the FA-18 Super Hornet and EA-18 Growler fleets. So there you go. We're not short of money, and we're updating our other Hornets that are a lot younger, I think they are, and the EA-18 Growler, which I think is also a later model aircraft that we've got. Just to let you know that, Lennon.
Tony, what I'm getting when I hear the Ukrainians mention officially F-18s or these Australian NH-90s, I think Taipan is the ADF designation for them. But anyways, when I hear these things, it's always incredible to me to hear people on Twitter and other forums just start to nitpick it, and we come up with excuses why it wouldn't work. If the Ukrainians are the ones in the existential battle, if they are telling their allies that they need X item of equipment, it's for a reason. I don't think they're playing games. I don't think they're just coming up with stuff because they got nothing better to do. And I think there's a sense of urgency. For example, F-18s, well, the helicopters as well. There's a sense of urgency that I'm sensing that comes from the fact, and our previous guest had touched on this as well, that they've performed miracles in maintaining an air force and an army aviation with a lot of equipment that was literally pulled from junkyards, from open storage, and that has a time frame on it. They can't keep doing that forever. They know very well that they need to move forward with re-equipment, and it may not be the best equipment. It may not be the ideal. It may be logistically very challenging, but they are in the existential battle. So they are the ones that are going to decide when they need something. And I would go historically again to, you could look at examples like Finland in 1939 or Israel in the late 40s and 50s. None of the acquisitions they had were ideal. None of it would have been what if you had asked their Air Force planners, okay, what do you want? They would have probably come up with something different. But they acquired what they needed to survive, and they made it work.
Leighton, I hear frustration, and we're all frustrated here because we're not getting any answers on these, not even the helicopters. Now, OzUks has a good connection with the Australian ambassador of Ukraine, Vassal. I won't pronounce his surname, but I don't think there's anything happening in the back channels, but because it's made public now, they don't want to give it. But that's been our frustration here. There's been just utter silence from the government, and heaps of people have written letters and not getting any answers. Now, another thing, just an example of the ridiculousness of our Department of Defence. We got 660 cold weather jackets in December after 4 days of a change.org campaign. What do they do now? There's 1,460 jackets of the same jackets being put up for sale in the start of February. Now, winter has been there for over a month. Why not pull those jackets when you did in December? Why not ask, have we got any more jackets to sell? Don't sell them. Don't post them on a website because we'll send those to Ukraine because they're in the middle of winter and an extreme winter at that. But they haven't done that. And I've just looked up and they're still up to be sold. We've started the campaign here, but they're still up to be sold. They haven't been withdrawn yet. Now, that's just the ridiculousness of my country and the Defence Department and ministers here. So, yeah, we just don't know what's happening. It's ridiculous. And I'll listen.
Well, we've got some hands, so I'll go to Mete, Wendy, Marcus, Karen, in that order.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Could you send me the link of the article where they said that they have offered these F-18s to other countries, but nobody's interested because then I can email my MOD again. That would be very helpful for me. And I mean, we owe it to Ukraine. We fought the same enemy in an existential war, so we owe it to Ukraine to at least, because maintenance training means that they can fix them up as well. If there's something wrong with some planes, they can, part of the training could be fixing them up. That's what I mean. Thank you.
Mete, you misunderstood. It's the helicopters that they offered, not the F-18s. They're still being silent on the F-18s, Mete.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But if you hear anything useful, let me know because I need to write my MOD again. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. If you want to find out whether your country runs the Taipan MRH-90 or NH-90 helicopter, then yeah, sure, you can ask your country there or your representatives why don't they take them. Mete.
Yeah, I can do that as well. Why not? I've been so concentrated on the F-18, so I can add the helicopters there. Why not? Thank you.
I'll send you the article, Mete, in a DM.
Wendy, go ahead.
Hi, I had a quick question for Latin about the 2 planes that were shot down this last day or so. I've been seeing pictures of crew on those types of planes, and I was just wondering those kinds of reconnaissance planes, how big of a crew do they have? What kind of things are they doing on those planes? I was just curious to know, what it is that the Ukrainians exactly shot down.
Well, what they shot down apparently was the A-50, which is a airborne early warning platform. It's an aerial radar, eyes in the sky. There are advantages to being at altitude with a radar. You see a lot more, and that's what that aircraft has that's unique. The other type is both are basically based on civilian types. One on a cargo aircraft, the other one, the one that was apparently damaged and made it back, we're seeing some images of it, is the IL-20M, which is a command post that's based on a civilian airliner airframe. Both types would have your standard flight crew, which with modern cockpits, typically you'd expect maybe 3, maybe 4 flight crew. And then where passengers or cargo would normally be in the fuselage, that's been outfitted with, if you were to walk into these types of aircraft, you basically see a whole bunch of screens. And you have operators that depends on the type, but usually you're talking usually about over 10 for sure, of people that are spending hours in the air, very closely monitoring those screens and transmitting information about what they're seeing. That's where all that data link that we talk about plays an important role. So I hope that helps you visualize it.
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you, Latin.
Thank you very much. I just took this moment to bite out of a caramel wafer. Typical. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's interesting to hear about the contributions of South American countries. What I would say about that is I don't think we hear a lot about it unless it's officially announced by the MOD on the Ukrainian side, which I don't know the reasons for that, right? Maybe it's political over there. They don't want to be involved in pissing off the Russians. I don't know. However, it would be quite interesting to hear from people in that area that might be on the space, whether you can advocate with your governments respectively, or at least tell us when the stuff happens, because yeah, we should definitely give props to the countries that are doing this. And at the same time, there may be other equipment that hasn't been searched for. Although I suspect there are military professionals doing this as we speak, but still, it's quite interesting.
Thank you very much, Latab. Let us go to Karen, please, Karen.
I just wanted to break in with a quick news flash. A U.S.-owned container vessel has just been struck by an anti-ballistic missile off the coast of Yemen. This is a U.S.-owned vehicle. 3 missiles were launched at it by the Houthis, only 1 hit. There was a fire in the hold, but the vessel apparently remained seaworthy. But this is serious stuff, because this is a U.S. ship, and there are U.S. citizens probably on board, maybe not, but probably. And it's painful to hear this news, because I know whenever the Middle East heats up, our participation in Europe weakens a little bit, and I'm hoping we can get this resolved really soon, because we need to get back to supporting Ukraine. But it's all a war against Russia, because Russia is supporting Iran, Iran is supporting Yemen, Russia is attacking Ukraine, so I guess it is all against the same enemy. But
If anybody hears any chatter over Telegram or anywhere else that I don't have access to about this incident, please chime in because this could be a turning point.
Thank you very much, Karen. Latam, sorry, I didn't see your hand there. Latam.
Yeah, no worries, and apologies, Mockers and Tim, for making you refollow me all the time. I am in the process of kind of withdrawing from Twitter, so I've set up this. Hopefully, I think this will be the final profile, which is really I don't comment anymore. I don't. It's just for Spaces. It's just to contribute in Spaces. So, just on the topic of Latin America's support for Ukraine, I think we are actually in an interesting moment, almost, coming up on 2 years since the full-scale invasion. It's actually right now, it seems that there's more happening in relative terms. So there's nothing going to be, we're not going to be seeing tremendous numbers of war material being transferred from Latin America. They just don't have the stocks for it. But giving what they have, I think we're seeing more right now than we probably had throughout the last 2 years. The change of government in Argentina allowed for some movement there. The Ecuadorian government now making this move, which, by the way, I'm going to find some of those articles that they were Spanish language articles. So I'll see if I can forward them to you. Peru is another one that's been rumored, and I've been picking up things in Peruvian media and Peruvian social media users pretty consistently for about a year now, that the Ukrainians and the Americans in particular wanted to try and get a hold of the MiG-29s that the Peruvian Air Force has, which are upgraded, by the way. They're a significant upgrade of that type. They've been inoperable at least a couple of years now, and you got to think that the Peruvians are interested in transferring those, and in exchange for something maybe more modern from the U.S. But that hasn't happened yet. But the rumors of it continue to float around, so we'll see. Other than, Peru was always going to be the country, other than countries that are very close to Russia, like Cuba, Venezuela. Peru was one of the few countries that had large amounts of Soviet/Russian air and ground equipment, and that goes back to the Cold War. Just that's the procurement that they pursued at the time. Other than that, a country like Argentina, they've pretty much given all they can at this point. The only thing I could see them potentially, if they wanted to, and they could do it discreetly under the radar, would be artillery ammunition, because they use, most of these countries use the standard Western, the 155, the 105 that we talk about a lot. Anyways, the ground force people in this space talk about. So that's possible. And of course, there are the countries that, because of change of governments or existing regimes that have very strong ties to Russia, you can pretty much bet there's not going to be any help forthcoming anytime soon. But there has been some interesting movement in the last few months.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Latin.
I think. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I think me and Tim were just stepping on one another. Go ahead, Marcus. Finish what you were saying.
Thank you, and sorry for interrupting. I think this is an excellent opportunity for countries to make movement towards Western Europe, or show support of Western Europe in a way that is conducive to better diplomatic ties, which have benefits to them down the road, obviously, on an issue that's pretty black and white and not controversial, outside of the one party that is the aggressor state. But I don't think China is going to care if somebody helps Ukraine. That's even though China's aligned with Russia. So it's a pretty black and white issue, but it's an opportunity, I think, for countries to make a clear statement of intent to be involved in the European project, or at least better the relations with them. So I hope more countries take that opportunity to, mark this out and put a stake in the ground, so to speak.
Thank you. Mette, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a two-part question to Latin. Yeah, those A-15s, the one that was downed, how many do you think that Russia has left now that Prigozhin shut one down and they lost one today? So how many do you think they have left? And then my other question is, in Latin America, what is your feeling? How are the people? Are they with Ukraine or Russia? Regardless of the government. Yeah, easy question, right? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, a couple of questions there. I'll try to keep it short. As far as the aircraft, the type that went down during the Prigozhin uprising was actually an IL-20, which is the one that we're seeing images of having been damaged in this engagement over the last few hours. The A-50 is their AWACS type. It's their airborne early warning. Off the top of my head, I mean, you could pick your open source, Mete. I mean, you could find whichever one. I think we're probably in the range of about 20 on paper before 2022. But how many are serviceable? How many were serviceable back then? How many are serviceable now, given the pace of operations? I wouldn't guess, but it's a valuable asset, and not just the aircraft itself, but the crews that are trained to operate in that very specialized role are not easy to replace. So, one aircraft is a serious loss for what is a relatively small force, and it's not like they have a ton of them sitting around in open storage like they do, for example, with their Su-25s or some of their other types that they do have some lying around. So it's a significant loss. Now, as for Latin America, well, look, I'm plugged into Uruguay, right? That's where I'm from originally. Latin America is a very big region. So what do the people of Latin America think? I mean, that's a loaded question, if you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be dismissive of it, but it's a tough question to answer because not every Latin American country is a democracy. So, what do the people of Venezuela think? I don't think they really give a shit, just other than they want to survive day to day because of the horrific government that runs them. I think there's a lot of sense of that, they suffered during the Cold War, if I were to generalize, and that maybe this isn't really their conflict. To be honest, I haven't seen a lot of grassroots, like genuine anti-Ukraine or anti-Russian, like either way. I just think if I could make a general sweeping comment, it would probably be that the majority of people are just not that zoned in on it, the way maybe in the West a lot more are. That said, there's just a big difference between regimes, right? Because you've got a government like Venezuela, which is not a democracy, which is very closely tied to Russia, and they've made it clear where they stand. There are others like that. You have countries like Brazil, which is a very much a democracy. Their current government has simply made a decision, as countries do, governments do, to not really want to help Ukraine. That's it. End of story. But then you have countries that have expressed support in forums like the UN. There are thriving democracies, like I said, where I'm from originally, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile. These are democratic countries, and I think I haven't seen any polling. I don't know how many people. Does it really matter? I mean, the bottom line is most of these countries do not have a lot of tangible military aid to give. Peru is one of the few that really stands out because during the Cold War, they made a decision to start kind of switching their sources of weaponry, and they started leaning to the Soviet Union. So they have quite a bit of that equipment. By the way, Ecuador does have a significant number of mobile surface-to-air missile systems that the Ukrainians are very familiar with, which would be pretty much plug and play. But that was not part of the announcement that I read. So there's some speculation as to whether those would go. I imagine that Ecuador does have they have their legitimate defense needs, and maybe they're not willing to let go of those systems right away. But that's something that we may have to wait for clarity on that.
Thank you very much. Latam. We're just going doing a little bit of a switcheroo, moving the furniture around. Fortunately, not on the Titanic. Okay, we have a War Doggo fellow. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody, or good afternoon, depending what's your spot on the planet. I've got a question. I think overall, guys, that if we consider such type of the planes like this long-range surveillance planes, I was doing some little bit like open search, and I don't find any lot of evidence of such planes being down because like they have like specific type of protection, and they are done in a way they should not be down that easy. Plus they are usually escorted by the jet fighters, intercept certain things that may harm such kind of the planes. That's why what happened makes me feel that, oh wow, is not just an ordinary thing happening. Not because of the cost for Russia, not because of pretty high valuable food for turtles and other Black Sea inhabitants that they actually get, but in fact, something happened that was, I think, I tend to be, I may be wrong because I'm not an expert in that field, but I haven't heard something similar happening in the past. I believe that since that A50 was produced, they were never downed before in such kind of manner. I don't know, I may be wrong, but just maybe correct me if I'm saying something stupid. Apologize.
Thank you, Wardogger, and good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I don't have that knowledge either, Wardogger, but as far as I'm aware, that's not something I've heard of either previously. So I think it's definitely very spectacular for sure, but I think Latin may have an answer for you. Go ahead, Latin.
Hey, thanks, Tracy. It is unusual, and that's exactly why it's being really torn apart. I can assure you, on some of the back channels that people from this space are active on, there's a very intense ongoing discussion right now about what's getting very technical about what exactly happened. But I agree with you that it is unusual, assuming that Ukrainian ground-based and fixed-wing air defenses were to remain static, which I think is not the case. There's things happening that we're going to learn about fully someday down the road. We've already seen quite a bit of evidence of how the Ukrainians can improvise. There's a lot of possibilities, and we just don't know right now. But I think that I'm going to again quote from. It's a great quote from our friend Zed Goldman, and he said it. I remember exactly when he said it. There was the multiple shoot downs of aircraft over Belgorod in May of last year, and then there was an interesting, again unusual, kill of, I believe it was an Su-35 to the west of Crimea a little bit later, like around June or maybe later in May. And when we were discussing that, I remember Zed Goldman saying something's happening. And I think something was. We haven't yet gotten the full picture on what was happening there, but I got the same feeling now.
Thank you, Latin. Well, I am, for one, glad that we don't know, really. Wardogger?
And now the most important question, how many such planes we would have to loot in order to complete our fundraiser, friends? I'm afraid because the one that is at the bottom of the Black Sea, Azov Sea, apologize, from the Azov Sea, we may not use a lot because of the salt water, and salt water is not very good with electronics. And the one that had this Illusion Il-22 that got his tail turned into the
Swiss formaggi. I forgot the Italian word, cheese, is actually still to get to, and yeah, it means we have to still to complete our fundraiser for the electronic warfare equipment that we started yesterday with Andriy, our good friend from 18th Brigade of National Guard of Ukraine, the expert of electronic warfare and countermeasures. And as he yesterday said, the devices that we are thinking of and we need help of MriyaReport, dear listeners, to raise the funds for, can literally save 15 people a day. 15 people lives is the value of that fundraiser, independently from how much we will be able to raise. Like, that's, we can simply multiply 365 and we get what is the return of this investment. It's much more than that, and this fundraiser is about giving the guys the right equipment to protect their teams, their brigade, where they do the missions from the Russian drones, and that is something that has all chances to surprise Russians a lot in the area of the front lines where the guys are. So you know what to do. There is the information there in the nest about the equipment fundraiser. You can go to MriyaReport.org for more details, and that's probably it about this specific topic I would like to mention. Thank you so much. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you so much for that, Wardogo. Yes, it's important to mention that our fundraiser, it's in the nest. So I'm putting it now to the first tweet in the nest. So that makes it easier for all of you to find. And of course, don't forget to retweet, share, reply, quote tweet, all those lovely things that boost that algorithm that then helps the campaign. And this is indeed like a mini version of what we're talking about with the plane. Only you can help to bring down these Russian drones, and you can help to save 15 lives per day. This is something that stuck in my head also yesterday from what Andriy said, and it's something that I will not forget. So just like the mine campaign, when we were raising funds for those mine detecting devices and many of the other campaigns that we do, you can have a direct impact here on what goes on. So you can be responsible for helping to save 15 lives a day, every single day. So just think of the amount of lives that we can save in a week, in a month. And that's why we're having a fundraiser to get as much as we possibly can. We don't have a target and we don't have a limit. We're just asking everybody to be as generous as you are possibly able to. But of course, if you're not able to, just do the retweeting, and that's just as generous. It's just as kind. It's a thing that we know you want to do because you're all here, and that's why you care about Ukraine. We know that because you're here. You wouldn't be anywhere else otherwise. So fantastic, wonderful community and amazing people. Let's do a great job at this again together, and let's have a right good boost, I think. I'm really excited actually that we're collecting for electronic warfare equipment. It's been something that I've wanted to collect for a while. There are so many things, of course, but right now we are collecting for this campaign. So like Wardogo said, pop along to MriyaReport.org, and you can also use the payment link in the tweet, which is in the nest. Either way, it's the same payment link, but of course, if you go to the Maria Report website, you can also find out more about us. So check that out too. And I'm going to say, welcome, Prince. You've been up early today. Sorry, Latin. You had your hand up first.
Actually, I think Chris did.
No, but mine is a total subject change. So if you want to go to Latin first, that's fine.
Sure. Thanks, Prince. Just a quick follow-up to what Wardogo was mentioning, and Tracy, you were talking about ECM, electronic warfare. That on a bigger scale, like the type of systems that you might see operated by the Ukrainian Air Force on fixed wing, on helicopters, maybe on drones. I think that that's something that needs to be considered as well in this downing of two significant aircraft over the last few hours. We talk here a lot about new aircraft, new missiles, radars, but electronic warfare, which the Ukrainian Air Force was kind of limited on at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, is something that I'm pretty sure they've pursued, and whether through their own means or Western help, I would not be surprised if that has also played a role in this.
Thank you, Latin. Go ahead, Prince.
Christopher, guess what?
He followed you?
He followed me, and you know what else?
What? He did your thing?
He sent me, no, he hasn't done my thing yet, but he sent me a message. We chatted for a little while. I feel like I met a star today.
You did? Oh, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Thank you for letting me know.
Yes, we are talking about QB. If anybody doesn't know about QB, QB is the amazing, he also, I think, has joined what I call the Ivan's Club, and those are the flying Russians, because QB went flying off his tank in the tanker thread. So anyway, I love QB. I have not really slept at all, so I'm going back to bed so I can co-host for you guys tonight. But since I was just about to go back to bed and I saw you guys come up to co-host, so I thought I'd come and say good morning. Tell everybody to go follow QB, because QB is just funny. And let Christopher know that QB did follow me, and that QB is amazing, and I met a star today.
Yay. Mission accomplished. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you very much. All your dreams have come true then, Prince.
Yeah, you took a while to unmute that mic. I can tell, Tracy. That means you were laughing at me.
As if I would do such a thing like that.
I make you laugh enough to know. I make you laugh enough to know exactly when you're putting off not opening that mic because you're laughing so hard. And yeah, I will see you guys later.
Have a good sleep, Prince.
Have a good sleep. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. So welcome everybody. We are celebrating the planes today going down, two of them nonetheless. Of course, they won't get made into, or maybe they will get made into cubes, into meat cubes, I don't know. I think they're probably more likely to get washed into meat spheres in the ocean, are they not, Christopher? Just like pebbles do.
Yeah, the ocean's really a powerful thing with saltwater, and as War Duggo told you that saltwater and electronics don't work well together, and yeah, it could, and you never know. Well, these might have been made before Russia had, like in the Soviet Union times, maybe almost. Then they might have been put together a little bit better, and plastic rivets and duct tape wouldn't be the order of the day. But yeah, it could still. They could still be, when this genocidal invasion has been squashed and Russia has been kicked out, and there's going to be so many diving expeditions and going on treasure hunts and all kinds of things. I can see like a tourist industry business for this. Anyway, remember Dive the Moskva? Oh my goodness, could you imagine boats going out there to take people, rich foreigners from from Europe that want to go do a deep sea diving expedition? Oh, amazing. Anyway, back to you.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Anything that helps Ukraine grow its economy and tourism sounds good to me. Wadago?
Look, I've just probably saw the best mocking about it and exactly about diving. I've just retweeted. Two person at the bottom of the blue are making diving, and on the background there is A-50 plane. There is the Russian officer there as the
as the how to put it around the something that is very similar to a Russian soldier that they make pictures with. I mean, you're right. It's gonna be fun. In sense of the Emirates in Dubai, for instance, they had to think couple of ships in order to make the attractive spots for the divers, and they made it very promoted in their tourist booklets, but I think it doesn't even stand close to the whole story about those Moskva ship, this plane that is going to be one of the really attractive. And by the way, the depth of Azov Sea is just 3-5 meters. I mean, it's absolutely fine for the beginners. I would say 3 meters I could even snork for example, so you don't have to be a diver actually, and there are no sharks in that sea, but you will probably observe pretty fat crabs just occasionally passing by, and uh, that's the way it's gonna be, I believe. Thanks.
Thank you, War Dogger, and I've just reposted that as well, so people should definitely go and check that out. And if you're not following War Doggo, guys, you absolutely should be as well. But I'm just looking at that video now. It's absolutely hilarious. In fact, I can't watch it whilst I'm talking to you all because I will burst out laughing and I won't be able to talk to you all. Marcus, do you know what we're talking about? Welcome.
No, but I do know. I just wanted to mention that the Wikipedia page for that A-50 aircraft mentions in the description that it's also used as a submersible in the Azov Sea, which I thought was very funny. Someone buried that in there.
Yes, it's a submersible now. I mean, they all just want to follow the Moskva, don't they? It's just absolute jealousy, of course. You know, they want to be just like the Moskva. Why should they get left out? And I think all the planes and all the ships should go in the same direction. And then, of course, submarines to follow. That will be absolutely perfect. In terms of this electronic warfare, something going on in bringing down these planes, obviously, I have no experience or expertise in this field at all, but I've got these pictures in my head of Ukrainians running around all over the place with these vehicles, with those drones we were talking about from the Ministry of Digital Transformation yesterday, Christopher, the ones that can create that dome at 600 meters, specifically because they were talking about being able to block the GLONASS and all the other satellite things that they use. And when they were talking about designing that, the Minister of Digital Transformation kind of pointed that out and specifically mentioned those GLONASS and satellites and all those other things that are causing a great deal of problems. So, of course, it's just me and my silly image, probably, and I don't want to oversimplify things, but I just have this image of Ukrainians just adapting these things, and just doing all kinds of things like that, on a small scale and on a bigger scale as well. And eventually we will find out. So I will be keen to see what things they've done, what ingenious ideas they've come up with. We've already seen many things that have been adapted, haven't we? I mean, how many times have we heard that Ukrainians have adapted Western modern weapons and used them in a better way than what we have, for example? So I'll be very, very excited to see these things. But part of me as well does hope that we don't get to find out for quite some time, because it's like Andrew was saying yesterday, and I think he's absolutely right. The more things that they keep secret, the less the Russians are going to sort of know what they need to spy on and what they need to look for. If they don't know that it exists and they can't get access to it, they're not going to think about it, are they? They're going to try and spy, but if they don't know that something exists, that's kind of the first step. So just some of my rambling thoughts on that point, Christopher. And how are you today? I've not even said hello to you yet. Good day, Christopher. Good morning to you, even.
Hi, Tracy. I'm knackered. I'm so tired of unpacking and moving, and I'm not done. But anyway, that's just me. Otherwise, I'm now here for 3 hours, and so it's like a break. Back to you.
those
Otherwise, I'm now here for 3 hours, and so it's like a break. Back to you.
those